Dual Power of Convenience. Written by Chautona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo.
Chapter 1. June 9th. This isn't what I had in mind when I decided to open a mobile bookstore. The words, though shouted in her mind, barely escaped beneath her breath as Mallory Barrows combined milk, coffee, and caramel syrup into an iced coffee confection that would put any chain coffee seller to shame. Behind her, a middle-aged man stood with his back to her, his eyes fixed on a row of history books. He'll buy one of those World War II memoirs. In the first weeks of her fledgling little business, she'd have been thrilled with the sale of a $5 book, but even without opening the 3 bills she'd received that morning, Mallory knew it wouldn't touch the deficit they'd produce in her barely solvent accounts. Still, added to a $4 coffee, that would at least bring the hour's sales past minimum wage. "Mr. Hillier, I've got your iced salted caramel. Anything else today? I have caramel apple cookies. That would be heavenly with it." "I'll take 2. He pulled a book, Diaries of World War II Pilots, of course, from the shelf and handed it to her. "This 2. Maybe it wasn't fair, but Mallory needed the money. "I have one on German POWs in England in a box somewhere. Want me to pull it out so you can take a look at it next week?" "No, this'll take me a week or 2 to get through. Maybe in a few weeks." "Of course." This time she didn't have to ignore guilty prods to her conscience. They didn't appear at all. "It'll be here when you're ready for it. Unless Mr. McClellan finds it first." That's all it took. "Well, Levon'll probably want another one of her frou-frou coffees next Tuesday, so show it to me then. We're taking a trip at the end of the month. She'll be antiquing for hours, so I'll need a few good books to keep me busy." Though she agreed, sympathized, and promised to put the book on the reserved shelf until he'd had a chance to look at it. The whole time Mallory thought, "You tell yourself that if you must." The minuscule workstation in the tiny mobile bookstore looked as if an equally tiny hurricane had swept through, leaving caffeinated destruction in its wake. She wiped, scrubbed, prepped, only to start over with a wave of teens who stormed in from the beach. Girls in bikinis that made itsy bitsy sound modest by comparison. Boys in long board shorts and sleeveless rash guards. 6 more variations of iced coffee and another massive cleanup later, she finally had a break. Not one person strolled down Captain's Walk to interrupt a nice, well-earned rest. Mallory took it as a providential provision and carried a blackberry Italian soda out beneath the awning. Seconds later, she raced back for her laptop case. Time to figure out just how bad it is. The head of the Island Association, Abel Crawforth, had warned her that islanders would be eager in the beginning. "People mean well, but they get busy and go back into usual routines. Read a study about it once. Don't count good sales up front as proof it's going to work, okay?" Mallory opened up her laptop and clicked on the little green X icon. With taunting glee, the spreadsheet appeared. The numbers glowed their message of doom. The all-black columns should have reassured her, but 3 unopened envelopes threatened that fledgling piece. Any one of them could push her into the red, the literal and financial red. As she squared her shoulders, Mallory ripped open the first one. $60 in the hole. The next one bumped that to $200. The last shot it over $350. Even with the outstanding Meriwether Island special orders and the day's coffee and soda rush, it wouldn't drop the total below $300. For the 2nd month in a row, Mallory transferred money from her personal savings account into her business account and wondered if she'd made a mistake encouraging her friends to take up the mobile business idea. "I hope islanders are more eager to feed their bellies than they are their brains, or Beth is going to starve herself and her bank account." Bills paid, she closed and stowed the laptop, grabbed her business journal and a pen, and began writing. Ideas, thoughts, frustrations, joys. Any thought that came to her mind she put down on paper. However, eventually, the ideas shifted from second-guessing, leaving her job in marketing to be a traveling bookstore, to solid ideas she could use to improve the chances of financial success. Story hour. Read a book every week for a full hour, much like a radio drama. Different age groups, maybe even adults. Book clubs, discounts on books. Date with a book. Make it romantic enough for couples? Local authors? Include Savannah? Book-themed parties for birthdays? Home delivery? Get a scooter? Something in the air shifted. Something that could only mean one thing. The evening ferry had arrived. Mallory hadn't closed her laptop yet when the horn blew. If she didn't hurry, she might miss the opportunity to entice potential customers with the scent of brewing coffee that she'd use in making desserts that night. And if she used a fan to blow that scent toward the docks, well... One by one, regulars appeared. Some just for sweet tea, others for coffee, and some for a drink of choice and a book. The till filled until she thought maybe, just maybe, she'd break even. Until tomorrow, at least. Once again, the small workstation dripped with cream, spilled coffee, and lavender syrup. A few straw wrappers littered the floor. Not for the first time, Mallory regretted her only moneymaker, the coffee. Uncle Bud would tell me to stay grounded. A rattle, uneven and unfamiliar, slowly grew from the back of her consciousness. Mallory stuck her head out the door of her tiny bookstore and saw a woman dragging an enormous rolling suitcase up the street. Rolled up Bermuda shorts, t-shirt, hair pulled back in a ponytail. The woman pulling the suitcase could have been anywhere from 19 to 40. Don't know that face. A row of businesses, she hoped anyway, tempted Lila Santana away from the ferry landing and toward the town center of Meriwether Island. Reginald Square, he called it. The ferry guy said I'd find directions from someone on Reginald Square. Nothing looked promising. Still, all the other ferry riders... Were they called farriers? No. That's a guy who shoes a horse, isn't it? They'd flocked to a taco truck that sent tantalizing caffeinated scents down Captain's Walk. Smart advertising. Her battered hard-shell suitcase bounced and rattled over the gray road surface as Lila dragged it along. Instead of towering palms, a few spread-out trees shaded her as she pulled away from the landing. A glance around her showed a few pines in the distance as well. Pine trees? On an island? Where are all the palms? Even Phoenix has more palms than this. Lila mocked herself. Dodo, you're not in Phoenix anymore. The stretched-out line had dwindled to almost no one by the time she came within reading distance of the sandwich board alerting her to daily specials. Except they weren't specials. It read, "The Book Barrow. Books and coffee for the discriminating palate." Books. Odd choice for a taco truck, but who is she to judge? At least there were books and coffee on Meriwether. If the house she'd come to manage didn't have a good library, she wouldn't starve for reading material. A woman stuck her head out the door as she neared. "Thirsty?" As much as her almost empty wallet protested, Lila nodded. Something cool and refreshing. "Coffee? Italian soda? Blackberry or lavender lemonade?" Maybe it wasn't the most mature thing to do. It for sure wasn't the smartest thing. But Lila dropped the handle to her suitcase and let it flop over beside the sandwich board. Blackberry lemonade sounds amazing. While she waited, she scanned the area. A bit ahead, behind. Lila stared close. Maple trees? In the south? Behind whatever kind of trees they were, a few buildings hinted that maybe Reginald Square was dead ahead. "Hey, do you know what kind of trees those are?" The head appeared again. After following Lila's point, she turned back. Gum trees. Gum? She must have misunderstood. I mean the ones with the spread-out leaves, like maple leaves. Yeah, those are gum. That's when the woman grinned. You from California? Arizona, Phoenix. How'd you know? Laughter filled the vacated space as the woman disappeared again. Your accent! Lila would have nodded, but the Westerner in her wouldn't let her. Don't have accents out west. You do. That's why. News anchors are trained to talk like you. Yeah, I know. Has nothing to do with Hollywood being in California or anything. Last I heard, every major city in the U.S. has news anchors, and most of them sound like us. No accent. Lila held out her hand for a proffered lemonade. How much? Was it her imagination, or did the woman wince before saying, On the shop. Welcome to Merriweather. How do you know I'm not a tourist dying to drop my money wherever I go? Besides the fact that Merriweather doesn't cater to tourists? This time the woman offered her hand. Mallory Barrows. What else could she do? Lila shook the hand and said, Lila Santana, new property manager of Danforth Hall. She swallowed a cooling sip of lemonade, inhaled another pound of muggy air, and added, Nice to meet you. Danforth. Nice. The woman pulled out a damp rag and began wiping off the nearest table. Pamela Danforth was a lovely woman. She'll be missed around here. I wondered if Richard would come himself or send someone, but when he didn't come to the funeral, I figured he couldn't leave wherever that place is that he lives. Azadi. Where's that again? Mallory's honeyed tones made the question sound like a serving of peach cobbler topped with ice cream. The thought made Lila's stomach grumble. I didn't know either until he hired me. It's just this strip of land between Yemen and Oman. Apparently it's where lots of money is made. Mr. Danforth is too busy with his business stuff to come deal with the house, so he sent me. Well, it's a huge place full of awesome history. I don't know it. Our family are breakers people, but I know folks who do if you want to know about anything. What I'd love to know is how to find it and how long of a walk it is. Mallory pulled an apron over her head and gestured for Lila to sit. You're not allergic to peanuts, are you? Peanuts? No. Why? Good thing. There's a farm that butts up against your property. Well, the Danforths. If you're allergic, you should turn back around. Otherwise, if you'll give me an hour, I'll drive you over myself. It's a good 7 or 8 miles up the eastern side of the island. So much for getting a long hot shower and collapsing in bed. Still, she couldn't afford to offend someone willing to give her a free ride. Well, thanks. What kind of books do you like to read? Romance by... No romance. After eyeing her for a moment, Mallory continued as if not interrupted. Ography? Memoir? Historical? Fantasy? Thriller? Got anything about the islands? I don't know anything about this part of the country. Breezes that should have been cooling and just didn't quite make it ruffled curls that had escaped from Mallory's braid and gave her a rather wild look. Still, she stood there examining Lila as if searching for something specific. Be right back. Left alone, Lila closed her eyes and tried taking long, slow, deep breaths. I can do this. I'm safe here. With the breeze rustling leaves in the trees, the sound of the surf close by, a gull's cry, a few birds twittering here and there, island life, despite the muggy air, might just be perfect. A bang and a grunt ripped her from the tranquil moment. Several seconds later, another bang and a thud followed. So much for tranquility. The temptation to call out and insist that Mallory skip the idea of a book died on her lips when the woman appeared with 2 books in hand. She slid the first one onto the wrought iron ice cream table. This one's a history of how the islands helped win the war for independence. What looked like a legal thriller followed it. This one's fiction, but it takes place here on the islands and is really well researched. You'll know Merriweather after reading it. Lila picked up the thriller, read the first sentence of the synopsis, and dropped it back on the table as if burned. The only thing worse than being hunted is being hunted in a hurricane? I don't think so. Without even reading the back of the other one, she pulled out her wallet. I'll take the history of the islands. Chapter 2. When the roof line had appeared against the eastern sky, Lila had expected a large gated fence, possibly with dogs that hadn't eaten for weeks and considered her adequate for an appetizer before dinner. What she hadn't expected was overgrown landscaping surrounding a French colonial mansion perched on the side of a cliff. Wow. It was built the first time in the mid-1800s, Mallory told her. They had to rebuild a lot of it after the Georgia hurricane of '98. It didn't look that new. Wow, they really kept the materials and architecture authentic. Is it up to code? A cough, a half-hidden smile. Mallory shook her head. Doubtful. That was the Georgia hurricane of 1898. Oh, of course it was. They didn't start naming them like they do now until the 50s. Again, a cough. The 1950s. The pickup, sleek and full of bells and whistles only rich people could afford, wound up the wide, pine tree-lined drive. Lila couldn't stop the words from spilling out of her. I never imagined pine trees on an island. Uncle Bud called them loblollies. No idea if that's their real name or his name for them. Doesn't sound like a real name. Sounds southern, like gum for a maple tree. The moment the truck came to a stop, Lila jumped out and wrestled her suitcase from between them. I'd invite you in, but I don't know what I'm heading into, so I'll just say thanks again and goodbye. Unless you'll reconsider and let me pay you for your gas? As if not totally rebuffed, Mallory Barrows just shook her head and waved. You've got my number. If you need anything at all, just call. Might take me some time to get here if I'm on another island, or if I have customers. But I know most folks around here, so I could always send someone. It's too bad that she's not open yet, or I'd have talked Beth into bringing you something from her truck for supper. Tacos? Mallory's expression switched from an exaggerated wince to a grin. Just don't say that to her. She's the best cook I know, and I don't want on her bad side. With a wink, she added, The Callaways are just there, but it's a mile walk to the house itself. The rest of that is peanuts. Mallory pointed to a few trees in the distance. On the other side of those trees. If you make it that far, you can see the house, so just walk to the trees. Through the fields? After staring at her for longer than was comfortable for Lila, Mallory shrugged. You can take the road around if you want. It's twice the distance, though, and the Callaways don't care if you walk between rows. You're free and easy with their property. Do they really not mind? Or will I find rat poison in the mint julep they offer me after I arrive wilted, dusty, and parched? Before Mallory could take her silence as nerves, Lila waved and dragged her suitcase up the steps to the front door. The truck rolled slowly down the drive as Lila fumbled for the key in her pocket. It had been easy enough to get it from Gersh, Wendell, and Calhoun. Her ID and the letter from Richard Danforth had sealed the deal as far as they were concerned. So, with a check for housekeeping expenses and the key in hand, she'd taken off for the ferry off Crispin's Landing to Mimosa, and finally, Merriweather Island. The door opened with an ease that deflated hopes of a rickety old house that would take ages to sort, catalog, and repair. Lila wanted 2 years of work, just 2. I could pay off my student loans and have enough to get into a small apartment, she whispered as she pushed open the door. It creaked, and Lila's heart sang. The scent of stale mildew assaulted her and prompted a sneeze. Now, that's more like it. A cat appeared from behind her and stalked to the base of an enormous grand staircase. He glared at her. Unwilling to risk scratched arms and legs, Lila chose to ignore it. Like all problems, it would go away if sufficiently ignored. If only that were true. A flip of a light switch bathed the entry in light from an enormous and rather overgrand chandelier. It's probably some kind of antique worth a fortune, but really, cleaning that will take me all week. Just that. The cat caught her glancing at it and bolted out the door as if afraid she'd conscript him into being her chamois. One problem solved. Mostly. I'll get a live trap tomorrow. No cats on the premises. As if to prove her point, Lila sneezed. The deceptively sparse entryway left her unprepared for the living room, parlor, drawing room? Whatever the place was, it was packed with portraits, furniture, and antiques, and enough of it to keep her busy for a month. If every room was as horribly packed, she might be able to eke 3 years out of the job. And I'll do it, too. A music room, conservatory perhaps, held a grand piano that looked like it had never been touched, but it didn't sound too bad. Might still need tuning, though. The portraits on the walls in that room were predominantly female in mid to late 19th century dress. 2 men presided on each side of the doors as if guarding the women's musical virtue. Lila snorted at that. "You've lost your ever-lovin' mind." A groan followed. "And you just dropped a G when you said that. When you said ever-lovin', as if you've lived here all your life. It's like this stuff is in the air and infects you or something." Room by room, Lila took initial inventory, and with each new space, she relaxed a little more. Though she'd never been big on owning antiques, each item tugged at her, making her anxious to know its story. From sideboards to headboards, antimacassars to Art Deco clocks, Lila ached to start making an inventory right there. A board creaked, louder than the rest. She pulled out her phone, ready to start a repair list at least, but when she threw open the doors at the end of the second-floor hallway, that thought vanished. Cleaner and less cluttered than the rest of the house, this room, these rooms, that is, had to be the master suite. A sitting room preceded an enormous bedroom. Lila immediately stripped the bed. "Sleeping here tonight. Just have to wash these." That thought chased her last missing one and disappeared when Lila opened the next set of double doors. There, a clawfoot tub, bigger than any tub she'd ever seen, stood before an enormous floor-to-ceiling bank of windows that looked out to sea. Lila had that tub filled inside 10 seconds, in her mind anyway, and began stripping right then and there. As she waited for the water to fill enough of the tub to make it worth getting in, she sent a text message to the number Gersh, Wendell, and Calhoun had given her. "Arrived. All looks well. Taking a bath and going to bed. Looking forward to your call in the morning. Lila." At the top of a high-rise in the capital city of Azadi, a small but significant country nestled between Yemen and Oman, Richard Danforth reviewed reports he'd need to be prepared to discuss at his upcoming dinner engagement. Danforth Global was about to make the biggest acquisition in its 10-year history, and nothing would interfere, not if he could help it. As he worked, he ignored it. The envelope lay beside a pile of sorted mail with his executive assistant's pre-written responses accompanying each one. Richard ignored it all and glanced at the clock on his monitor. 5:20. Despite a dinner engagement at 6 o'clock, he'd scheduled the call with his new property manager for 5:30. Panic set in. Or was it 6? Had he double-booked the meeting? A tap of a button brought his executive assistant into the office. "Nora, what time was the call to Merryweather?" The soft swish of her Shayla accompanied Nora's approach.
5:30. I recommend keeping it to 20 minutes and rescheduling if necessary.
"You know me well." Richard began setting up the video call as he spoke. "I'll do that. I think we've covered everything else. Feel free to leave, and thank you."
Yes, Mr. Danforth. Allah Hafiz.
Another glance at the envelope drew his gaze to the return address. He'd known the contents the minute he saw the logo and the clean, traditional typeface of Gersh, Wendell, and Calhoun. Even without reading the words on the single, thick, creamy sheet of paper, he'd known. There could only be one reason a letter from a Savannah law office would reach him halfway across the globe. Richard reached across the glass desk surface and drew the envelope to him. He unfolded the letter again and read, his lips moving and a low rumble filling his throat as he followed the short missive informing him of the demise of his second cousin and his subsequent inheritance of the Danforth estate on Merryweather Island. In addition to the house and its contents, a few other holdings and $500,000 in stocks and annuities would be passed to him as soon as he could arrive to sign paperwork and take possession. The missive was signed by Robert Gersh, and despite its otherwise businesslike tone, a single line offered the man's sincerest condolences at his loss. So, in the middle of several important business projects, including the acquisition of his career, he'd flown to Savannah, signed the papers, and had flown back to Azadi. Even better, he'd managed it all in less than 72 hours. Even jet lag hadn't kept him from the office. While he tried to work on catching up, Nora had advertised for a property manager, narrowed the applicants to 3, and he'd done a vid meet with each one. Though all 3 would have been excellent choices, Nora suggested that a woman might have better instincts about the sentimental value of household contents.
Men are more concerned with market and intrinsic value,
she'd insisted. That left Lila Santana of Mesa, Arizona. Her resume was both inadequate and impressive. With a genealogy degree from an obscure university in England and a master's in antiques of all things, she'd offered 3 things the other 2, more experienced managers couldn't: education, determination to pay off student loans he suspected, and passion. The woman had glowed as she talked about researching the Danforth family to ensure everything was properly cataloged. Guilt still demanded he do his own sorting of the contents of Danforth Hall. Richard ignored it. With several minutes until the meeting would begin, Richard rose and stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows to catch the slow descent of the sun setting over the Azadi landscape outside the capital city. People heard Middle East and assumed dry, barren desert, but Azadi lay on the Arabian Sea with humidity levels to rival anything Savannah could throw at him. Georgia didn't appeal to him anymore. Still, Danforth Hall held rich memories. Hide and seek in the many rooms, nooks, and crannies of the antebellum mansion. French colonial, isn't it? Christmas dinners with Grandmother Danforth presiding, summers on the beach. As the poor relation, Richard had always felt less than his older, wealthier cousins, and yet so close to becoming the world's newest billionaire and now owner of the family fortune. What there was left of it, anyway, and the house he'd always loved most. And I don't even care. 10 years ago, maybe. 10 years earlier, he'd have gloated over his superior success in the face of family sneers. The Danforths only respected old money, and as the latest heir, he had that now. Sure, it had dwindled to $500,000 outside the house and its contents, but his investments in Azadi oil and real estate would now be laced with the respectability his family provided. All it means is another crop of ambitious mothers and their equally ambitious unmarried daughters. A ding told him it was time to connect to the VidMeet call. He seated himself at his desk and waited for his computer to connect with Lila. Let's hope she isn't ready to run after seeing it all. Dark hair, dark almond eyes, and though her skin was tanned, Richard could tell it was naturally fair. At least she tans. Won't burn badly there on the beach. Hey, Mr. Danforth. That had to stop right away. Richard, please. We'll be meeting enough that formalities will eventually become moot anyway. Right. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear as she spoke. I'd just like to thank you again for this opportunity. I love it here already. That tub! An attractive flush pinked her cheeks. Can't believe I said that out loud. I think I'm nervous. Nervous because you want this job or because you're flirting? Richard winced even as the thought appeared. At the dismay on Lila's face, he realized it was the job and that he'd made her nervous. I'm confident in your abilities or I wouldn't have hired you. Another wince. Maybe that's a bit blunt, but I'm used to plain speaking. So, have you had a chance to go over the house at all? The woman's nerves seemed to slip off her shoulders. Lila became all business, complete with notebook and pen. I have. It's a large property, and the attic is packed to the gills. She eyed him. I mean that, like a storage unit all jammed in. I'll have to take half of it out just to be able to sort the other half. Doesn't surprise me. The Danforths aren't known for minimalism. He took a swig of water, eyed the clock, and directed the conversation to the first point on his list. I know you've not done this kind of work before, so I realize this will be a pure guess and will need to be adjusted as you begin work. But do you have any idea how long the sorting and necessary repairs might take? I'm asking for loose generalities. A year? 3? 5? Her lips moved as she read, flipped, and read again. Just as she raised her gaze to the camera, Lila gave a weak smile. As you said, this is a ballpark, especially without a professional inspection. I'd assumed 2 years maximum before I came, but to ensure I don't make a mistake with anything, I almost expect 3. The shift in her lips at the last minute told him she'd changed her estimate. Had it been 5? Or had she merely begun to bite her lip and stopped herself? He couldn't be sure. Richard picked up his favorite pen and began twirling it in his fingers. Is that a Waterman's rolled gold safety fountain pen? That caught Richard's attention. You know your ink. I know quality pens. Original nib? Richard nodded. Nice. Got to write with one a couple years back while I was in Oxford. It was amazing. So small, but substantial, too. Not like my Coeco Lilliput. She twiddled the tiniest pen he'd ever seen. It's perfect for my notebook loop, but there's no real substance, you know? The conversation could have devolved into inks and paper if Richard had allowed it, but he needed to make that meeting. I can see we'll need more VidMeets to discuss the merits and demerits of stationery, and anything you find in the house, of course. So let's move along to my next concern, vehicles. All business again. Lila tucked her hair behind her ear once more and consulted her notebook. There are 3 antique cars. I recommend selling, unless you have any sentimental attachment to them. Let Nora know she was right. Richard dropped his pen and watched it spin for a second before coming to rest. I don't. Nothing newer you can use? There's a Mercedes, no more than 10 years old. Low mileage, but on this island that doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me either. From what I can tell, Pamela didn't do anything in the last years of her life. Just let the business go to rot. It wouldn't do to say as much to Lila, though. I'll let my assistant know to add you to my insurance policy. Email Nora with your driver's license number. I'll have to get one for Georgia. Mine's from Arizona and expired. Lila hesitated before adding, I can just use the water taxis and the ferry, though. You don't need that expense. Ridiculous. If you need off the island in the event of a hurricane or to get something you need, the last thing you'll want to do is wait around for a ferry to decide to show up and get you out of there. We'll get you insurance on the Mercedes. Pamela bought it, huh? Bet it's silver. Lila didn't even have to speak. Her surprise told him he'd guessed right. She always took the silver cars when we played with our Hot Wheels as kids. As he heard himself, Richard pulled back. Irrelevant. Ask about the boat. As if she read his mind, Lila brought it up. Mr. Gersh said there was a boat somewhere. What do you want done with that? Should I have it inspected and put up for sale too, or... The family has always been obsessed with maintaining a boat with the property. It'll probably be down at the marina. Get pictures of it, and we'll decide after I see what Pamela left me to work with. We might have to replace it. But if you're not going... Lila stopped herself. None of my business, sorry. Okay, well, after about a week, I think I can give you a better idea of how much work this is going to take. I did want to know... She continued in a clear move to take over the conversation. Richard let her. Do you prefer I get estimates and submit those for approval before I hire work done, or spend money to do the work? How do I determine what is reasonable? Now she spoke his language. Any repairs under $500, just do and submit the invoice for payment. I doubt anyone will accept that here, Lila interjected. From what I saw at the Book Barrow... What's that? He'd never heard of a bookstore on Merriweather. If you're talking about someplace on Mimosa, you can forget it. The islanders are a far cry from the Mimosa folks. It's the book truck. When he didn't smack his forehead with an, oh yeah, look, she explained. Kind of a mobile bookstore. She takes it from island to island every week. There's a food truck coming soon. Some landscaping place I'll probably look into. But I doubt I'll need the party planner or... She leaned forward as if to really look at him. The animal people. Tell me you don't want me to keep this cat. Cat? Pamela was allergic to cats. Good, so am I. I'm hopped up on Zyrtec, and it's not doing a thing. Benadryl next. Hire someone to come in and do a thorough cleaning before you do any more. I can't afford you sick. His computer chimed. Though the restaurant was only across the street, he'd be hard-pressed to make it ahead of his dinner partners unless he left. Hey, I've got another meeting. Richard pretended to look at his watch. Now, actually, can we meet again on Friday? Same time? Sure. Lila became all business again. I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. I'll come up with a list so I don't waste so much of your time next time, and I wish you luck with your meeting. Do you need anything else from me before I sign off? He shook his head, and before he could even say good night, she'd done it herself and disconnected. Someone who respects another person's time. Double win for Nora. She'll never let me live it down, and she'll do it without saying a word. At that, he dashed for the elevator. Time to take Danforth Global to new heights.
Chapter 3. Black letters on a light gray background. That's all they were, letters on a screen. If she could only convince herself. Instead, they mocked her. Written in the same terse tone he'd used during half their phone conversation, the contents of the email took up 3 lines and informed her that her time was too valuable to waste on junk, so she should feel free to hire someone to come in and haul out said junk. Whatever that meant. There wasn't much junk in an antebellum mansion, not one that had stayed in the same family. That thought drew her outside and down the drive to stare off over the peanut farm's fields. A gull inched toward her, his head cocked like a puppy's. But instead of looking curious and intelligent, it gave the bird a vacant look. "What do you think?" she asked him. "Did the original Danforths have slaves working these fields?" He gave her 2 slow, wide-eyed blinks. Duh, of course they did. They had Robert E. Lee's portrait painter for their colonel. The thought churned her stomach. The gull eyed her as if waiting for further commentary. Every civilization in human history has done it, enslaved people. Isn't there irony in that? Civilization acting so uncivilized? After the gull's head cocked a bit further, and nearly knocked himself over in the process, he waddled off. Lila watched for a minute and tried to recall why she'd come outside. Oh, slaves, Danforths, probably. Bet that peanut farm was tobacco at one time. Maybe cotton? Realization of what she was doing prompted her to take a deep breath. It is not my house. If he wants to dispose of these treasures, that's his business. Lila pulled her hair back into a ponytail, ignored the laptop with its dimming screen, and began exploring a bedroom closet. She'd made it past 2 fur coats. Why anyone in Georgia would need those, she didn't know. And a heavily beaded dress from the 20s, too long to have belonged to a true flapper, but ornate enough to have been influenced by the Revolutionary women. When her frustration boiled over, he treats his heritage as if it doesn't even matter. Though she promised herself she wouldn't, Lila heard her mutter to herself, he talks to me like I don't matter. A ridiculous thought, of course. He'd just written to tell her to value her work as much as he did. Still, it rankled. Does he even know what he wants? Maybe not. Maybe that's the problem. As she pulled open another set of double closet doors, her heart sank. I need an extension on that report. I can't possibly know how much there is to do by tomorrow. Friday night seemed so far away on Wednesday morning, but by Thursday night, panic set in. Sweat created dirt streaks in Lila's face, and her muscles screamed for relief. What was worse, she'd started with the smallest room downstairs, the butler's pantry. The sheer number of dishes alone left her mind spinning. The unwelcome cat, one Lila named Zyrtec until she could have it removed, had arrived in time for Lila to shove a plate in its face and say, "This is Spode, you histamine harbinger. These people actually have authentic coral and gold Copeland Spode." Zyrtec did not seem suitably impressed. The creature did, however, take off with an aggrieved air, likely because it felt threatened by the waving of $100 salad plates. That thought nearly gave Lila a panic attack garnished to her allergy attack. I'm doomed. Men like Richard just know when someone threatens their net worth. As if to prove her point, Lila's phone buzzed with another text, the 3rd that day. Can you see if my name is scratched on the back of the bedpost in the northeast corner bedroom? I think it's on the left side. What else could she do but agree and jog up the stairs? 5 minutes later, after dragging her weary legs up the stairs, dragging the bed away from the wall, and shoving it out of the shadows, she saw it. An awkward but discernible carving of Richard in the bedpost. It looked like something a kindergartner had written, but what kindergartner had a pocket knife to do it? Seconds later, she snapped a picture of it and zipped it to Azadi. No reply came. Common sense said she shouldn't push back the bed that she'd have to move again later anyway. But she did. Even after she'd returned to the butler's pantry and had counted the soup bowls, there was no response from Richard. 3 dozen soup bowls were added to her list. 5 more dinner plates were at the bottom of the cupboard holding hand-embroidered linens, bringing the total for those to 41. Who needs 41 dinner plates? At $100 or more a plate? Her phone buzzed at the same moment she found the price of the soup tureen. Her phone crashed to the ground and somehow didn't shatter. Richard's text turned frustration to confusion. Make sure you keep that bed in that room. Send pictures of the whole room when you have time. It's my favorite. Is he? No. It sounds like he's planning to keep the house open-ish. Everything shifted with that thought. Lila zipped back another text. Was going to ask for an extension until Monday, but now I need to talk to you ASAP. Have a minute? Her phone rang, and Richard's name flashed on the screen. Wow, that was fast. You rang? Maybe it wasn't professional, but Lila didn't care. I'd say you did, but, yeah, got a question. Shoot, just no AK-47s. I've tackled the butler's pantry. We're talking thousands of dollars worth of dishes in there. Once they're cleaned and cataloged, what do you want done with them? Each second that passed made her more nervous than the last, but eventually Richard spoke. What do you recommend? What do you mean, what do I recommend? What does that even mean? Lila? I guess perhaps I don't know what you're doing with the house. I thought you wanted it cataloged, packed, buyers. No. Richard cleared his throat. I apologize, but no. Some things will be disposed of course. Things we should keep but don't need to be kept out we'll box away in the attic. But the rest I want stored properly and kept clean. How long is this job? That's not what the ad described. Before she got her hopes up, Lila decided just to ask. So... Deciding to ask and actually doing it proved as opposite as things could be. The low hum of a machine filled the pantry. A moment later, rhythmic pounding followed. Lila would have asked, but Richard beat her to it. I'm on my treadmill, so it'll be a bit noisy. I sense you're struggling with something. Who wrote the job description on the posting? Nora, why? Lila closed her eyes and tried to steady hopeful beating. 3 years had been the pipe dream, but now, if she liked it, maybe... It's just that you're describing a more involved position than I'd been led to believe. Well, if you don't want to stay after cataloging, I can... No! She stuffed her fist in her mouth and tried not to do a tweenish, squealing dance. It's not that. I already love it here. I was already dreading being out of a job in a couple or 3 years. The pounding came to a stop. A few hard swallows told her he'd already taken a swig of water. Because I asked how long. Sorry. I didn't mean to imply you'd be out of a job. I just thought maybe after it was all done and settled, I could send clients there for vacations. Perks for mergers and such. I'd assumed you'd stay on, but if you decide against it, I'll understand. It might be the employment kiss of death, but Lila's student loan balance demanded answers. Are you saying that if my work is acceptable, there's a possibility of a permanent position here? Yes. Silence followed. A few more swallows. Didn't Nora make that clear? Lila didn't have to answer. Richard followed up almost immediately. No, of course she didn't. That's, well, assuming everything goes as expected, my plan was for a permanent position at Danforth Hall. If you decide against it once you've finished the initial phase, I'll find someone else to continue the upkeep and management. Maybe it was as pathetic as it sounded. Probably, actually. Lila didn't care. Years of fear and stupid decisions prompted her to whisper, "Thank you, Mr. Danforth. You have no idea. Just thank you." Mallory barely pulled into place on Captain's Walk when Lila stepped from between 2 loblollies and waved. If she wants coffee before I've had mine, I think I'll cry. That thought didn't seem very charitable, so Mallory added a wave and a smile, just in case their new resident had mind-reading skills or something. The moment that thought fully registered, her brain still not primed with the elixir of magic beans from heaven, she groaned aloud. Mind-reading? Yeah, totally lost it there for a minute, Lord.
Morning.
Don't you look... Mallory didn't know how to finish the sentence. Didn't know how to read the woman at all. She didn't have to wait long for the answer. Lila jumped in with an assortment of emotions for Mallory to choose from. Confused, elated, and totally ticked off. So, you're going to be a mom? At Lila's panicked expression, Mallory laughed. Okay, maybe not. That's just a perfect description I've ever heard of for mothers of toddlers. I'll never have children then. As if she knew how bitter she sounded, Lila added, Well, I'm never getting married, so it's not in the plan anyway, but still. Not touching that one, not with any length of pole. When Mallory began pulling the tables and chairs from the back porch of her tiny bookstore, Lila jumped right in. So, how well do you know Richard Danforth? Just a frog's hair above, not at all. Why? It worked. Lila gave her the oddest look, shook her head, muttered something about Southern people and their bizarre colloquialisms, and then launched into a tirade about Richard Danforth's lack of respect for the treasures his family had stored in the hall. He says, she dropped her voice to a deep, gentle Southern drawl, just get rid of the junk, and expects me to know what he considers junk and what he doesn't. And some of what he considers junk is family history. Mallory finally reached the door, and her body almost shook with anticipatory greed. Just give me a minute. Next infusion's coming. She shook her head. I've been on the islands again for 8 months. 8! And I'm already dropping my G's like flies in a Wisconsin winter. What? Just talking to my caffeine-deprived cells, she confessed. And there I go again. How long until we have nectar flowing through our veins? Lila pulled out a 5 and plunked it on the counter. I keep forgetting to buy coffee for the hall. Instinct said to offer a small bag to get Lila through to a shopping trip on the mainland, but her bottom line protested. Instead, Mallory refused the bill. You earned it. Lila pushed back. You didn't charge me for a ride home, so let me do something as my thanks. And I'm a customer. And you already gave me a complimentary welcome drink, so don't try that one either. They stood, facing off, until Mallory realized she had to yield. It hurt more than she expected. All right, but next time you're offered a gift, basic manners says you don't offer to pay for the gift. She hauled out the industrial-strength extension cord and hooked up the book barrow. Coffee coming up as soon as I can get my machine grounded for the day. You have a weird sense of humor. Who could argue with that? Mallory just nodded. You kind of have to in order to survive around here. Trust me. If Danforth's any indication, I suppose that's true. As she turned to fill the steamer, Mallory added, So, what'll you do? About the stuff, I mean. Who decides if something goes or stays? I called him. Here I thought we were working on a timeline, get this all done and fast. Turns out, this is a permanent position. I can stay as long as I want. So that covers ticked and elated. Mallory pulled out 2 tall cups and held up a cup sleeve. Need a zarf? Yeah, wait, a what? It got people every time. Learned that in researching the making of amazing coffee. Apparently, cup sleeves are actually called zarfs. Although zarfs are generally metal and these are paper. Because metal around a hot mug is such a good idea. With coffees in hand, Mallory led her new best customer to the tables out front and demanded, So, what has you confused? Well, the whole job thing until we talked about it. I have so much to do. Gotta prioritize. Have the tin roof inspected or empty the attic? Catalog and appraise the spode? Or just take an inventory of everything first? A hint of a blush filtered through Lila's deep tan. My inexperience shows worse than... She shot Mallory a look before affecting a truly pathetic accent.
Miss Sarah Beth slip on Sunday morning at church.
I've got her doing it now. This is great. Barely repressing a grin, Mallory said, "So, all is good?" Except for the part where I raved about his tub.
Is it cool?
That's all it took. Lila went into rapturous rhapsodies about a tub fit for a president. Seriously, Taft would have had room to move around in that thing. Should she disillusion the woman? Resistance proved futile. You do know that's a myth, right? 4 men could fit in the bathtub that Taft had installed in the White House. There was a picture of it in some magazine. You can see it online. That story didn't show up until 20 years after Taft's presidency ended. After sipping on her coffee for a minute, Lila growled, "I hate the internet. It's ruined my favorite childhood stories, like Paul Revere shouting, 'The British are coming!' Because they were all British at that time?" Mallory grinned at her nod. Loved the poem, though. Yeah, and that the United States of America wasn't actually founded on July 4th. I thought the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th. And it was, just not by everyone. "Better not spread that heresy around these parts," Mallory warned. Lila shot her an indecipherable look. "That's why you gave me that book. You knew you'd be tarred and feathered for selling that sort of seditious nonsense." She couldn't let that stand, no matter how much underlying truth one could find in it. "As long as no one reads the introduction, and trust me," Mallory insisted, "few people do. No one would know anything but the fun facts, the pirates, how we went from Georgian to independence, how the colonists used mimosa as a hidden battery for so long, all those things." "It's interesting, I'll give it that." Her first customer arrived, and then her second. The shop began hopping and selling almost as much in books as in coffee. By the time she'd cleaned up and returned to the table to finish her conversation with Lila, the woman had left. 5 minutes later, a text arrived. "Probably sounds ridiculous, but thanks. You really helped this morning. I needed someone to unload on. Back to work on counting Spode and Zyrtec eradication." Mallory read it again and again. What does that even mean? Chapter 4. Ray Calloway caught up to Lila just minutes after she'd zipped the golf cart past their drive and down toward the town. Finding that golf cart saved her legs and her privacy, most of the time. Twice in the past 2 weeks, Ray had cornered her as she passed and given every indication that he wanted to ask her out. He'd never managed to do it. Too shy, she'd decided. Bless his heart. It was the 3rd time she'd tried that particular phrase on for size. It sounded ridiculous, even in her head. Still, as long as he remained too shy, she could avoid offending her nearest neighbor, the one she suspected owned the cat that refused to stay out of her hair. Or rather, she thought, refuses to keep his hair out of my nose. When the brake lights came on, forcing her to stop, Lila's confidence ebbed. She called out, "Need me to call for a tow?" as he stepped from the truck and seemed to kick at it. Sure, it was a deliberate misreading of the situation, but what else was she to do? "No, just saw you pass and had something to ask you." The closer he came, the larger he loomed. Seriously, the guy's muscles had grandchildren or something. Piercing blue eyes, curly hair that she'd have swooned over in high school. The man could have posed as a model of Adonis or something. Now I'm being as cliché as a supermarket romance novel. Adonis? I blame the southern air. Yeah, it's in the air. Ray was talking. Figured I'd better do it now before I lost my nerve.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He seemed to wait for her to ask what it was. Lila refused. She just stood there, likely looking as stupid as she felt. Well, I was thinking, I can't take this. Determined to put both of them out of their miseries, Lila latched onto Zyrtec. There's this cat around the hall. Won't go away. I've been calling him Zyrtec. Allergies, you know. Clever. The guy rubbed the back of his reddening neck. Why, Nona Spire said you were smart. Those degrees from England and all. Guess she was right. How do people know this stuff? I didn't think I told anyone where I got my degree. It didn't matter. She needed to address the issue of the cat. Well, what I wondered is if you knew who he belongs to. Rich, Mr. Danforth says Pamela Danforth was allergic to cats. Several seconds passed as he waited for her to elaborate, as if he were one of those pedantic professor types who sneered, I don't hear an actual question in there. You've only told me what you wish to know. Out of the blue, he started, as if he'd just heard the question. Oh, right, cat. Probably one of the barn cats. Never could get Miss Pamela to stop feeding them. She thought they had a truce. She'd keep a can of food out there every now and then, if they'd stay out of her hair, or keep their hair off her, rather. That never works. Couldn't convince her of that. He peered at her. You're not feeding it, are you? Not on your life. That would just be rude, so Lila just shook her head. I'd come get it, but it'd just come back. When you don't feed it, it'll eventually just go back to hunting like it should. If it doesn't kill me first. Either Southern humor made as much sense as their colloquialisms, or he'd decided the way to her heart was to appreciate what he presumed to be humor. Either way, it wasn't funny. None of it. Only he laughed as if it was the funniest thing ever. So help me if he slaps his leg. How about we get dinner down to the food truck some night? Down to the truck? Colloquial or nerves? I hear Beth Stevens is starting up a food truck and cooks as good as Miss Wanda. Who's Miss Wanda? The moment she asked, Lila could have shot herself. Probably had, in the proverbial foot. If the grin that split his face meant anything, Ray felt he'd finally made some headway in the relationship department. Cram Lewis, Beth Stevens' granny. She was the best cook in these parts. Even my mama admits that. Oh, so maybe when she opens up for business, I could pick you up, or we could just meet there. And now I make an enemy of my nearest neighbor, so when old wiring catches fire, I end up dead and the house burned to the ground. A hopeful expression formed around his eyes and spread to lips that tried to smile, to encourage her to say yes. She wouldn't. To any man. Ever. Look, here's the thing. I don't date. It's not you or any other guy here. I just do not date. You seem nice, and if you ever decide you want a friend... The disappointed expression shifted, and Lila latched onto that. And I do mean just a friend. I hope you'll remember that I really don't know anyone here and could use one. He watched her for several uncomfortable seconds. Married? She shook her head. Engaged? You're just making this worse for both of us. Still, she shook her head again. He winced, and when she saw where his thoughts went, Lila figured she'd better save Mallory from local gossip, too. Just had a bad enough experience with my last boyfriend to decide relationships aren't for me. Maybe in time, then. She'd started to tell him not to hope when he said, If you ever change your mind, the invitation's open. Unless it's 20 years from now and I've got a wife who'd object.
You're nice. Before I'd have at least had coffee. Another glance at him as he watched her made her admit that she might have asked him out before. Temptation waved a hand, begging for a chance. She wrapped both arms around her chest, convinced she could feel the scar on her upper left abdomen, and shook her head. Just don't push. I can't be friends with someone who doesn't respect boundaries, and this is one with razor wire all around the top. The guy eyed her before nodding.
Don't know what happened, but I'm sorry it did. Must have been bad.
As if uncomfortable saying it, but compelled to do it anyway, he muttered,
I'll be praying for you.
Ray gave her a weak smile and turned to go.
Dinner's still an offer, any time. Just as friends. I can do that.
Thanks. I'll think about it. It was the best she could do. When she saw the golf cart zip around the curve and shoot down the hill from Meriwether's historic church, Mallory winced. Lord, I'm not in the mood to hear how hard it is to have a solid income that will pay off someone's debt when I'm burying myself deeper and deeper into financial slavery. 2 weeks had given her insight into Lila's drinking habits. Water at home, lemonade between first cup of coffee and 4 o'clock, coffee between 4 and 6, water or some other beverage after 6. And I should not know so much about someone I know so little. The problem was that she'd developed an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the hydration habits of every repeat customer. I want to know at least one of their reading habits. Lila appeared as she mentally groused about the slow upswing in sales. Probably the summer slump or something. That thought caught her attention. Libraries did a lot of things to encourage summer reading. Why not her? The moment Lila appeared, Mallory slapped a blackberry lemonade on the counter and said, Punch cards. Bring back 3 books in good condition, purchased new or used, and get 1 used book free. Bring back 10 books, new or used, of course, and get 1 new book free. Beach reads. I need those too. What do you think? If you had drink punch cards, I'd have blown through 2 by now. That suggestion scribbled itself onto her mental to-do list. Drinks too. Lila glanced around her. I think you also need to start pushing the journaling thing. Why not have classes on how to do it? Lots of people want to journal. They just don't know how, are intimidated. I can't afford to carry a wide enough variety. So have some samples to choose from. Just pictures, I mean, Lila insisted. Class starts on July 1st. Pick your journal, pay for it now, and it'll be here ready for you on that date. Prepaying means you're not out anything. It was ingenious, actually, and maybe Joni would help teach. She'd been journaling for years. Maybe she'd start a new one and get down ideas for that book she's going to write. A smile formed, whether she wants to or not. Something shifted between them, and Mallory took a good look at her new friend. Dark waves tumbled over Lila's shoulders and down her back in a lovely wind-swept look. If she had ridden down the hill, the stiff afternoon breezes battling with the ruffling the golf cart's so-called speed generated, she'd have ended up looking like a living cartoon rendition of a woman with her finger in an electrical outlet. What's wrong? I don't know if it's a southern thing or an islander thing, but whatever it is, I'm sunk. You really have no idea how antagonistic you are to the South, do you? It was true, too. Lila never resisted an opportunity to complain about a genuine flaw or nitpick at a difference. She also loved every second of being there. No one could argue it. Before Lila could answer, Helena Howe breezed up to the steps and bolted up to them in almost one long-legged move. I just realized what a treasure this is."
"You did?" After shooting Mallory a withering glance, Lila said, "Isn't it? She has the best selection. Every time I come here, I see something I want. That didn't even happen at my favorite big store in Mesa." "And here it comes," Mallory groaned to herself.
"Really? That's just fascinating."
Lila shot her a look that said, "Is this gal for real?" And Mallory just nodded. Not to be upstaged by some outsider's commentary, Helena turned back to Mallory and said,
"Every summer I have to reread every book on my shelf because it's not feasible to go all the way to Savannah or even Hilton Head just for a book."
Not to be left out of the conversation, Lila interjected, "Amazon will ship to your door." Without even looking over at the literary interloper, Helena snapped,
"I need to look at a book, touch it, get a sense about it. You can't get that from a screen."
She returned to her conversation as if uninterrupted. Again.
"John's always trying to get me to use one of those table reader things. E-books, he calls them."
If she'd dragged out that E sound any more, she'd have sounded like a squealer.
"Well, I was reaching for Gone with the Wind."
Helena dropped her voice.
"I know, it's almost criminal, but I really don't actually like that book. But Mama Howe would rise from the graveyard and make John divorce me if I didn't have a copy to hand."
It wasn't any of her business, and it wasn't helping Lila with whatever her troubles were, but Mallory couldn't help but ask,
"You don't read except during summer? Do you teach?"
"Me?" Helena flushed.
"You know quite well, Miss Mallory, that I do not teach. Who'd trust me to ensure their children knew the difference between a carburetor and a denominator?"
"Do kids even know what carburetors are anymore?" Mallory shook her head. "Sorry, I get curious about the oddest things. So, reading?"
"Oh, right." She winked at Mallory. "Seymour Edison runs the library over at the old school building. Except in summer. I end up reading a lot of that YA nonsense, but it's something to read." "In other words, I love it, but you'll never get me to admit it?"
"Well, Mallory has a fabulous selection of books. What do you like if Gone with the Wind and Stalking Sherlock isn't your tall, cold glass of sweet tea?"
You did not just use the power of suggestion to sell a drink.
But she had. Helena, instantly parched in the hot, muggy air, pleaded for a sweet tea with extra lemon and plucked the latest women's fiction bestseller off the shelf.
"Have you read this?"
"Yes." Mallory hadn't liked it, but she did like Gone with the Wind, so maybe it would be a good fit.
"I'm starting this new punch card thing. I haven't made them yet," Mallory admitted. "But if you'll save your receipt—"
As she fixed the tea for her customer, Mallory explained the idea, billing it as a perfect way to get rid of books she didn't care for.
"Every book isn't a hit with every reader,
but the least we can do is ensure you have a way to get new reads at an affordable price." Helena gushed, positively gushed.
"Why, isn't that the cleverest thing I've heard yet? For coffee—"
She let the word hang there in a pause before continuing. "Well, every place has those.
But for books—"
Though Mallory hadn't planned to announce her intention of having drink cards, if she didn't, Helena Howe would tell everyone on the islands that they could thank her for the brilliant and oh-so-original idea of having a coffee punch card. Lila beat her to the punch. "We were just talking about that," she said. "Mallory said that drink punch cards were a great loyalty perk, but she wanted to do something to encourage reading. I think book cards are brilliant. They could even work as bookmarks."
Note: make book punch cards the normal length of a bookmark. People will remember to use them and not lose them that way.
See? Now aren't you clever?
Already said that. You'll give me a big head. At that, Mallory decided she'd been internally snarky enough. Well, whoever first thought of them is clever. I just tweaked. So, sweet tea and I am my husband's mistress? Anything else?
That'll do me for now.
Helena turned a bit pink, either embarrassment or the heat. Possibly a hot flash.
But I might need to find me a piece of wrapping paper to cover that title.
Mallory didn't even have the heart to tell her there wasn't anything salacious in the book. Nothing at all. Well, just keep that receipt. While she swiped Helena's card and slipped the book into one of her plain paper bags, Lila strolled down toward the road that led down to the shore. Whatever she saw shifted her expression from amused to determined. Helena had barely been out of earshot when she said, "Okay, I need help, like now. Because if I don't get someone to come out and look at my roof, I'll never get it fixed. Then I'll get fired for letting it go and ruining whatever gets ruined when a roof leaks." That made no sense. Why do you think it needs to be inspected if there's no leak? That rain we got the past 3 nights? Leak, Mallory nodded. So who'd you call? Lila ticked off the names of every islander Mallory knew who did any kinds of repair work, including Lou Fenwick. They all say the same thing. She took on an affected accent. "Now, honey, it's not that we don't want to help you. We need the work as much as you need it done. This here's an island treasure, and I can't risk my business getting sued because Miss Pammy didn't take care of that roof before she passed." Isn't that kind of the point? You getting the roof fixed now because Miss Pamela didn't? They won't touch it without legal papers saying I can authorize the repairs and have insurance in case some mishap happens that isn't covered by their bonding. Frustrating? Sure. But honestly, what did Lila expect? Still, saying so wouldn't help. So she tried again. You have to look at it from their perspective. The Danforths are powerful people, especially now with Richard Danforth's money. That guy inherited the equivalent to a coin collection compared to his wealth. He can afford to wipe them out, all on the word of someone no one knows. Let me talk to Lou. I bet if I ask him, he'll at least come look and tell you if it's a serious problem or a minor repair. Guilt waved a shameful finger as Lila flung herself at her. Thank you. I'll have to figure out how to get people from Savannah to come over or something. Or you could just get a power of attorney, Mallory suggested. All they want is to be assured that the offices of Gersh, Wendell, and Calhoun won't be pounding on their doors to haul them off to court. That stopped Lila in her tracks. Wait, how do you know? It's the Danforths. There isn't anyone else people like the Danforths would trust with their legal affairs. By the time Mallory went to clean off the little table with Lila's empty lemonade cup, the woman had made it almost to the top of the hill. Beneath that cup was a $10 bill. Shouldn't accept it, but when it puts you in the black for the day, you just do it. Giggles and laughter announced the appearance of the next wave of teens coming up from the beach. So that's why Lila was in such a rush. She saw them coming. Well done. Chapter 5. The news broke 20 minutes after Richard's personal finance manager confirmed it. Richard Danforth, world's newest billionaire. As quickly as word spread, he suspected the tabloids had been watching for it, probably tipped off by someone in the company. I should be furious, he thought. Maybe he would be later, too, but 15 years of risk, sacrifice, and nonstop work had accomplished something no one else in his family would have believed possible, much less done themselves. Feels good, too, he mused. He stood, hands in his pockets,
gazing out over the sun setting over Azadi. Noura knocked and entered.
"May I offer my congratulations?"
She passed him a tablet with a list of congratulatory calls.
"I told everyone you were in a meeting."
His raised eyebrows, she shrugged.
"That it is with your thoughts does not make it any less true."
"Dinner invitations?"
"4, all flagged in yellow. 1 party invitation, that's green."
She eyed him.
"Someone anticipated this or is spending lavishly to ensure you are celebrated tonight. I recommend accepting that one. Not to an insult. You do not wish to make this insult."
Noura's flawless English only mixed up like that when she felt passionate or nervous about something. He watched her as she explained the reasons behind each of the blue flags, the business ones. Something was up. "Aside from the expense, which you know Qasim won't blink at, why is this party so important?" She fingered the edge of the tablet screen and wouldn't meet his gaze.
"It is not important, except that I heard he is considering selling off some of his properties, all in areas you've mentioned wishing to buy."
"And not attending would hurt my chances at getting a good price." He grinned. "What would I do without you?" With a shrug, she took the tablet from him and turned to go.
"I'll deal with these so you don't have to find out."
That brought a smile. She didn't tease often, and when she did, the jokes were weak, but it always showed a dedication to the company and how comfortable she had become in the past 5 years. A far cry from the timid little thing who'd been ushered in by her father and ordered to be a good employee. Even he'd have to admit it had been the making of her. Richard moved from the window to his desk and called up Google. He typed, "Richard Danforth, billionaire," into the search engine and watched the news stories and social media blasts appear. Being absolutely devoted to building his empire left the news outlets little gossip to speculate on, but they tried. Weak attempts like, "Will heiress Shadia Sadir finally consent to marry him?" And, "What skeletons reside in Danforth's closet? Will they come out now?" No one would pay much attention to them, not really. Oh, his high school girlfriend would see it and give an interview. She'd probably end up on some tell-all daytime talk show telling all about how they made out at camp on Sky Island the summer they were counselors together. He could hear her now. "That's the only skeleton in Ricky's closet." Ricky. Just saying the name reduced him to the beanpole of a shrimp he'd been until the end of his senior year of high school. The moment he'd left Eden, that little town too insignificant for the family's notice, he'd never allowed anyone to call him Ricky again. "Now they won't," he muttered. Another word escaped in a whisper. "Billionaire." If he were honest with himself, Richard had expected to have one of those awkward moments where he realized that reaching his financial goals didn't satisfy. He'd feel empty and alone, realizing that money was a poor substitute for something. But it didn't happen. Satisfaction fairly consumed him. Except, and maybe he'd just grown mercenary. Still, having the family's money before he hit that milestone, no matter how briefly, and no matter that it would have delayed the inevitable only by a few weeks, hurt. Extended family not bearing the Danforth name, those who had been excluded from inheriting because of it, they'd try to give the family credit for his hard work. Something deep within him protested. "Let them," it said. "You did this for you, not for them." Sleek bookends held 3 books, a leather-bound journal, his latest business read, and the Bible. He pulled the Bible down in front of him, opened it, and turned to the day's reading, Ecclesiastes 10. "Dead flies make a perfumer's oil stink, so a little foolishness is weightier than wisdom and honor." Richard read that first verse again. What? I can't even. The next verse didn't make any more sense than the last. A wise man's heart directs him toward the right, but a foolish man's heart directs him toward the left. It wasn't that the whole book of Ecclesiastes hadn't felt like a study in dichotomies, but this just made no sense. Okay, Lord, is this divine proof that the Republicans have won over on the Democrats? Because, seriously, I'd swear there's some preachers I know who would totally proof text that one. He read on. At verse 18, Richard couldn't help but think of Pamela. Were you indolent? Is that why Lila is looking for people to check the roof and the plumbing? 19 stunned him. How many times had he read Ecclesiastes 10 and never really read verse 19? Men prepare a meal for enjoyment, and wine makes life merry, and money is the answer to everything. So, eat to please your gut, drink for a buzz, and money will, what? Solve the world's problems? How does that fit in with the whole love of money is the root of all, what, kinds of evil, sorts, something like that? He'd have looked it up, but a chime from his computer brought up a chat box from Nora. Will you attend the party? His affirmative reply earned him a simple order. There's a tux in the closet. The car will pick you up in 15. I recommend that you do not shave. It will show you work hard, and the ladies like it. That last dig, and he had no doubt it was meant to be a dig, would have ensured he did shave but for one thing. No time. Instead, he shot back a reply. I bow to your superior opinion. When the phones blare non-stop for the next few weeks, you can rest confident that your bid to ensure your job security worked. Nora's only response was a screenshot of Shadia's latest Instagram post. Printed over the picture of her brushing on mascara were the words, Time to celebrate people and things. You're not celebrating things with me. The text came through at 2:30, in the morning. Richard had just crawled beneath the sheets, told Siri to turn off the lights, and there it was. A flash on his screen alerting him to a text message from Lila. He debated about ignoring it, but decided he could always ignore it after he read it. Need legal authority to do my job. What does... The words faded into the night as he ordered the lights back on, swiped his finger around the keyboard, and pushed send. Her reply came in seconds. What are you doing awake? Isn't it like 4 a.m? Richard punched the call button and grinned at the pause before she answered. Hello, Lila. It's actually 2:30. What's the problem? I'm so sorry. I thought you'd be asleep and you'd get this in the morning. Well, I got it just before I went to sleep instead. What's wrong? The story came out. Rain had shown evidence of a leak somewhere in the attic, and maybe one in the upstairs bedroom. Residual from the attic, she thought. I have called everyone that anyone suggests, and they all say the same thing. It needs a whole new roof, doesn't it? I don't know. As if she realized she'd just yelled at her boss, Lila let out an exasperated huff and apologized. Totally out of line. I'm just so frustrated. None of them will touch it with a 10-foot pole. That didn't sound like the Islanders he remembered. Really? They said that? Oh, no. Her voice turned as sweet as tea and honeyed as a ripe peach. No, darling, but see, we can't take the word of some Yankee that it's okay for us to be on that property. You understand now, don't you, sugar? Anyone would have thought she was a native, except perhaps for the excessive use of outdated colloquialisms. For a moment he almost felt at home and would have said so, but Lila continued. Mallory Barrows finally got some guy, Lou Fenwick. Old Lou? He's still around? He was the handyman when I was a kid. He's not that old, but yes. He said with legal paperwork giving me permission to make decisions. Didn't you tell him that I said? Again, in a perfect imitation of Richard's mother's tone when she tried to get him to understand something, Lila started up again. "Now, sweetie, my husband just can't take your word that this is all right with the Danforths. I'm not saying that you're lying or anything, but this is our livelihood, and we have a legal obligation to ensure the security of our clients." Sitting up against his headboard, down pillows cushioning him and the cotton sheets as fine as silk skimming his legs, Richard punched the speakerphone and listened. He made it as far as, "Not that you're lying," before he burst out laughing and almost missed the rest. "If you ever need a side job, you'd be great as a narrator, for audiobooks or something. That was perfect." "Might be funny to you, but it won't be when I tell you that you have Turkish carpets being destroyed by mold and mildew because no one will fix your roof." "So what? They want a financial power of attorney? I'll have the law office get right on that. Is there anything specific you need added, or is general authority to make financial decisions regarding anything but selling or demolishing the house sufficient?" She laughed. "You'd be more likely to do that than me, I think. Anyway, as long as there's something assuring them that I'm not doing the family dirty or depleting the family coffers without permission of the Lord and Master, it'll be fine." "That sounds like a really warped marriage or something." "Pretty much." He hadn't expected that as a response, but Lila didn't stop there. "They want to make sure the house's wife doesn't buy a new dress without her husband's express approval." The party came back to him. The toasts, the innuendos, the not-so-subtle hints that he needed someone to keep him from becoming lonely while he counted his coins at his desk. "You'll become an old Scrooge," one frank woman had said. "Let me know when you're ready for someone who will keep you young." Those memories prompted him to say, "I need one of those for husband hunters. Know where I can order one?" A sound, one that could have been anything from a sneeze to a snort, preceded tones so dry they felt ripped from the Arizona desert she'd left. "That's called a wife, Richard." "Yeah," he said. Growled, really. "That's what I don't want." This time, laughter filled the room, and Richard decided Lila had good laughter. Real. She didn't use it to flatter. If delight had an audio example on an online dictionary, her laughter would fit perfectly. "What?" "You need the personal protection of a wife you don't have, and I need the financial protection of a husband I don't want. We're a perfect paper match." The laughter continued, but Richard's brain went into overdrive. Wait. When she didn't hear him, he shouted, "Miss Santana!" "What?" A few more chortles and, oh yes, he decided, definitely a snort, followed. "Sorry." This could work. He had the distinct impression she'd stifled a few more giggles. What could? "If you were my wife, you could do whatever you wanted to. If I needed something sold or signed or whatever, done. It would save a lot of work." "Wife?" "Yeah, and if I had a wife, it takes me off the market." When she laughed again, he insisted, "I'm serious. I really think this could solve everything." All hints of mirth dissolved, leaving behind only a sticky puddle of awkwardness. I think you need some sleep." But the more he thought about it, the better he liked the idea. A wife. It would solve everything. All his associates and friends in Azadi knew him to be a Christian, a devout one in their estimations. Not all Azadi men and women were concerned with marital fidelity, but it didn't surprise them either. No, really, this could work. Lila became so quiet for so long that he wondered if he'd offended her. and then what he'd proposed hit him. "Hey, I'm sorry. You said a husband you didn't want, and I took you seriously. But you're right, I wasn't being fair. You'll meet someone someday. I hear Ray Calloway turned out to be quite a specimen of manhood." "How do you hear about that?" she demanded. "I follow the Merriweather Facebook group, keep up with home stuff and everything. You'll be glad to know that almost everyone thinks you're awfully sweet for an outsider, and only Helena Howe wonders at your true motives for taking the job." Though he couldn't make out all the mumbled words, Richard thought he heard, "You've got to be kidding me." "Dead serious. Make sure you join while we're talking so I can approve you." "You're admin of a Facebook group about Merriweather?" After explaining that anyone could approve new members, Richard brought back the subject of her future husband, a man who would love and cherish her as he could never do. "And before you ask, no, I'm not gay." "Didn't ask." "But I told." Richard waited. Just like in any acquisition, he needed time to let the bait do its job. If he'd read Lila Santana correctly, she firmly believed she'd never marry anyone. Lila broke into his thoughts. "Okay." "What?" "I'm not saying I think this thing is a good idea, I'm not. But, since you brought it up, I have to know. Why would you do it? What about when you meet the woman you can't live without? I get a divorce and alimony for 5 years?" He could have sworn she added, "I don't think so," under her breath. "Me? I live and breathe business. That's no life for a wife or family. And in case you didn't believe me," he added with a chuckle he hoped didn't sound nervous or fake, "I enjoy the company of women, but I'm not willing to risk falling in love with someone I'd inevitably neglect in favor of my office." Just in case she didn't believe him, Richard decided to add something else he considered important. "And you should know, I'm against divorce. My lawyers would demand a prenup anyway, but as protection from you, rather than as an escape clause for me." He extolled the tax advantages, the social advantages, and the distance advantages. But when he urged her again, she stopped him. "I swore I'd never let any man have any control over me at all, for any reason. Sorry, I can't help. But that's the beauty of this. I'm here, you're there, and it'll keep Ray off your back, too." What it was he couldn't tell, but Lila sounded different when she finally spoke again. "Did you say prenup?" "Yeah, sorry. I'd lose my lawyers if I didn't." "Just how rich are you?" Of all the questions she could have asked, what did Nora tell you?" Answering a question with a question. "I think you're wealthier than I realized." "Nora protected me. Uh-oh. Maybe you should do a Google search of Richard Danforth Azadi. Big news broke today." "What's that?" "Just look." A faint hiss followed. "I see. Mr. Danforth, I think we can agree that you're accustomed to getting what you want at any price." "Lila." "But you forgot something really important." The ice in her tones should have warned him, but Richard had become confident that she'd understand and agree eventually. "What's that?" "You can't buy and sell people anymore. Slavery ended over 150 years ago." In a vintage book, a soft click would have followed. Instead, that digital emptiness told him she'd disconnected. "I'll give her a few days and try again. This could cure so many headaches for both of us." Chapter 6. Lila had never awakened angry before.
Terrified, confused, even amused at the turns of a bizarre dream, sure, but never angry. Until that Saturday morning after Richard Danforth mocked her with his ridiculous so-called proposal. Embarrassment played a heavy role in the anger, and why shouldn't it? He'd mocked and teased her. Just his way of bragging about his new billionaire status. Bet he thought I'd swoon like a fool, too. With each step down the stairs, angst grew, billowing in perfect conjunction with the storm promised for that morning. She'd treat herself, allow herself to stand out there and be battered by the rain until it washed away all the frustration of the day. It had always worked back in Arizona, and here it rained more. Zyrtec showed up, determined to wind himself through her legs and trip her up. A sneeze did not deter him. Furious, she zipped Mallory a text. "Who do I contact about ridding this place of a cat?" Another sneeze. "Call the vet. 555-3355. She should know." The immediate response disheartened her. It probably meant a slow day for Mallory. A glance at her phone killed the idea. In response to the cat's imploring meow, Lila said, "She hasn't even opened yet, but you're out of here." The vet's phone went to a voice mailbox that informed her if the pet had an emergency, she was to call another number. "Otherwise, please leave a message and I'll return your call during office hours." Another glance at the time told her she could suck it up for 2 more hours. She hadn't even gotten the grounds measured into the coffee maker when another text came through. "I apologize for offending you. My proposal, such as it is purely business. We both get something we want from it. I suggest we take the weekend and speak again on Monday. Your thoughts?" After staring at the words, reading them twice more, and glaring at the cat, Lila snatched up her purse and stormed from the house, allowing the door to slam shut behind her with a satisfying bang. The half-football field she had to tromp to reach the stables turned garage, and the heretofore unused Mercedes only intensified her irritation. It took an intense dig through her purse to unearth keys she'd never used, and blip blip, the door opened. She backed out like a shot and whizzed down the drive. However, when it met the road, her lack of license and proof of insurance stopped her, right up to the moment another text came through. "It wouldn't require a big ordeal. I'd meet you in Atlanta. We'd get the license, go to a justice of the peace or county clerk, or whoever does those things. Sure wish they still did marriages by proxy. And then go off to set up an account and cards for you. I'd get back on a plane and you'd go home. Done." That's all it took. She shot out of the drive onto the road and slowed at the side of a car rounding a curve. She'd never seen a police car on the island, and despite deciding that if she did manage to get pulled over and fined or incarcerated for driving without a license, she'd make Richard deal with it. Lila slowed to a legal speed and wound her way to the northern tip of the island where the Breakers Bridge connected the 2 islands. I wonder why Mallory said she had to take her store onto the ferry. Why not just take the bridge? Her car did not answer, something for which Lila decided she was grateful. She shot onto the bridge, the only car around for as far as she could see. Not until she was a 1/4 mile over the water did Lila discover something. I do not like bridges. Arms straight and stiff, eyes never wavering from the road in front of her, she willed that car across the water and prayed that it was in good condition. Aren't there hurricanes around here, Lord? I think so. What if they damaged it somehow? A horn blared behind her, from an old rumbling pickup truck practically nibbling on her bumper. Or, at least, that's what her half-second glance at the rearview mirror showed. It might have been a brand-new Tesla for all she really knew. Oh, brother. I bet that's what Richard Danforth drives. This Mercedes is probably so plebeian.
From her left, a roar and a blur in her peripheral vision nearly sent her careening into the guardrail. The way it roared down the road and almost disappeared prompted her to glance down at her speedometer to gauge his speed, and saw she was going 22 miles per hour. Though she pressed the pedal down a bit further, it slowed again. Fine. If it takes me until noon to go across a stupid bridge, so be it. It did not take until noon to cross Breaker's Bridge, but stopping at the other side, climbing out, gulping in huge gasps of air, and trying to calm her hip-hopping nerves almost did. Totally taking the ferry back, and then I'm never leaving the island again. Period. Mallory was setting up her tables, despite the impending rain, when Lila finally found the spot on the miniature town square where the bookstore operated on Saturdays. The woman took one look at her and went in to flip on the espresso machine switch. "You look like—" "Make it 2. I'll need 2, trust me." "What happened?" A shudder ripped through her. "Now I get why you don't take the bridge." "Huh?" Mallory stared. "There's no bridge to Mimosa, but I take the Breakers Bridge to Merriweather, and the Merriweather to—" "You said you took the ferry. Described in detail how frustrating it was to bring something so big onto it," she argued. Still, Mallory stared, blinked, shook her head, and then understanding dawned. "Oh, at first, yes. The bridge was closed from November through most of May. Repairs and maintenance. So—" "Repairs? What? Is it safe?" "Yeah, totally going on the ferry. I can't. I just can't." "What brought you here? I know it wasn't the bridge, and you're awfully early when you should be getting rid of a cat, perhaps?" 16 different explanations tried to form, and every one of them sounded stupider than the last. So Lila decided on the direct approach. "Richard suggested we get married." It worked. This time, Mallory stared at her in stunned shock. She swallowed. "I thought you said you'd never met him." "I haven't. Apparently his new billionaire status means women want him. Like they wouldn't have before," she muttered. "Anyway, as his wife, I could have anything done around the place that needed it without all the hassle." The staring intensified. "Tell me you're joking." In reply, Lila pulled up his latest text. "There." "Speak on Monday?" Mallory peered over the top of the phone. "Seriously?" "Yeah." "Would he move back here? Live in the house? I mean, it says purely business," Mallory conceded. "But married?" Admitting she didn't know might be awkward, but she did it. "I don't think he ever plans to leave Azadi. He said he's married to his work, and it wouldn't be fair to a wife or family because he has no intention of changing that." Mallory reread the text once more before handing back the phone. "Wow. Just—" She eyed Lila and asked, "So, are you going to do it?" "Are you crazy? No way. I just need you to help me figure out how to tell him to buzz off without me losing the job of a lifetime." Without even a smile of a reply, Mallory turned to create their morning caffeine fixes. Not until she turned around and handed Lila her cup did she speak. "You have until Monday?" "Appears to be." "Let me think about it. I'll call you later." It felt rushed, as if Mallory was pushing her away. "Okay. Is that a 'get lost, you weirdo' command?" Hand splayed, she put down one finger at a time. With 2 showing, a horn blared. "Ferry's almost here. Figured you might want to ride home before the storm hits." That's all it took for Lila to snatch the second coffee Mallory passed her and raced for the car. "Thanks." "I'll call you later," the bookseller promised. "You'd better." Why do people pay for massages and other spa treatments when God created rainstorms? With each raindrop that pounded her face, shoulders, legs, all the stress of the last couple of weeks evaporated. Odd way of thinking of it, evaporating in rain. The storm had begun just minutes after the ferry pulled into the slip, and by the time she'd burst through the doors, it had already become a deluge. She lay on the patio furniture, the rain beating on her back. As soon as her face could take it for a bit longer, she'd do one more flip and then run for the shower. "Wish I could climb in the tub," she groaned. The water, though, all through the house. Not a good idea. After that last flip, and after her face couldn't tolerate another drop, Lila hopped to her feet and dashed for the back door. Once there, she realized she'd create a mess wherever she went. A glance out over the cliffs showed nothing, not a boat in sight. She'd discovered security cameras, but since they weren't actually wired to anything, no one could see her. In twice as many minutes as she would have imagined it taking her, Lila dropped her clothes in a heap by the back door. She snatched a towel from the laundry room and raced for the stairs. Her phone rang halfway up. One of those split-second moments that feel as long as a full movie scene played out in her mind as she hovered there on the landing. If she went back for the phone, someone would knock on the door. They'd see her through the big glass windows if she crept past. They'd know. And I took every piece of clothing from the laundry room last night. The ringing continued. A primal yell, one she didn't recognize as being her, erupted as she raced back for the phone. Mallory's number showed. "Hi. Thought I'd missed you." "Streaking through the house and debated if it was worth the risk," she admitted as she bounded up the stairs 2 at a time to make up for lost seconds. "I knew I couldn't enjoy a bath if I didn't know who called." Indistinct mumbling sent her into incoherent calls of, "What? Can't hear you." Until Mallory returned and said, "Sorry, had a customer show up out of the blue. Just a minute." While Mallory did something, likely mixed some drink and hoped to convince a customer to buy a bona fide book, Lila turned on the faucet to the tub full blast and went in search of the jar of Epsom salt she'd seen. They convened again just as Lila sank into the depths. "Sorry about that. I thought the guy was just asking directions. Then he wanted a lemonade. Then he asked for a pump of lavender syrup. Then he decided he didn't like that and asked if I'd swap it out for cherry." A sigh escaped and almost echoed in the bathroom. "He paid for both at least, and he let me reuse the cup. Less waste, for me anyway." Maybe she shouldn't ask, but Lila couldn't resist asking. Did he buy a book? 3 children's books. So it was worth it, but I didn't have a moment to tell you I'd call you back. "Next time, just hang up. I'll understand." Eyes closed, all but her head buried in hot water, Lila listened as Mallory fired off every pro and con she could come up with regarding Richard Danforth's proposal, if one could call it that. "I decided that a guy like him wouldn't take a chance at a joke like that. You could totally sue for harassment or something. A guy with that much money knows it, too." They went over everything Lila knew, which wasn't much, and created a list of questions, but one she fixated on until she couldn't stand it. "I'm texting him about that. I mean, it sounds like he's anti-divorce too, but I get the prenup. It could be in company bylaws to protect them from a hostile marriage takeover, but just what is in something like that?" "Do that." Something in Mallory's words, in the tone especially, prompted her to ask, Are you hinting that you think I should do this?" "It would solve a lot of problems. I'd just want to know things like that prenup, when, if ever, he plans to return to live in the U.S., and where that would be. What about retirement? What about senior care or assisted care?" When Mallory went silent, it became obvious what would come next. The only thing I have no reservations about is the fact I wouldn't be able to marry anyone else. I could get drawn in by some great guy someday. It wouldn't be fair to him. If he was great anyway. I'd never trust him. "The Lord," Mallory began. Lila stopped her. "I know God can do an amazing work in my heart. He can give me the ability to trust again. That doesn't mean He will. And even if He does, He'd be doing it knowing I'm not available anyway." "You could have 60 years of aloneness. Don't think that's nothing. And what about an heir? I'm not talking kids," Mallory said before Lila could protest. "I'm talking about whoever inherits if Richard dies. What will they do about his wife in a case like that?" "Wish I had a notebook. I'm going to forget some of these. They're good questions." "I'll email you." The sounds of a keyboard followed. "I'm typing them up right now." Her phone chimed, and Richard's number appeared. The $sign that she'd uploaded as his contact picture sparkled. When she didn't answer, a text message appeared less than a minute later. "Hoped you were around. Prenup is for legal purposes, not my preference. I have bylaws that require it. Never thought I'd need it, so I didn't care. It would contain a non-disclosure document, a settlement amount if a divorce was granted, and a complete personal and financial liability release." The water cooled enough in the tub that she decided to get out. Her fingers and toes had turned to raisins anyway. Wrapping the bath sheet around her, Lila grabbed the phone and went to find clothes. As she opened the door, she jumped, causing the phone to crash to the floor and go skittering under the bed. Zyrtek watched it without interest and yowled up at her. From beneath the bed, Mallory called to her. "Coming! Stupid cat! I want it out of here!" When she pulled the phone into the light again, she groaned. "Great! Screen is shattered. I need a new phone." A sneeze followed that brilliant statement of the obvious. Did Mallory just giggle? A second one followed. "Yep." "Tell Richard you want a new phone added to the prenup." Maybe it was excessive, but in an attempt to avoid kicking the cat, and between sneezes, Lila zipped off a text. "It would have to include a new phone. That dumb cat just startled me into breaking mine." The next reply prompted a frown. Richard sent, "Does this mean you're considering it?" "No!" A moment later she tapped out. "Just trying to understand how it would work and why you'd even consider it." Lila had barely relayed the messages to Mallory and sneezed 3 times when he zipped back another one. "I can provide character references. I'll even have a prenup delivered to your email tonight if you want to get a look at what it might mean." "Do I send an email with all these questions?" Mallory insisted she should. "I know you're not sure about it, but if you even consider it, you need to know this stuff." "Good. I'll think up everything I can. If you think of more, send them over. I'm sending a book tonight. Meanwhile, I'm calling that number the vet gave me." "What number?" "Some guy at the pound. The vet let me know, crazy sweet about it but in no uncertain terms, that her responsibility is the health of pets, not their living situations." She began a fit of serial sneezes. "If I don't want the cat, it's my job to take it to the owner or ask the shelter to come get it." After a few approving murmurs and another muffled comment that made Lila think a customer would interrupt the conversation again, Mallory returned. "Yeah, Trent's over on Hopper, though." "Hopper? I misread it. Thought it was Hooper." A laugh followed. "It is. But on maps, the island is shaped kinda like a rabbit, so locals call it Hopper." "Great. Another thing that makes me stick out. Ugh." "Okay. Well, let me get to work on this. I'll do a bit of a Google search, too. Who knows? Maybe there's a list of 25 questions to ask your potential spouse of convenience or something." "There probably is," Lila complained. There's something for everything on the web. Meanwhile, I'll go back to the Zyrtec eradication process. As if to emphasize the urgency, she punctuated that thought with another sneeze. Just as she started to disconnect, Mallory said, "Hey, I had a thought." "What's that?" "Go get a box, open it, put it in the middle of the floor. Just make sure it's big enough to hold the cat. Then when it goes in, hold the flaps down and take it back to the Callaways. Maybe it'll be so ticked that it'll leave you alone after that." "If this Trent guy won't come right away, I'll try it. I'm desperate." Zyrtec, likely disgusted by her histamine fit, refused to go near the box. He did, however, turn tail and prance down the stairs as if he owned them. "You probably think you do."
Chapter 7. She'd almost done it. Mallory had almost convinced Joni de Jesus Gilbert to write a book about the hearts of millennials. They sat outside Lifewalk Christian Church, hours before the service would begin, talking about the very thing on the sign just a few feet away, walking a life in Jesus' sandals. "One thing I learned from talking to you is that one of the worst things you can do is to try to make Jesus palatable to the disillusioned. Especially to those who grew up knowing and loving him. It's an insult, but people do it every day. Jesus doesn't need us to make him appear relevant. He already is." Mallory thrust a journal at her. "I brought you a new one. Write that down."
"Don't you think that if I was going to write a book, which I'm not," Joni insisted, but without the conviction her words had carried before, "I should write it to millennials? I mean, don't you think that they'd listen to someone who understands and respects them?" She'd considered that, but Mallory couldn't get something her Uncle Bud had said about a book once. "Mallory, honey, there are more folks out there who aren't Christians than are. He wrote his book for the people who needed it most, where it would reach the most." It fit here, too.
"So, while you're trying to get a very small number of people to read what you have to say, a very large number are unwittingly doing their best to drown out your words with good intentions that only wound."
"True."
Mallory tapped the journal. "Teach us to speak the language, so we help instead of hurt. I'll help you."
Joni rubbed one thumb over the smooth cover. "I suppose I could put down some thoughts and see if it's anything like what you're talking about." Before Mallory could respond, her phone rang. The sight of Lila's number made her hesitate. Joni stared. "Who is it?"
"Lila."
"Answer it. Maybe she doesn't know how to get here." With a sigh that she didn't quite understand, Mallory tapped the accept button. Lila's shrieks of hysterical laughter concerned her. "The cat is in the box, now. You know, now that the shelter is closed. Yep, sitting there as easy as you please. Now—" An enormous sneeze ripped through the airwaves. "What do I do?" "Fold the flaps and take him to the Callaways." A growl and sneeze mingled into a sound that would send a dog cowering in the corner. Lila informed her that the cat hissed every time she went near it. "It's like he's possessed." "He is, of his own opinion on things, like all of us. So, you can let his opinion override yours and force you to marry your boss in order to be able to afford all the real Zyrtec you need." She grinned at Joni's stunned expression before continuing. "Or you can sacrifice your day for a single allergy attack that hopefully puts an end to it all." When silence followed, she almost decided Lila had disconnected the call. Her query to Joni about the need to call back died as Lila muttered, "They're probably not there. They go to that church up on the hill there. I saw them last week." "Then poke a few holes in the box for air, tape it up and put it on the porch." "I can't do that. It's stifling out there. I want the cat gone, but I don't want to be responsible for that kind of catastrophe."
"She has a heart in there," Mallory said for dramatic effect. "Then just open the door, shove the box in, and close it. That'll teach 'em to let their cats roam free." Again silence followed, but a couple of sneezes punctuated that silence at least. "Fine. I'm doing it. I blame you. Don't ask me what for. My brain is worthless. All the allergies." Joni pounced the moment Mallory disconnected the call. Marry her boss? Oh, great. Lord, got an out for me on this one? The Lord of the Universe chose to remain silent. It took effort, but Mallory chose to go with straight truth. "Well, it's not my story to tell, and I'd appreciate discretion since she didn't choose to share it with you. But there have been discussions. Lila isn't sure, though." "No one can call her a gold digger, then. Did you see the news about him this week?" "Who didn't?" 3 sneezes attacked in quick succession as Lila pulled into the drive leading to the Calloway house. The front door opened, and someone stood silhouetted on the porch. Who? Bet it's Ray. Who else has shoulders like that? The traitorous part of her brain pleaded for just a little flirting. After all, it insisted, this is the South. He's a perfect gentleman. Rational Lila countered with a reminder that the man who had nearly killed her had also been a perfect gentleman, right up to the day when he hadn't been anymore. That would be the day she said she'd marry him, but had also said she would not sleep with him until the married thing happened. Ray met her on the steps. "Oh, did you find Dad's slide projector? He'll be glad to have that back." He reached for the box, adding, "You know, so he can store it back in the attic and still never touch the thing." "Slide projector?" Even as she spoke, Lila shoved the box into Ray's arms. "We have your slide projector at the hall?" At his nod, she added, "What does it look like?" "Oh, you can't miss it. Calloway is painted on literally every side. Miss Pammy found a box of slides she couldn't make out, so she borrowed it to figure out if she wanted to keep 'em or toss 'em." The cat yowled from within the box. He eyed her. "Zyrtec." "You remembered." When she nodded and he grinned, she wilted. "My self-control has its limits. Need a little help here, Jesus." "Let me get him back to the barn. I'll dump some food out there, so maybe he'll hang around for a bit." "Thank you." She'd just turned when Ray called back. "There's a picnic at the church today. Mama left me some fried chicken and potato salad for dinner while they're gone." "That's nice of her. And why is this important for me to know?" "There's enough for 2. As she turned to give him a withering look, she hoped anyway, he added, "It's not a date if I'm just sharing leftovers, right?" While she waited for him to return without Zyrtec, Lila sent a text to Richard requesting immediate proof of registration and insurance for her on the Mercedes. "I'll go take a driving test tomorrow." Ray pulled open the tinfoil wrapping, as he called it, ignoring potholders hanging to his left and burning his fingers, while Lila found herself setting the table. She glanced around at the farmhouse kitchen that had everything she'd seen artfully arranged in magazine farmhouse kitchens, but this stuff was stored for use. "This is a home show producer's dream," she mumbled. "What's that?" He shook the heated chicken onto a plate and handed it to her. "I'll get the potato salad." Only in the South do I hear "potato," even when I don't know if that's what he actually said. At his nudge as he returned, she blurted out, "Only that you've got the makings of a magazine showcase here in this kitchen, but you actually seem to use the stuff the rest of America would just display to show how down home they are." The moment Lila said the words, she regretted them. Critical, sneering. She hadn't meant them to be, but even she couldn't deny that each one rang with disdain. "Sorry." That came out rude. To the other people, it was supposed to be a compliment.
A slow smile formed as Ray turned to grab a serving spoon. "You sound like Mama. She watches those things and says, 'A cream separator? Really? And what would some suburban teacher need with one of those? I don't need one of those.'" "I'm impressed she knows what one is. You guys don't have cows? Cattle? No, bulls are boys. Cows, do you?" His snicker should have annoyed her, but even Lila had to admit she sounded ridiculous. He didn't mock her, though. Instead, Ray dragged her to the living room and pointed out a lamp made out of an odd contraption. "That used to be a cream separator. Someone gave that to Mama a few years back. Said she was a farmer, so she might could use it." "Looks like she did." Lila peered at it. Wow, that's so cool." Ray stood back and just watched her. When she sent a silent glare that demanded he spit it out, he just said, "You're not like I thought you'd be. All stuck up and prissy. That's what I first noticed. You get in and get your hands dirty. The Danforths never did." "Well, I'm not a Danforth." He might have said, "Thank the Lord," as he turned away, or it might have been, "frankly bored." Considering he stood behind a chair, holding it for her, the latter seemed more reasonable. "Since when do guys hold your chair anymore? That went out with heels and pearls for vacuuming, right?" To divert her attention, Lila began directing the conversation in a vein that closely resembled an interrogation. Ray, however, didn't seem fazed. His answers came in slow, steady undulations, not unlike the surf outside her back door, except, she noted, these didn't crash against the rock that was now her heart. That deep, rumbling voice with its distinctly Georgian accent wore away rough spots on her stone heart. Growing up on the island, positive. The effect of peanut allergies on their business? None. If anything, their profits were up. "The odds of dying from anaphylaxis from peanut allergy is roughly the same as a lightning strike. Still, the Peanut Council funds a lot of research." "Really?" Lila gave up trying to spear the meat off her chicken leg and picked it up, ready to dive in. "And yet they make it seem like such a big deal all the time." After a sip of sweet tea she hadn't even seen him put on the table, Ray gave her a gentle but pointed look, something she'd never have imagined possible, and said, "It is, to those left behind when my crop becomes nature's murder weapon." Ouch. Great. Killer good-looking, a gentleman, a Christian, and sensitive. Where's the flaw? "Well, I'm glad I'm not allergic. I couldn't work here. And with all the exposure you guys had, I'm surprised none of you developed an allergy." "It's pretty rare," Ray said. "But yeah, we'd have had to switch crops." He started to say something else, but switched to, "Originally, the Callaways took over the tobacco fields from the Danforths after the war. Sharecroppers." He winked. "Now we own more of the original land than they do." The way Ray looked at her turned Lila's stomach into knots. She blurted out the first thing she thought of. "Bet you hate peanuts, though." "Love 'em. Mama has a great recipe for homemade peanut butter. I'll get you a jar before you go." Something crept into the room and settled itself between them. Something Lila recognized. Recognized and feared. Ray didn't push, but she saw that he recognized it too. Panic crept in behind, stuck out its tongue and wriggled its fingers at her. "I know a family in Montana, sheep ranchers. The daughter is allergic to wool. Always thought that was funny." How can that even be a thing? Even if she didn't go out to where the sheep are, wouldn't family members bring stuff into the house and stuff? Be flying in on the air on days they do? The man's eyes, were they blue or gray? Green? Brown? Why couldn't she tell? They pierced through her and jumbled her thoughts. "You know, the day they get their hair trimmed." Give the guy credit, he hardly snickered. "Sheer. They call it shearing the wool."
Right, that day. Though her face flamed, Lila pretended she hadn't just mortified herself. They'd have to be covered with it, right? He shrugged.
"Probably have a bathroom and laundry in the barn or something. Anyway, I always thought it was interesting." He gave her an inscrutable look and asked, "You like country?"
Like farms? Oh, understanding hit in a flash. Like music. Not much, but the older stuff from way back sometimes.
"That's more like what they sing. You ought to check them out sometime. Argosy Junction."
"I will." He fiddled with the last mayo, mustard, and spice-coated potato on his plate before adding,
"I could loan you a CD if you wanted."
Say no. Say no. Don't you dare say, "Sure, that would be great. That house is crazy quiet when Zyrtec isn't causing nasal eruptions to rival Vesuvius." Her throat closed. "I did not just say that." Ray's chuckle informed her that she had.
"Being from the city, the quiet probably bothers you some, doesn't it?"
He'd started contracting words, dropping his G's. Was he nervous? More comfortable? Did she care?
"Oh yeah, I care. Way too much."
"Lila?" "I like the quiet, the solitude. Mesa was so deceptive that way. You come in from, say, the southeast and there's nothing. Stuff starts creeping up. A building here, one there. You reach Gold Canyon, a development but still not too bad. Then Apache Junction. By the time you get through that, you're smothered by steel, concrete, asphalt, and humanity." They each speared those last pieces of potato and ate them in silent solidarity. For what, she couldn't imagine. It really was good potato salad, she mused. Not that it mattered. She would not be swapping recipes with his mother.
"I don't bite."
Jerked from her thoughts, Lila just stared.
"Huh? You look like you're afraid I'll devour you, but like I said."
That slow, lazy smile could do dangerous things to her thoughts, and worse than that, her heart.
"I don't even bite."
"Oh yeah, you're not ready for even a guy as a friend." When he leaned forward, clearly planning to say something to put her more at ease, Lila jumped to her feet. "Yeah, this was great. I needed good food. I've not been cooking enough. Can't wait for that food truck to open." Years of serving in restaurants had taught her how to clear a table in seconds. Lila loaded everything into the sink, sprayed them off with the faucet, and turned, wiping her hands on her shorts. Ray stood there with his hands stuffed in his pockets, blocking her way.
"What are you running from?"
God did it. That's the only thing to account for it, but he must have given her the words, because strength she didn't know had welled up in her, and Lila said, "Me. I'm running from me." As if pursued. No, as if about it, she thought. Lila bolted from the house, took all 3 steps in one bound, nearly face-planting, of course, and hopped into the car. Only when she'd pulled it back into the garage at Danforth Hall did it hit her. I didn't wait for the peanut butter he promised. Chapter 8. Email dumped into the folder faster than she could scan the subjects. Still, a one-word subject jumped out with flashing neon lights, or so it seemed, and demanded she open it. Prenup. The email itself was mercifully brief, at least. Lila, attached you'll find the document the board will require. I told my lawyer not to add anything that they didn't require except for the adultery clause. I really hate adultery, so if you have doubts, please don't agree. I'll use it. Otherwise, I think this solves both of our problems, assuming you are sincere about your decision not to have a normal marriage. Richard. The contents of the document were simple. Non-disclosure on all business information she was privy to, no company shares, and a $250,000 settlement would be the maximum she'd receive if she filed.
If infidelity was proved, she'd forfeit the settlement. It said nothing about children. That prompted another call to Mallory. If this prenup doesn't have anything about children, do you think it means he's serious about this being only on paper? Good morning. Sorry. Lila tried to manufacture a wince, but it refused to form. A bit focused this morning. Muffled noises followed, and then a satisfying, "Ah, coffee." What? Silence. Oh, right. So, Zyrtec isn't back? You're staying? And staying far away from Ray Calloway. Why? From what I've seen, he's a great guy. Just because... Lila couldn't allow the conversation to drift into scary territory. Trust me, cannot do it. So, what do you think? It didn't work. Mallory pressed further. One date? I had lunch with him at their house yesterday. I hope anyway, flirted with him. A giggle and a slurp combined to create a rather revolting sound before Mallory asked, You hope you flirted with him? No, I hope I almost. That's when she caught the joke. Oh, right, fine. He's a great guy, but I just can't. I'll try, get close even, then I'll panic, and he'll get hurt. If he is the great guy that I suspect he is, that's not fair. That earned her a snicker. But marrying someone you're not in love with for, what, job perks? That is? We both get what we want. He gets an out with the ladies. I get job security and a retirement plan that I don't have to manage. I've got a billionaire to handle it for me. What could go wrong? A second. 5, 10. Was it 50? It seemed like an hour passed before Mallory said, One or both of you could fall in love with someone, and you'd be stuck. You told me you're a Christian. Yeah, that's one of the perks of being a Christian in this situation. I make a decision, and then I can't do something stupid. Unless, Mallory insisted, this is the stupid thing. You're what, 26? 27? Almost 30. Those 2 words screamed a dozen hints. Things like, that could be 50 years alone, and you'll grow up. The residual panic from her lunchtime attack at the Callaways told her she couldn't risk it. I think I'd rather be safe. Then sorry, I know. But what if you're only sorry? Mallory slurped again. Sorry, hotter than I remembered. Look, I'm not telling you it's a bad idea, but people put months, sometimes years, into deciding to marry someone they love. This feels awfully impulsive. That's because it would be, driven by fear and panic instead of rational thinking. The memory of Ray's eyes boring into her changed her opinion. No, avoiding that kind of vulnerability is absolutely rational. The doorbell rang. Did Zyrtec come home? That prompted a snort that Lila couldn't repress. You think that cat would actually ring the bell? He stalks in here and informs me of his arrival. Demands food I never give him. She snorted again and hopped up to race for the door. I really have to stop that. He's not very intelligent, is he? He is not. A muscular arm, elbow really, told her who was at the door. How does he have muscular elbows? How is that a thing? Mallory? Yeah? I gotta go. It's... She swallowed down rising panic and squeaked out. Ray. I hope I get to make the toast at your private reception. I'll bring the chow mein. Ha! Lila protested. Very funny. Gotta go. Bye. Smoothing her shirt, tucking her phone in her shorts pocket, and shaking out the jitters, Lila opened the door with a smile that probably looked as pasted on as it was. Oh, Ray, hi. He held out a mason jar. Came to bring you that peanut butter I promised. When she didn't reach for it, he stepped a bit closer.
It's not poisoned, but it'll go bad if you don't keep it in the fridge. We always keep a couple of spoonfuls in a mini container, so it'll get to room temperature fast.
What could she do but take it?
Thanks, Ray,
You okay? The look he gave her told Lila that he knew she wasn't. You shot out of there so fast. I don't know what I said, but...
That did it. Lila curled her arm around the jar as she brought it to her chest. Her other hand gripped the doorknob. You didn't do anything, I promise. Some things just can't be overcome because a guy hints that all men might not be animals. This time, the cliché is true. It really isn't you. It's me. She held up the jar. Thanks. With that, she closed the door and ignored him, calling out, Lila, Lila, come on, talk to me. He would have opened the door, pushed until she gave in and talked. Sweet-talked her out of her fears. He would have convinced her that her fears were only there for him to put to rest for her, so he could prove what a great guy he was for her. The same man responsible for her losing her spleen and nearly losing her life would have made her feel safe and loved, had made her feel safe and loved, right up to the moment he nearly killed her. I have to do this. Richard's right. It's the only way. For him to be safe from women he insists he doesn't want. For me to be safe from my own weaknesses. Deep down, a breath of a voice whispered, Do not be afraid or terrified. I am with you. I will never leave you or forsake you. Lila dug her phone out of her back pocket and stared. What do I do? The call interrupted his morning stock report review. Nora didn't even knock as she brought a few files for him to examine and pointed at the phone he'd ignored. It's Miss Santana. She says it's urgent. She says, tell him I got his email, and if he wants me to sign, he'll answer the phone. His throat went drier than the air outside. Really? It came out as a croak. Nora retrieved a bottle of water for him, set it on his desk, and left the room, but not without a look back that showed her more curious than he'd ever seen her. Richard's hand hovered over the handset for a full 3 seconds before he snatched it up. Good morning, Lila. Or night, isn't it? He glanced at the clock. After midnight there? Is this good news or bad news? And which way is good, anyway? Couldn't sleep. Oh, any questions? I was going to call you when you'd had time to wake up, around noon your time. Silence filled the space between Merriweather and Azadi. Instinct told him to wait, be patient, give her time to work out her thoughts. Book the flight. A smile formed. I already did. I arrive on Friday morning. That silence crept back with the same persistence of a January fog off the coast. This doesn't bode well for an amicable marriage, Mr. Danforth. Mr. Danforth, is it? You've done that before when you were irritated. Interesting. I'm ready to kill you already. Should I add a murder clause to the prenup? If you kill me, you don't inherit anything? As if he hadn't been joking about his death, she blurted out another question. What if you die of natural causes? Will I be kicked out of the house? He'd already considered it. Tradition said a Danforth, so long as she took his name. Danforth, all you have to do is change your name and it's all yours. Another reason I'll be staying in Azadi, indefinitely, he joked. Ha ha, I can't profit from murder anyway, so don't pay a lawyer to add an unnecessary clause. Bossy when you're excited, nervous, both? Panicked? Paranoid? All of the above? What she'd said next he missed. Richard had just decided he'd better ask when she told him to send the address of where to meet him and when she should arrive. Oh, and what do I bring? Birth certificate and ID. Did you ever get your driver's license changed over? Her silence told him she hadn't. Okay, well, I'll ask the lawyers what to do, but since people travel to places for destination weddings all the time, it shouldn't be an issue. Lila's voice went from demanding to teasing, irritated to curious. but just before he rang off, it went small and uncertain.
Do I need to hire a lawyer to look at this prenup?
If you like. Use money from the household account and take it anywhere you'd like. Confidence re-entered her tones as she said, If he says there's anything wrong, you'll waste a trip because I won't do it. Deal. Not until half an hour after they'd disconnected did Richard remember the other thing he'd planned to ask her. She'd probably be asleep, but he had to do it. On his part, it was the most important thing. Please wear something nice for a picture. White preferred, but not necessary. The reply came immediately. Why? Need a picture of my beautiful bride for my desk, my apartment, my wallet. I'll be missing her all the time, of course. He couldn't help a smirk as no reply came. He'd just gotten the news of another possible company to acquire when her last text arrived. It was a picture of a dress that looked like it belonged at a casual beach wedding, inset lace or some kind of needlework, little rows of stitching and sheer. She'd have to wear almost a whole dress under it just to be decent, but it screamed elegance and money. A pinch and spread of the screen image showed a distorted price. Bet she thinks a $300 price tag is extravagant. Still, she can probably pull off that laid-back elegance. A second look told him what he needed to wear with it, and Richard shot back a quick reply. Perfect. I'll drive you to a water taxi and we'll get that picture on the beach. Thanks. The moment he had everything settled, he called Nora in. I'm getting married on Friday in the States. Then I'll be taking 2 weeks. You can take half-days while I'm gone, but send me the morning reports and... Richard caught her expression. Yes?
Congratulations! Should I make arrangements for your honeymoon? Tickets and reservations?
He brushed that aside. Explaining why his wife wouldn't be going with him on his honeymoon would defeat the purpose of the whole marriage. You're not my social secretary. Thank you for offering, but we have it handled.
After a pause, Nora nodded. Yes, well then, alhamdulillah. Congratulations. As you unite in marriage, I wish you years of happiness, love, and joy. May Allah bless you.
The Lord has been good to me, Richard found himself saying. Once again, his attempts to ignore Allah being brought into his life failed. I've found the perfect wife.
She will move to Azadi when you return? Will I meet her?
Richard hadn't decided how to answer the question of where his wife was, and here it had already been asked. We're still working out the details of how this will work, but for now, Lila will be remaining at Danforth Hall. Rarely had he ever seen Nora so surprised.
You are marrying Lila Santana? I thought...
We're as surprised as I'm sure you know others will be. We trust you will be vocally supportive of this new step in our lives.
Yes, of course.
But after another long look, she turned to go. But at the door she paused.
Mr. Danforth, should I be asked questions? What do I say? I assume you do not wish me to tell people that she is someone I hired to be a property manager, someone you had never met?
Oh, no. Let's tell the world so that doing this thing does me no good at all. I'll have to... Richard began. Well, I'll create a truthful statement that you can make that leaves out how we first met Lila. After gazing back at him one last time, she nodded.
It'll be good for you to have someone who shares your faith. It must be lonely without someone who understands those things.
He stared at the closed door. Faith, I didn't even take that into consideration, Lord. It's not too late. I could tell her that I changed my mind. Pay off the student loans as my apology. Richard's hand reached for his phone, but he jerked it back again. It's a contract. It's a legal contract. It's not an actual marriage. Nothing to worry about.
Chapter 9. You can't tell anyone it's a marriage of convenience. They sat under the shade of one of those gum trees, and Mallory spoke in almost inaudible whispers. "Why not?" "No one will believe you didn't do it to get Richard Danforth's money, especially after the news broke about his new merger thing. Let them create whatever stories they want to, but do not tell them you'd never actually met Richard before you both arrived at the county clerk's office. Okay?" Although every word made sense, Lila resisted them. "Feels dishonest." "I thought the original point of this was to get Islanders to accept you as someone who could make decisions regarding Danforth Hall." "It is. As an actual Danforth." "Wait." Lila couldn't help the frosty edge her tone adopted. "What do you mean, original point?" "It is the point." "Was," Mallory argued. At Lila's squeak of protest, Mallory shook her head and held the cold, sweating cup of tea to her forehead before taking a long drink. Then Ray Calloway entered the picture, and running from him became primary motive. "And you can't," she added, each word growing stronger than the last, "convince me otherwise." They sat in the lounge chairs, watching no one walk past at all, watching no one buy a drink, watching every single one of the books on the shelves in the little store just sit there, unsold. Before she bought stuff she didn't want just to make Mallory feel better, Lila closed her eyes, inhaled, exhaled, took a long drink of her own, and sighed. "I don't see why it's anyone's business why I marry whomever I marry." "It's not. But if you're going to live here, you need to remember that these people are your neighbors. They don't want to feel like one of their own has been taken in by an outsider." "Richard doesn't exactly live here," Lila argued. "No, but he's a Danforth. That's enough. Especially—" At the sight of a trio walking toward them, Mallory rose. "Please be here to buy a book for everyone on your back-to-school list, or something." She turned back to Lila. "Especially since some locals remember playing with him as a kid. They remember him in boat races and at picnics. He's one of our boys." "And I'm just that girl from out west somewhere." There, Mallory laughed. "It's not that bad. Most people know it's Arizona by now. They probably think it's Flagstaff, but hey." 10 minutes later, Mallory waved as a mother and 2 kids wandered down the road, each carrying a book and a drink. Lila watched the cleanup process and waited, but before she finished, more customers came. And more. Success, such as it is, comes at the most inconvenient times. By the end of Tuesday, Lila had decided she wasn't any better than the money grubber the locals would call her. She paused, writing down every coin in the collection she'd found in the downstairs study in her book, and sent Richard a text, saying she couldn't go through with it. "Sorry, not going to take advantage of you like that," were her final words on the subject. Or so she thought. Richard shot back the last response she would have predicted. "Didn't know you were a coward. Maybe it's best then." "Coward?" Lila, her toes hooked over the rail of the bar stool at the kitchen counter, eyed the doorway, almost expecting Zyrtec to show up and give her that look that said, "Well, duh." He didn't. Hunky, that is, Ray Calloway, hadn't shown up either, not since he'd brought over the peanut butter. Unable to resist, Lila shot back. "Not wanting to take advantage of someone doesn't make me a coward." Then she flipped the page in the book and began writing down the details of the next silver dime. "Besides, I don't even know if he's a Christian. I know I've read something about how Christians are only supposed to marry Christians." He'd been waiting for the reply, because his came within half a minute of hers. "Except you're not. You're worried what people will think. Like their opinion matters. Nope. I say you're a coward." "Am not?" As soon as Lila hit send, she knew his reply before he had a chance to thumb it out and tap it into the airwaves. Prove it. Well, she told the absent Kitty, I do need people's cooperation. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm being ridiculous. In an attempt to prove her lack of cowardice, she asked what Richard thought. Will I feel like I took advantage in 5 years? Probably, but in 10 you'll be fine. Marry me. Eliminate debt and local prejudice in one easy I do. She'd hardly allowed herself to think about the debt thing, but really, giving him a trophy wife, and she absolutely personified that idea in her opinion, should count for something. Think of the money he'd save on dates. And it's not like a real marriage, just on paper. If he's not a Christian, then it's the ultimate missionary dating without the worry of him drawing me away from you, Lord. A faint twinge in her belly suggested she was justifying a decision she'd convinced herself she'd never make anyway. Or, I'm hungry. Probably that. Another text arrived before she could catalog the next dime. Forgot to ask, where do you want to go on your honeymoon? Our honeymoon? What? The reply came back, and Lila could almost hear the forced patience in each word. I said, on your honeymoon. You can go anywhere but Colorado. That's mine. You get 2 weeks, though, and you have to fly through Atlanta on the right day so we can be seen at the airport taking a selfie. Wait. The talking to herself thing had to stop. Without Zyrtec there, it just seemed stupid. Maybe I'll get a turtle or a dog. Yeah, a dog. I like dogs. Seriously, that should have been a harbinger for Zyrtec to show his sneeze-inducing mug, but it didn't. The cat seemed to have vanished. Lila was almost worried about it. Almost. Determined to have out yet another issue, Lila tapped the call button. What's this about a selfie? You didn't say we'd have to make public appearances. Seems only logical that we'd have that. I'm going to make it the background of my phone. That's creepy. How was it that she could almost hear the shrug in his voice? He said, It's what husbands do. Actually, agonizing seconds passed while he considered something. Ever been to Breckenridge, Colorado? No, why? We should get tickets to the same place. I've got a condo I'm renting, 4 bedrooms. We'd hardly see each other, but yeah, let's do that. Before she knew it, he was gone. Lila stared first at her phone, then at her list, and back at the phone again. She zipped back a text. You're used to ordering people around, aren't you? Yes, sorry. Do you mind? It really would sell the thing, and we don't have to spend time together. It took more effort than it should have, but Lila capitulated. Fine, but don't think you can order me about all the time. Once I'm a wife, I'm no longer an employee. I'm the silent partner. The words didn't fit somehow, and just as his reply dinged, she realized that it sounded more like she wanted in on his business. In life, anyway, I don't want anything to do with the other stuff. A glance at his text sent her groaning. Silence is golden. I'll be even richer. On Wednesday, Lila got the dress. What had looked elegantly chic and casual looked almost too casual once she had it on. She swept her hair in a messy bun and sent a picture to Richard with the caption, Will this do for your desk? The reply assured her that yes, it would be perfect. When she demurred, he sent back a reasonably decent-looking photo of both of them. The edges were fuzzy in a couple of places, mostly her hair, but still, she had to admit it was pretty good. How do you do that? A new app a friend developed. It'll combine any 2 pictures with whatever background you want. 3 seconds after he'd sent it, another followed.
And no, you can't know the website until after we reach Breckenridge. Bossy.
Thursday, she spent packing and fielding questions from Mallory. When she deplored the state of her swimsuit, Mallory insisted it wasn't a problem. Buy a new one in Colorado. Seriously, this isn't your biggest issue. A week alone in a house with your new husband that you never actually met kinda is.
Like I needed that reminder.
Savannah wasn't that different from Azadi, except for about 15 degrees of heat. Everyone imagined that the deserts of Azadi made the capital city a copy of Phoenix rather than the similar climate to Savannah that it really was. Savannah, however, was a bit hotter much of the year. He arrived at the Chatham County Clerk's office and paced Montgomery Street in the heat, waiting. His shirt began to stick to him, but he didn't want her to take one look at the enormous building and run. Richard shot it a look of disgust, hoping it could feel his disdain.
Couldn't they have had the decency to make it look like it belongs in a city like Savannah? That looks ripped out of the most uninspired modern section of Atlanta.
A blue Honda pulled up, and the door opened. At the billow of white cotton in the breeze, Richard ran to help. While Lila thanked the driver, he grabbed her suitcase and headed toward his rental. "Be right there. Just hang on." He'd practically run all the way down the street and to the parking garage where the Mustang he'd rented waited for him, dumped the suitcase next to his — she'd need a new one ASAP — and jogged back. But she wasn't anywhere. He looked one way, the next. Nothing. A flash in the doorway of the building sent him racing up and jerking open the door.
"Thought you'd taken off with that driver."
"I tried to get him to make me a better offer, but he was married." She winked at him. "Jerk." She passed him a signed and notarized prenuptial agreement.
"So, I guess you're stuck with me."
While he paid for a license, Lila grumbled at the extra fee they had to pay for not having had premarital counseling first.
"Well," he joked with the clerk, "she won't spend me out of every dime, will she?"
"Hard to do that, Mr. Danforth."
"Great. He knows who I am."
"It's not about the money," Lila protested. "I'm all about government intervention where it's warranted, but if I want to get married without having some pastor throwing his 2 cents in on how that should look, then I should be able to. This isn't anything that hurts my neighbor like housing codes."
"That'll be $66,
the clerk repeated. Richard paid. With the ink barely dry on the page, Richard led Lila out the door and down the street to the parking garage.
"Didn't know I was marrying an anarchist."
"You aren't. I just don't like the state dictating the home. It's a slippery slope."
"Maybe, but we're good now, right? I've got us an appointment with Eden's Gate Elopements in an hour. If we hurry, we can stop and replace your suitcase at a store over on Drayton before we go."
She gaped at him. "What's wrong with my suitcase?"
"We're flying together. If your suitcase looks like it's been through the ringer, no one's going to believe this is real."
"I don't believe this. I have to change who I am just—"
"No. Deep breath." He grinned. "Trust me, I'll find one big enough that we can just put yours inside. I can even take it to Azadi with me if you don't want to take it back to the hall."
It must have been the right thing to say, because she picked at her skirt and gazed out the window in a strange picture of relaxed and all nerves. At the store, Lila walked right up to a rolling trunk-styled suitcase and said, "That's it. I want that one."
"If all women shopped like that, I'd have much less stress in my life," a voice said behind them.
Richard and Lila turned in one motion and stared at the man speaking. He continued,
"But I wouldn't sell as much."
2 women walked in, and Richard nodded their way.
"Go get 'em. We're done here anyway." They'd made it halfway to Eden's gate before Lila spoke again. "That was really nice of you, and I was just rude. Thanks for replacing my beat-up suitcase. I hate that thing, and I acted like it was some prized possession." It wasn't the most gracious of apologies, but considering he'd been rather officious about it, what could Richard expect? "How about we agree that neither of us handled it well and let it go? I should have been more forthcoming about what was necessary to pull this off. I just didn't think about it. I'm sorry." "Not a very auspicious beginning to a nice fake marriage," she groaned. "Do you realize that we're like a double—" "No, wait." Lila ticked off 3 fingers. "We're 3 romantic tropes in one. Sans the romance, of course." "Of course. So," Richard thought as he pulled off the main road and onto a side street. "Marriage of convenience, that's obvious. What other 2? She wiggled her middle finger, completely oblivious to how rude it looked. "Fake relationship, and—" the 3rd finger popped up and wiggled too. "Billionaire." At the sign for Eden's gate, Richard pulled in as he asked, "That's a trope?" Lila gasped at the beautiful neoclassical home with its live oaks draped in Spanish moss. "Wow." She turned back to him and blinked. "What do you ask?" "Billionaire? Trope?" "According to Mallory, it's hot, or was. She thinks it's on its way out." "Billionaire romance? Do these people know how few unmarried billionaires there are? Do they know most billionaires are over 50 and married?" As if she could read his mind, Lila laughed. "It's fiction. People don't care about reality. They want the dream, the illusion." The shade of the trees might not have offered relief from the heat and humidity, but they did offer a lovely backdrop for that photo he needed. Richard pointed to a pair at one edge of the house. "We'll get a photo there." A wince followed. "And anywhere else you'd like if you want one for the hall." In an attempt to distract her from the fact that he'd just taken over again, Richard suggested, "The fridge might be a good sell. Don't couples litter their refrigerators with photos?" "Of their children's artwork," Lila snorted. As if she realized that he was trying, she offered a small concession by the time they reached the top of the steps. "Still, I'll probably put one on my desk." Richard swung the front door open and asked, "Which room have you taken for your office?" She stood there as if great heaping gobs of refrigerated air weren't billowing out into the stifling heat. "Room? Office?" At his nod, she shook her head. "I'm using the writing table in the bedroom. I do most of my work wherever I happen to be, so who needs a whole room to sit empty?" "One could argue that most of the house just sits empty all the time." That she couldn't refute. A woman in a pink suit with a neckline that almost didn't exist bounced toward them. Bounced in every way possible. Richard fixed his attention on the arrangement of roses and peonies and blurted out, "I asked them to have a bouquet for you. Didn't know if you'd want one. If not, maybe they'll give it to someone who doesn't have one." "You got me a bouquet?" For the first time since they'd met outside the courthouse, their gazes truly met. Held. An understanding passed, and he saw her relax again, and just a little more this time. "Just because it's a formality doesn't mean it shouldn't be—" What word went there? He didn't know. Real seemed, well, not. Yet what other word would do? "I think I get it." "Can I help you?" "Appointment for Danforth and Santana at 11 o'clock. Richard glanced at his watch. "We're 5 minutes early." Everything shifted. Had Lila not squirmed beside him, Richard might not have noticed. But once he thought about it, he did. The woman had introduced herself, but he hadn't heard it. She'd interrupted the conversation,
hadn't she? "I was talking to my fiancé and didn't catch your name," he began. "I'm Richard, and this is Lila." She might have been out of her element, but Lila rose to the occasion. "Lovely grounds. I'm not from Georgia, so I'm still in love with the Spanish moss and the architecture. It's a nice break from creosote and stucco." "Ah, I see." The words were obviously a lie. The woman did not see. "As I said, I'm Hilary Marsh, and I'll be your coordinator today. We have you booked in the Montgomery room. Reverend Lee is here to officiate, and we have the witnesses you requested. Do you have any preferences for music or—" Something didn't sit right. It took a moment to place it, but as he fumbled for the vows he'd written for them, Richard realized what it was. "You'd have to ask Lila that. After all, weddings are the bride's day. I'm just here to do her bidding."
"I can't imagine that," Miss Marsh insisted. "She's a—"
A single drop of disdain drizzled over her words.
"Fortunate woman. The world will be very sorry to hear this year's most eligible bachelor isn't."
As if something she did every day, Lila slipped her arm through his, gazed up at him with adoration he didn't think her possible of feeling, much less faking, and sighed. "I am at that." Her look turned steely before she shot a look at Ms. Marsh. "I don't share either." What else took place Richard could only imagine. In those 4 little words, Lila took over the entire process. She accepted the bouquet, pulled a single rose from it, and held it, while tossing the rest to the coordinator. Every bride tosses a bouquet. Probably shouldn't break tradition, should I, Richard? No. Good idea. Do you have my vows, or do I just make it up as I go? Each word broke through his dazed brain and eventually registered. "Oh, here." He handed her the one that said Richard on top. "I'm marrying myself?" She wrinkled her nose. "Didn't know I was so full of myself. Okay, then." Again, it took a moment for the words to click, but when they did, he swapped out the printed sheets. "Sorry, you dazzle me." Ms. Coordinator swooned. Lila rolled her eyes. "Whatever. Shall we go?"
"Music?" the woman gasped. "Traditional wedding march? Canon in D? When the saints go marching in?"
"Pretty sure that's New Orleans and funerals," Lila muttered. In a more conversational tone, she said, "Oh, we want my favorite song. Here, I'll just play it on my phone. Give me a second." They followed Ms. Coordinator at a snail's pace while she fumbled around on YouTube searching. Richard tried to see, but he couldn't read a thing. Still, when everyone had assembled in front of a stunning fireplace with flowers billowing from inside, music began. Soft, familiar. She didn't just put on. But she had. The rich staccato of a cello being plucked was joined by the long bowstrings of a second. "Really? Every breath you take?" He might have asked what possessed her to do it, but if the green tinge to Miss Coordinator's complexion meant what he suspected, he knew. It bothered her, and that's all Lila cared about. Though he tried to add as much feeling as he could, the generic vows promised fidelity, respect, and support, without any mention of love, of course, did come out a little weak. Lila read hers in a flat monotone. He handed her the wedding band he'd purchased for himself and slipped a wedding set on hers. The small smile she gave, did it mean she approved or didn't? With the expected, "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the ceremony concluded, all over. It had been simple enough. He'd started to reach out and offer to shake the Reverend's hand, but the man was still speaking. "Kiss your bride."
I told them to leave that out. He winced. Didn't I?
Lila glared at him until what? She saw his panic. She realized that someone might notice. He didn't know, but with unexpected, well, there wasn't any other word for it, enthusiasm, she lurched at him, cupped his face in her hands, and soundly planted a kiss just to the left of his lips. No one would know it, though. "Impressive," he whispered. "Thank you." They signed the license, the witnesses signed. He snapped a picture and read it carefully before plugging in the date on his calendar. Ms. Coordinator ensured good pictures, provided a boxed cupcake each, and they finally escaped. They'd made it to the road before Lila spoke again. "What'd you put in your phone?" Richard stared for a moment before pulling onto the road and heading toward the airport. "What on my phone?" "Back there, when you took a picture of the license. And why'd you do that anyway?" "Proof. So nothing goes missing without proof it was signed. And I stuck the date on my calendar. I won't forget my anniversary that way." Not another word followed until they'd reached the highway. Then, in a muttered, mumbled whisper, Lila said, "My anniversary is July 31st. Whoa."
Chapter 10. September 7th. With a painting in each hand, one of which she suspected was worth hundreds, if not thousands, Lila descended the stairs. Never had she taken so much care with each footstep, determined to avoid tripping and destroying irreplaceable artwork. And her head. She didn't want to lose that either. At the landing, she glanced down and decided she had lost her head, that is. There, with a laptop case slung over one shoulder and a carry-on suitcase to his left, stood Richard, looking lost, bewildered, and very much present when he was supposed to be at some big meeting in Azadi. At least, she thought that's what Noura had said. "Richard?" He looked up and attempted a smile. It failed. "Hi." What are you doing here?" Lila could only hope she didn't sound accusatory. His eyes roamed the entryway, taking in everything she'd done, which wasn't much if truth be told, and avoided looking at her at all. "I know I didn't give you much notice." "Much?" Lila took the rest of the stairs with the same caution she'd begun with and propped the paintings up against the wall. "What notice? I didn't know you were coming at all." A fumble, a few swipes and taps on his phone, and Richard frowned. "I wrote you an email." It might have been cartoonish and immature, but Lila just folded her arms over her chest. She may also have tapped her toes once or twice, or half a dozen times. "Didn't get one." "Oh." If his shirt hadn't been unbuttoned at the throat, Lila would have expected him to tug at the collar. We need to talk." "So help me, if I'm going to be a divorced woman in the span of one full month, I think I'll cry." "Let me guess," she began. "You met the love of your life, and you're here to get me to agree to a divorce." Without a word, Richard strode through the house and out onto the deck. "Guess I'll take that for a ding, ding. You win the prize and a nice prenup settlement. Bully for you." The sarcasm bounced off the entryway halls. She found him leaning against the deck railing and gazing out over the ocean. Without even looking at her, he said, "I'm here because Azadi is in turmoil." Perspiration beaded on her forehead and upper lip, and despite every effort to do so, Lila couldn't blame it on the weather. "What?" She stepped forward. "What exactly does that mean?" He turned and faced her with his hands shoved in his pocket.
It means that things are bad.
Stomach bottoming out, she stared at him. That's when she saw them. Scratches, a bandage half hidden by his shirt, scrapes along his hands. What happened to you?
I barely got out of Azadi alive. There was a coup, and the new regime seized the property belonging to foreigners, a few others as well, I think. Nora's uncle has been a vocal opponent of the group in power now. I think his property is gone, too. He and his family made it out with me, but his son... Richard shuddered.
Oh, wow. You should sit down. As if in opposition to the picture Richard described, a gull swooped and dove just off the cliff in a perfect picture of grace and freedom. He couldn't even see it. Instead, he stood, staring up at the house. Questions flooded her mind, and a few blurted out despite every order to wait. So, you're here to tell me what? You're broke? I need to auction stuff off? Move out and rent the hall? Sell it? A smile. Is that what books meant by a sardonic smile? Preceded his reassurances that he wasn't completely broke.
I didn't diversify like my accountants wanted. I really wanted to invest in Azadi. Still, the Danforth money's intact.
The heat drove them indoors, and Lila began filling a glass of sweet tea and layering a sandwich for him. Forgive me for sounding mercenary, but how long will your current funds last? Should I get another job just in case? How broke is not completely broke, anyway? A glance at him turned into a stare. He'd aged in the past month. Richard slid onto a bar stool in a move Lila could almost imagine him doing as a boy. Between bites, he tried to explain.
I have investments here, property, stocks, bonds, annuities. We're financially sound, but my net worth is significantly reduced. No need for a job.
When she looked at him again, he held her gaze.
When I got to Yemen, I had options. Could have stayed there or gone to the lodge up by Asheville, but I just wanted to go home.
He hadn't lived here, not really, but Lila understood what he meant. You came somewhere quiet and familiar.
Exactly.
Richard stared at the sandwich until his whole body sagged.
I never really felt like a Danforth as a kid. Then I didn't care about it once I'd made something of myself.
He sighed and hung his head in his hands. Lila could hardly hear him when he added,
Now, it's the most important thing to me.
Guess I can see that. In the downstairs powder room, Richard unbuttoned his shirt and slipped it off, still trying to hide the pain as if Lila could see through the door. Medical tape held gauze in place on his side where a bullet had ripped through the very edge of his flesh. Blood had almost seeped all the way through the bandage again.
Should have taken the flight to Savannah instead of trying to drive it from Atlanta.
Instead of his own reflection in the mirror, he saw familiar wallpaper from behind him. The very stuff his mother had hated back when they came for holidays and summer vacations, white and gold damask. They'd have it removed. His mother would definitely approve. He ached to wear more comfortable clothing. Jeans and a t-shirt sounded about heavenly. Pulling the shirt over his head, however, brought up visions of less celestial places in the spiritual realm. He twisted out of habit, and the fire that ripped through his wound confirmed his choice.
Nothing over my head yet.
An inspection of the side of his head, just behind the ear, showed he'd bled there again, too.
I thought I felt it seeping. Hope I didn't stain the airplane seat.
When he exited the room, Lila was nowhere, vanished. A stroll through familiar rooms showed changes that he both liked and didn't. But which were Lila's and which were Pamela's? The chandelier in the entryway was even worse than the one he remembered. It had to be Pamela's doing.
She'd always hated the French gilt monstrosity restored, electrified, and installed after the rebuild of 1898. Paintings stood propped against the wall, the ones Lila had been carrying. Richard went to inspect them and stared. One looked similar, but not exactly the same, as a Clint he'd studied in art appreciation class, one of the many paintings listed as missing by the Nazis. "It's not the same," he mused. "And anyway, that one was found, but—"
Pretty, isn't it? All that silver. Reminds me of the Klimt painting, Portrait of Adele Bloch-Bauer I. Except that one is gold and this one is signed Gruppe.
Gruppe? Not. Lila shook her head the moment he echoed the name.
I don't think so. I think someone wanted us to think it was him, though. Or rather,
she amended, someone wanted someone to think that. He'd have picked it up, but Richard knew he couldn't do it without showing his ginger movements. "It's beautiful, though. Wouldn't be worth much, I suppose." "No." The answer came swiftly, too swiftly. She didn't want it sold. But then she changed her opinion. "Well, not as art, anyway. It's too close to the Adele and a forged signature, so no. Not unless the artist was famous. Still, all that silver probably has value. I'm sure whoever did it used silver foil, either to apply or to melt and paint." She eyed him. "Can it be melted?" Once the question was out there, Richard ached to pick up the painting and look closer. Even squatting down for a closer look would tear at his side, though. Instead, he shrugged and pulled out his phone. "I'll have some sent here. We'll try it." That earned him a frustrated huff. "Or," Lila snapped, "you could just Google it." "I could." Just as he started to finish his thought, he realized she probably thought he was flaunting his money. "Or?" "Never mind." Richard felt rather than saw her gaze on him. She picked up the paintings and stared. "I just noticed 2 things," she pointed. "First, this has been kept clean. Look how it's not very tarnished." He had to agree. There was evidence of tarnishing and crevices and brush strokes. Could they really have painted with silver paint? On that point, Lila was certain. They had to use a brush, but I don't think you can get real silver paint. The melting point of silver has to be really high. I know you can't melt it in an oven, because my great-grandmother talked about how her grandmother's silver had been in a house fire. A smile flashed, and Lila made her voice sassy but a bit quavering. "That place burned like blazes," she always said. Deep brown eyes rolled now. Oh, she thought she was so funny. "I'm tempted to play with foil." Richard stopped again. "I'll just order it and do it when she's not around." As if ending the conversation, Lila picked up the other painting and carried it down the hall. "I'll just put these away." At one end of the ridiculously long living room they'd always called the music room, a baby grand piano sat like a focal piece. "More like a statement. Look at us, aren't we cultured?" Despite knowing Lila would probably see it as showing off, Richard couldn't resist sitting on the bench, resting his hands on the keys. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift back 20 years. Miss Mamie had sat on a straight-backed chair beside him, silently tapping out the proper tempo as he pounded out The Entertainer once more. "You're too hard, Ricky. You use emphasis, not force." As if of their own volition, Richard's fingers sought the right keys. He played the first 3 notes. Not too shabby. He tried the intro. Still not bad. It wasn't in fine tune, but he'd never had hypersensitive hearing anyway. By the end of the second section, he'd identified several keys that made even him wince. At the conclusion,
Richard allowed his hands to rest on his legs as Miss Mamie had taught him, but his body screamed for real rest. All of it. Better brave those stairs, I suppose. He'd learned on escalators that stairs hurt. By the time he reached the top, he'd broken into a full sweat. The murmur of a voice, Lila's, he supposed, drew him down the hall and toward his favorite room in the northeast corner. As he reached the doorway, the snap of fabric muffled her words, but Richard could have sworn that he heard her say, "Baby grand, I think." "For sure," she said. "Might be a full." "Baby." She squeaked and jumped. After a scowl at him, Lila relayed the message. "How soon can he be here, and what'll it cost?" While she waited, Lila tucked in the top sheet at the foot of the bed. "And I can't even try to help." That word, try, prompted him to do just that. As hoped for and expected, she shooed him away. "Put on a pillowcase if you must." He shook his head. "Never could make them go in right. How about I just say thank you this time and make it up to you later? Do yours next week or something." She froze, stared. "Next." Cut off by sounds on the other end, Lila nodded. "Perfect. Will you hold for just a moment, please?" She muted the phone and asked, "Is 150 extravagant right now? I had to schedule a tuning for November, but I asked if they could move it up." She winced. "In case you needed to sell." "Not selling that piano." While she finalized the arrangements, he pulled a lightweight blanket from the chair. The linen and cotton waffle weave his mother had loved so much. There's no way Lila could have known it, but having that on his bed, next best thing to heaven at that point. The moment she disconnected, Lila whirled to face him. "Thank you." "How long are—" She froze. "For what?" Without thought, he swept his arm out to gesture to all she'd done to make him comfortable already. Hoping he'd covered that hitch and wince well enough, he rushed on to say, That blanket, special to me. Fresh sheets? Heavenly, as exhausted as I am. Even the piano, ready to sell just to help out. I appreciate it." Sharing his net worth with anyone wasn't exactly his style, but something niggling at the back of his spirit, probably the spirit, in fact, said that she was his wife and had a right to know that they weren't anywhere near bankrupt. "I think I know where we can find a buyer, if it would help." "I lost 3/4 of my net worth. That is, our net worth," he said more for himself than her. "But we're not strapped for cash. Thank you for caring, though." Lila stood there, hair in a ponytail, wearing a wide-strapped tank top and— were they cargo shorts? Yes, Richard felt certain she'd come downstairs wearing rolled-up baggy shorts that, if he recalled correctly, she'd tied on with what looked like a piece of rope. Spindly legs stuck out from beneath the pillow she clutched in her hand. "Richard?" He gave her his best smile. "I mean it. Thank you." "Just how long are you staying? I thought you came to see what you could sell off." In a small bedroom, small compared to the rest of the house, that is, in the northeast corner of Danforth Hall, the newlyweds faced each other and sized up one another. Emotions flickered in Lila's eyes, twitched at the corners of her mouth, flexed in the muscles of her neck. When he saw her chest rise and fall, he tore his eyes from her. "Way to make us both feel awkward." Though not possible, he could have sworn he felt her exhale a moment later. "Whew! 250 million. That's a whole lot of millions." "Wish you'd negotiated that prenup?" He grinned at the flush that managed to seep through her tanned cheeks. "We can still do that. Most of what I have now isn't part of Danforth Global. We'll add an addendum to the contract and give you—" "Stop!" This time there was no doubt.
He heard the slow intake and exhale as she worked through whatever irritation he'd caused. I wasn't complaining or getting greedy. I was trying to grasp what that really means. Here it comes. She'll want to redo the whole house. Richard swept the room with a look. Maybe if she leaves this one alone. I just realized that you have enough left to help you rebuild. I didn't know how you'd do that. I was over here feeling guilty that you'd paid off my student loans and... Now she looked dazed. Whoa, we've got another trope going on here. Trope? Maybe exhaustion was taking a deeper toll than he'd expected, but he couldn't follow her at all. Then he remembered. Oh, right. Fake relationship. Marriage of convenience. We can toss billionaire, though, he added. What replaces that? Cinderella. When he shrugged, she nodded and began wrestling his pillow into the case. Yep, I even have the luggage to prove it. Half an hour after she'd scurried from the room with promises of something decent for dinner, Richard lay with one arm behind his head and the other curled over his chest. Eyes closed, he smiled at the tropes. Why do I have this crazy desire to get that billionaire one back for her? Honesty demanded that he wanted it for himself. Fine, then why do I feel like I have to try to be that prince?
Chapter 11. A sense of déjà vu washed over Mallory as she pulled into her spot along the captain's walk on Merriweather. Lila stepped from the trees, the breeze ruffling a sarong-like skirt and billowing a peasant blouse. I'd look ridiculous in that. She looks like it grew on her. Not fair. Instead of being annoyed, Mallory jumped from the truck, firing questions at Lila. Did you hear about the coup in Azadi? Have you heard from Richard? He probably knows what's happening better than anyone. He's here. That threw her for a couple of loops and a dive bomb to punctuate. Wait, here? Here? At Danforth Hall as we speak. Still sleeping. Jet lag, I assume. Or it's an injury I can't see. There's enough I can to prove there's probably more I can't. Injuries? Lila nodded and began helping her unpack the store. Tables out front, umbrellas on them. As much as she hadn't wanted to spend the money, people stuck around more in the last month, all due to those things. Someone he knows didn't make it out alive. Sounds like it was a big rush just to escape. Wow! I saw some fighting, but it sounded like it was all in the outskirts and away from the wealthier areas. The vultures probably just wanted to protect their new property. The words made no sense, but Mallory knew the tone. Something more than a paper husband becoming flesh in her house was on Lila's mind. Vultures? He lost a bunch of his money and property, like 75%. The woman shivered in the stifling heat. He's still crazy loaded. Lila grabbed Mallory's arm. I don't get it. Why come here? He has other properties, surely. New York? Some ski lodge or a cabin? Her air quotes couldn't have been more exaggerated. That is just Danforth Hall with logs outside or something. Why here? We had an agreement. Why do you care? I know it's heartless of me, but still, there have to be other places. Maybe Arizonians didn't understand the pull of family and heritage. He needs to be close to his roots, Lila. It's a Southern thing. Southern thing. Pfft. The woman plopped down in one of the shaded chairs and let her arms hang limp over the sides of the chair. Do you have any idea how often I hear that? It's like I'm in another world. Mallory slathered a layer of honeyed peaches on each word as she said, And we're pleased as punch to have you in it. Oh, brother. Lila sat up, propped one elbow on the table and rested her head in her hand. So, what do I do? Before tackling that question, Mallory grabbed a crate of dust-jacketed books to distribute to each table. It had been working to keep people longer. She sold many of them, too. As she put a stack of 3 or 4 on each table, she addressed the ridiculous question. "What do you do?" "Yeah." "How am I supposed to know? Why do you have to do anything?" Lila grabbed the top book on the pile Mallory had stacked on her table and thumbed through it. She snapped it shut with finality and fished $6 from a purse that appeared as if from nowhere. "I'll take this one. Meanwhile, there's a man in my house." "Technically," Mallory informed her, "it's his house, too." At Lila's sticking-out tongue, Mallory continued, "Oh, and for the record, he's called your husband. Your reputation is safe with him. No scandal for a husband to live in the same house with his wife." The tongue shot back in her mouth and Lila choked. "I have a husband." The words came out in a whisper Mallory shouldn't have been able to hear. "Yes," she agreed with excess gentleness. Somehow the occasion seemed to warrant it. "Yes, you do." "I wasn't going to do the man thing." There wasn't anything Mallory could say but, "Well, honey, you did." If Richard had heard Lila's groan all the way up at Danforth Hall, it wouldn't have surprised her. Not in the least. For almost a week, Lila managed to avoid Richard for at least 75% of the time. If he came upstairs for any reason, she moved downstairs. If he entered the kitchen, she found an errand to run. Legally, now, thanks to him insisting on her getting her license taken care of before dropping her off at the ferry after their so-called honeymoon. Still, at 6 o'clock every night, Lila showed up in the kitchen and made something for dinner. She'd been living on salads, yogurt, and grilled chicken for most of her time on the island. Well, except on Monday nights after Beth finally opened her food truck. While the island cafe with its odd hours served decent enough food, it was good, down-home Southern cooking and much heavier fare than she was accustomed to. As if his stomach had ears, Richard would hear her working, show up, and try to help, often while talking on the phone in what she assumed was Arabic or Persian. Once she heard Russian. She was sure of it. Each time, however, she sent him away again, promising to bring him a plate. "I've become the little wifey to a guy I don't know. He promised me a happily never after, and I got, 'Dinner's at 6:30, and did you put your clothes in the hamper?' How did that even happen?" She'd also said, "I do." No one coerced her, and as far as she knew, the Bible didn't allow for "I do-overs." I blame Mallory for reasons I don't understand and probably don't even make sense. For the past 3 days, every time she bemoaned her married state, Lila had reminded herself that her student loans were paid. She was debt-free. It didn't even help. "All it does is make me feel like that woman in that Chris O'Donnell movie. What was it?" Her memory flashed the title like a cinema marquee. The Bachelor. She winced at the scene where a woman tried to go through with a marriage for money, repeating different variations of $1 million in an undertone through the whole ceremony. "Except with me, it's 250 million. Her stomach clenched at what people probably thought. Ouch. On the Monday afternoon following Richard's arrival, Lila sat up in the attic, surrounded by antique bottles, all of them valuable. One by one, she recorded them in her Danforth Hall catalog and separated them by type. Perfume, medicine, milk, apothecary, even soda. A nagging pain in her neck prompted her to stretch. Only then did she see that the sun was fully on the other side of the house now, and the attic had dimmed quite a lot. Lila rose to stretch her legs, back, and arms, and as she relaxed again, jumped and knocked 2 of the bottles over. "Richard!" "What'd you find?"
That you're sneaky and a little bit creepy standing there in the shadows? Watching me? What?
Without responding to that, Richard came closer and squatted down to inspect the bottles. Why are you writing these down? He picked up an iridescent cut-glass perfume bottle. Well, this one's pretty. They're all valuable. He flicked a finger at a Coke bottle and Lila caught it before it could topple and chip. Like that? Coke? $200 or $300 right there. Those bottles are worth that much? He peered closer at a narcotics bottle. Wow! Do we take 'em to an antique dealer, or... That's when Lila realized he thought he meant for the lot of them. No, Richard. The Coke bottle by itself. I'd guess this perfume bottle might go for $500, maybe more. I need to do more research and... Oh boy, if I ever get back to Azadi, Nora is getting a raise just for hiring you. Call her pathetic, cheesy, or even a sap, but Lila's heart warmed at those words. Yes, any of the other candidates would probably have done the same thing, but he appreciated her. Him technically being her husband made them even more valuable somehow. Probably because he's not any more interested in me than I am in him. He probably looks for things to dislike about me, just like I do about him. That thought stirred uncomfortable feelings of conviction she wasn't ready to deal with. Lila bolted for a pile of things by the doorway. See this jar of buttons? He nodded. I've got a friend who collects. She has 17th and 18th century buttons that she paid thousands for. Most aren't that expensive, but I bet you've got a few in here worth a couple $100 or so. I'm going to see what I can find and send her pictures. Buttons? People buy buttons? As if ripped from a treasure hunter movie, they both swept eyes over piles and piles of boxes and things in the enormous attic. Richard found his voice first. Wow, I think this was a more valuable inheritance than I realized. A rumble caught both of their attentions. Richard cleared his throat. Speaking of being hungry, can I do something to get supper going? It's after 6 and... Lila pulled out her phone and saw it was nearly 6:30. Whoa. I got sidetracked. Yeah. She froze at the memory of a call just as she'd gone out to take fish from the freezer. There's nothing ready. I thought that's why we cooked. Because it doesn't show up ready? We? Just like every sitcom dad. Wife does all the work. Husband shares the credit. Then again, he added, that's more of a generic we since some of us... This time he gave a fake cough. I won't name names, but it belongs to a woman whose name starts with an L and ends with an A, and has another L and a Y in it somewhere. Some of us won't let others of us help much, if at all. Ouch. Rebuke taken, Lord. But how do I explain that having a guy that close makes me want to take up karate or something? We eat out. I'll go down to Beth's food truck. Tacos? Lila assured him that comfort cuisine offered more than the tacos, sandwiches, or burritos or churros that tasted like sand and sugar of regular food trucks. I don't know what's on the menu tonight, but it's bound to be good. I'll text you. We could go to Mimosa, he countered. It would be after 8 by the time we got dressed and drove over. Seriously, just trust me. The way his hand started to rise, lowered, and then continued to knead the back of his neck reminded her that he'd been through a lot and then had been holed up in Danforth Hall recuperating. A guy like Richard Danforth was probably used to an active social life. With any luck, or a lot of God's goodness, he'd missed the huff that preceded her. Actually, come with me. See for yourself. When his gaze became uncomfortably intense, Lila dropped to her knees and began putting the bottles back in the sectioned boxes she'd found them in. We'll give the islanders something to gossip about, get some great food, and have a break from all the work around here.
Deal.
When she glanced up at him, he added,
Sorry for being a bear. I think I forgot to eat lunch.
This time her stomach rumbled. Yeah, me too. Settled in between a couple of loblolly pines and a gum tree to one side, the food truck almost looked like it belonged there, as if it had always been there. Then again, it was too shiny and new for that. Still, if the aromas emanating from it were as delicious as they pretended to be. Folding round tables and picnic tables with attached benches had been spread out for people's use, and from the looks of it, half of that was scrabbled together last minute. People stood in line to get food. On a Monday night, no less. And many wanted tables as well. A honey blonde dashed from table to truck and back to table again as she tried to take orders and ensure people got what they asked for. The line only grew. Come on! Lila tugged at his shirt sleeve. It wasn't exactly a flirtatious or affectionate gesture, which was fine with him, but at least it was a bit friendlier than she'd been. Let's get in line before more people get ahead of us, or worse. She dropped her voice to a whisper and leaned a tad closer. Before she runs out of food.
Can't have that, he agreed.
He also ordered himself to revisit his reaction to her nearness. Later.
Or never. Never would be good. This is a curve on my goal track, not a derailment.
How goes the, Before he could stop her, Lila shifted her emphasis. Work.
At this point, it's in the hands of the State Department and my lawyers. I'm in waiting mode.
After a couple of glances around them, she asked another question. How are things there? With the country, I mean. Before he could describe the unrest and instability in the country, the blonde paused by them and said something to Lila. That earned her a, Sure, and what should we order? The woman hesitated, glanced at the line ahead of them, and leaned forward to whisper, Get the lemon and shrimp risotto. Oh, and get the panna cotta for dessert. Beth used sweet corn and blueberries. Amazing. Deal. Lila looked up at him and said, This is Mallory Barrows. She runs the bookstore. With hands full, Mallory couldn't shake hands, but she smiled, welcomed him home, and rushed off again. Richard watched it amused.
You didn't introduce me to her.
Like she doesn't know who you are. Lila didn't snort, but she might as well have. Do you want to eat at one of the tables or take it down to the beach? I didn't bring a blanket, but... Richard knew the moment she'd realized what she'd suggested by the way her tan faded into an ashen ghost of its former self. As tempting as it was to insist on the beach, he decided it might still be too early for teasing.
But soon, Mrs. Danforth.
Once more, his desire to unsettle her only left him uneasy. Are you okay? You look a little green. He stepped back and pulled out his wallet.
Can you order for us? I need to go down to the shacks for a minute. Translation. I'll pretend I have to use the restroom to get away and straighten out my head.
The shacks offered reasonably clean but often sandy relief for beachgoers. That hadn't changed much. He stepped out with hands washed and not feeling like he needed to go find hand sanitizer. A man approached.
Mr. Danforth.
He nodded. Despite the man's obvious discomfort, he thrust out a hand and said,
Ray Calloway. Wow, Ray, you grew up.
A twist of a smile formed.
Yeah, I'd say we all did.
Right. Richard could have beaten himself.
Just haven't seen you since before your voice changed. And since you turned into someone belonging on a Hollywood action movie set.
Just wanted to apologize for... Despite every effort to prevent it, Richard's gaze strayed up the walk to where the truck was. Lila's orange skirt fluttered in the breeze. Trying to talk Lila into going out with me, I mean, he rushed on to say when Richard tried to speak. Obviously, y'all were a thing and I misread her. Misread? He flushed a bit. She seemed kinda skittish, like it was about men. Thought maybe she'd had a loser boyfriend before, some guy who treated her rough or something. She said something about that, but I see now she was just trying to keep your relationship a secret and spare my feelings at the same time. Our relationship. Right. Ray shot a strange look at him before plunging on again, as if finishing an oral report he hadn't wanted to give in the first place. So, I just wanted to apologize. I'd appreciate it if you'd tell her for me. Don't want to make things even more awkward. What else could Richard do but agree? I bet she appreciated that someone took the trouble to make her feel welcome. It was kind of you. They wandered up the road as Ray confessed that he'd been hopeful. Never been so intrigued by a woman. She kind of gets under your skin, doesn't she? Even as Richard mentally agreed, he added, Oh, I don't have to tell you that. Well, I'm glad you're able to be home now. She must have been real lonely up there in that house all by herself.
As they neared the crowd, Ray heard his name called and took off to grab a bag. From where Richard stood, he watched as Lila deliberately avoided looking anywhere near Ray.
Because you were interested and can't be now? Or because you feel awkward now?
Ray's words poked at those questions.
Or because Ray nailed it about you being uncomfortable around men?
The breeze ruffled napkins and sent the occasional one flying. Some chased them down and tossed them. Others let it go and left Mallory Barrows to do it.
Barrows. Hey, is she related to the lighthouse Barrows? Bud and... What was that woman's name? The first lighthouse keeper,
It came to him before Lila's signal to Mallory could be effective.
Clara. I read about her as a kid. Fascinating woman. Forgot all about her.
A voice behind him said, She was my great-grandmother a couple of times over. I actually met you at a party once. Joni reminded me of it. It took a moment, but by the time Mallory had dropped their food off, he remembered.
Wait, little Joni de Jesus? She's still here? What about her family? Weren't there like 50 kids or something?
7, Mallory corrected with a snort. Although I bet Mama de Jesus probably thought it was 50 sometimes. Her expression shifted from amused to dismayed. Uh-oh, Ima Lou Baker's here. Better go before...
Too late. The woman's voice boomed out over the crowd.
What would Wanda Lewis say about panna cotta on the menu? I came for her peach cobbler and... It's there, Mallory called out. See, the sign, right there? She rushed to the woman's side in an attempt to silence the woman. It failed. Where is Elizabeth Stevens? She oughta... Whatever else the woman would have said, it died away in the wake of Mallory's second interruption. Lila just snickered.
I think that's the woman Mallory was telling me about once.
Mallory's uncle used to call her a caution.
Well, Richard said as he took a bite of his shrimp and savored every bit of it. Some people use it kind of like you'd hear a bless your heart, but that can be genuine or a you stupid fool, depending on how it's used. But from Bud Barrows, it'd be an indulgent acceptance of her bad temper. Probably means he knew the source of it.
You knew him?
His throat dried. Knew?
Fork halfway to her mouth, Lila froze. You didn't know? He died at the beginning of the year, I think. That's what brought Mallory here.
Sorry to hear that.
Pain crept into Richard's heart.
He didn't know many of the islanders from the other islands, but everyone knew Bud Barrows.
Kindest man I ever knew. I've never heard him say a bad thing about anyone.
All the bless his hearts were genuine, then? Lila grinned at him before digging into her risotto again.
Yes, that's a beautiful way of putting it.
A surreptitious look at Lila showed her gazing out over the cove. The breeze was picking up, and it whipped her hair about whenever she moved from just the perfect position. The late-day sun picked up fiery highlights in her hair, and her skin glowed in its rays.
She is a lovely woman.
I think I want someone to say that about me someday. Richard jerked his thoughts from places they didn't need to be and stared openly at her.
What?
That all my bless your hearts are genuine. She speared another shrimp. No one could say that now. I don't think I've ever said that. But if I ever do, it'll probably be snarky.
Maybe that's proof of maturity, when your words are truly seasoned with grace instead of only making sure they sound like it.
Where that idea came from, he wasn't sure. But as he spoke, Richard became convinced of it.
Chapter 12. The familiar Mercedes rolled down Captain's Walk into the ferry slip. Mallory waved in case Lila did, and went back to rearranging the mess of a YA shelf. Lord, I shouldn't complain. You provided sales, and I'm over here grumbling because now I have a mess and have to make that order. A moment later, she tacked on a prayer script. Oh, and remind me to thank Mrs. DeJesus for suggesting teachers and parents buy their books through me. Praying for a reminder was one thing. Using the prompting she received to write down a note to herself became an instant answer to the prayer. Mallory tossed the sticky notes into the basket, or rather, she attempted to. They fell on the floor with a decided thwap. And when Mallory went to pick them up, a book caught her eye. Heroes and Foes of the Pirate Island. She dashed out the bookstore door and down the tiny steps. A hand over her eyes showed the ferry loading and Lila's car pulling onto it. A quick survey of the area showed no one out. No one at all. It was a risk, but after the best day she'd had since April, Mallory decided she could almost afford it. She closed up the shop and grabbed the book and a half dozen others. I'll try out the delivery idea. It was a bad idea, one she would not implement permanently either, but if it gave her an excuse to go to Danforth Hall, she'd use it. She tacked her "taken a cat nap" sign on the door and hopped into her truck. Inside 10 minutes, she'd pulled into the drive. No one answered the doorbell. Mallory tried calling in through the front door, but no one answered. A trek around by the deck came up empty. Richard? The call floated away before it could linger long enough to be heard. The stables turned garage showed nothing but an old car that looked like a Rolls-Royce to her. Close inspection showed it to be a Jaguar. Didn't know they made them that long ago. Wow. Speaking aloud, wasted. Had it been a movie, Richard would have stepped out from behind it to give her a bit of history about the car and ask her what he could do for her. Probably best. In a movie, it would become a meet-cute, and he's met his cutie already. A wince followed that thought. Bad one, Mallory. Really bad. Once more, she began her search, the book still tucked under her arm. On the west side of the estate, down a little hill, she saw him, up to his armpits in algae. From a pool she'd never known the Danforths had. Well, he had been at one point. Now he consulted his phone, eyed a row of chemicals, stared at tubes of icky-looking water, and tried again. Hey, Richard! One finger tapped the phone screen while he looked up, a big smile on his face. That smile faded a little. Mallory? As she drew near, she saw the pool and almost gagged. Oh, that is... Please tell me you didn't actually go in that.
Had to. Looked it up. Algae is actually healthy. I'll shower well, and I wore goggles and a mask just in case of spray. Lila.
He winked at her knowing grin.
Yeah, I heard it from her, but if I'm going to get this out of here, I needed to be sure it was scrubbed well.
Not to be one of those people, but I'm pretty sure you can afford to have this done.
There she realized that she'd misjudged him. He might have been a billionaire for a month or so, but he definitely hadn't gotten above getting his hands dirty.
Or maybe it wasn't Richard, but Roger, who was the lesser-than Danforth, Mallory mused.
Apparently, Miss Pammy was rude to the pool company before she died, and they won't come back without her apology.
A dead woman can't apologize.
Sometimes stating the obvious provided simple catharsis. Not this time. When he shrugged, she added,
You could just tell them that she was so prostrate with grief at her display of bad manners that it killed her.
The moment the words left her lips, Mallory choked.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Another cough followed.
That was funny.
Richard must have thought so too, because he stood there, shoulders shaking.
I can only imagine what Pamela would have said to that.
His voice scaled a bit.
Richard, bad manners only kill reputations, but if you insist on a more lethal result, I'm confident that I can arrange that for you.
As if it wasn't an abrupt change of subject, he tacked on.
Lila's gone for groceries. Says we haven't anything fit to eat.
Did you enjoy Beth's food last night?
Definitely. Did not expect that here. I'm used to Granny May's fare, which, he hastened to add, is delicious, but it's a bit heavier than we're used to.
You say we like you've been together a whole lot longer than you have.
All the subtle things she thought she'd seen the previous evening came back to her, and Mallory made her decision. He'd need a hint of what he was up against, and incentive to consider it. But what? While he talked, Richard compared something on his phone to the vials, opened a bottle marked pH, and began measuring.
Tried to get Lila to go over to Hopper for dinner again, but she's too used to stretching dollars.
And that's where you prove you're still an islander.
At his raised eyebrows, she explained.
Still can't get Lila to remember not to say Hooper.
She'll adapt. Bet she's just being stubborn. She's got a streak, that one.
And you like it. Good.
Of the dozen angles she'd practiced, only one seemed to fit that moment.
You seem to get her. She isn't as skittish around you as she is most guys. Ray.
At that, Richard gave her every bit of his attention. Sunglasses off, he stood with hands resting on his hips, watching her.
He apologized last night. Said he thought she said something about having a bad experience, but now he thinks she just made that up to make him feel better.
It's not my story to tell, but I can say this. I don't think Lila has lied to me yet.
The set of his jaw did exactly what she hoped it would.
Come on.
Maybe I can find a way to get her to open up. She avoids me, but when we have to be together, she does eventually relax some. And if you get her talking about something she's interested in, she forgets to be nervous.
He blinked at that, as if he hadn't realized it until he put it into words. It was time to go.
Well, I just brought this book up for you. Thought you might be interested in some of the Danforth history in it.
What do I owe you?
After setting it on the patio table he turned into a makeshift workbench, Mallory stepped back.
Call it a homecoming/wedding present.
She gave him a wave and turned to go.
Hey, Mallory?
His tone told her what he'd say, but she turned anyway.
Not asking you to betray a confidence, but from what you've seen alone, maybe from what she hasn't said, would you think Lila is really afraid of men?
No. Relief washed over him before she could continue. Mallory almost hated to do it, but she had to.
I would have assumed, however, something terrible happened to put her off relationships with men. Watching her with Ray alone, it was a risk. A big one, actually, but she took it. She was attracted to him, but she just ran, and ran hard. After a nod, he just went back to work and Mallory left, uncertain if she'd helped or made things worse. The bookstore doors stood open, but the sandwich board and tables had been packed away on the tiny back porch. Lila pulled up beside the book barrow anyway and climbed from the car. With groceries in the back seat, she couldn't stay long, but it wouldn't hurt to stop a moment. "Mallory?" Blonde curls exited the bookstore before the rest of Mallory followed. Truthfully, Lila had never seen Mallory's hair look worse. "Hey, how's it going?" "Fine." Lila hesitated over that one. "Well, mostly. It's just weird having Richard around all the time. Today he went out and decided to play pool boy." Mallory laughed and told what she'd seen when she'd taken a book she'd found that she thought he'd like. "I think guys like to do pool stuff because it's a grown-up version of playing with their chemistry sets." Despite her best efforts, Lila couldn't help a smile. "Probably. When he came in to find goggles and a mask, he actually used both. I decided I had to get out of there. He'll come down with a dozen fatal diseases and I'll be arrested for murder or something." "Nah, he's all right. Seems like a really good guy." Lila just shrugged and stared off down the road as if she could see him and needed to study him. But he wasn't there. Not there at all. Thank you, Lord, for that. Not ready. Not after. Just not ready. "I'm just glad if all this had to happen this way, you ended up with a man who is safe and nice." As if squeezed from her, Lila blurted out in gasps. "You think he's safe?" How could he be? He was a guy. A guy living in her house. "Well, I didn't know him before," Mallory admitted. "I only met him once, and don't remember it much. Still, I looked him up online when you first mentioned the paper marriage thing, and I didn't find anything to indicate he's anything but what he seems." I did too. Everything remotely negative was obviously designed to make him look like a player. It had been her trump card, her out. He had blocked it without even trying. "It's just too bad you had to snap him up before he came back like you did." She'd begun to tell about the languages Richard spoke when those words assembled themselves into comprehensible English. "Too bad?" "Sure," Mallory insisted. "There aren't many single men around here, and he's a really nice guy." Before Lila could ask if she was serious, Mallory asked how the cataloging was going. "Is it harder when there's someone else around?" "Not too bad. I pretty much keep to myself, and he does his thing, trying to salvage his properties and accounts in Azadi and stuff." Ready to change the subject, Lila mentioned her melting ice cream and asked what Mallory had needed. "Needed?" "I thought you tried to flag me down as I went to the ferry earlier." "Oh, no." As if the words required it, Mallory's accent deepened a smidge and she dropped a G. "Just being friendly." The conversation replayed itself as she drove up the hill past the quaint, traditional church, down around the curve by the Calloway's Drive, and up the hill to Danforth Hall. The structure stood tall and imposing, double porches and shuttered windows that actually worked, solid but with a deceptively delicate air. Staring up at it, Lila felt a wash of warm comfort. Home. With grocery bags hanging from each arm, Lila hurried toward the house and was met by Richard. He reached for them, assuring her he would take them in for her, but Lila jerked her head toward the car. "There are a couple more in there if you really want to help. It'll save me a trip back out." "Sure thing. How many?" "I think..." She shifted the bags and inched toward the house. 3, and a jug of laundry detergent. With those words, he absconded with her bags and promised to return with the rest.
I've got this. What about your pool? Walking backward as he talked, Richard explained how Lila's appearance had saved him from adding shock to the pool too soon. You're supposed to do it after dark. The water is black. You're wasting your time and money. Drain it. You'll see. He swung one arm toward the house. Why don't you go see what I did for supper and figure out what we're missing? With that, he strode toward the car with long, purposeful strides. Lila watched a moment, trying to reconcile instinct with action and opinion. He acts like a great guy, like Mallory said. He is, however, a guy. The coolness of the house soothed overheated nerves and muscles as Lila dumped her purse on the entry table and kicked off her flip-flops. In the kitchen, the scent of baking potatoes greeted her as she opened the oven door. On the counter lay a string of bowls, shredded chicken from tacos, cheese, sour cream, olives, corn kernels, canned, she presumed, even the leftover diced tomatoes that she'd intended for a salad the next day. Richard's voice behind her sent her heart racing and her mind spinning at that racing. Figured we might as well eat up leftovers for dinner as well as lunch. I'd forgotten about those potatoes until I went looking for something to munch on. She'd forgotten the potatoes, too. Big ones. Huge, really. The meal would wipe out most of her salad plans, but not having another salad was a blessing, too. I'm sorry, No! Lila began digging through bags and searching for anything needing refrigeration. I was just stunned. I always default to salad, but this was a great idea. Mom always liked to use leftovers on baked potatoes. She said a baked potato made everything better. The timer went off, and if she hadn't pulled up short, they'd have both reached for the oven door at the same time. Instead, Lila allowed the bag of baby carrots to drop to mask her movement. Richard gave her an odd look, but said nothing until he'd pulled the baking sheet from the oven and set it on the stove. Go ahead and fix your plate. I'll get the groceries. But he removed the vegetables and the bag from her hand and nudged her closer to the stove. Go on. You did the hunting and gathering. I'll do the putting awaying. Often, one of them sat on the deck, the other at the breakfast bar. Sometimes Lila sat at her desk and worked while she ate. This time, when she went out on the deck, a few minutes later, he followed as if it was normal. Expected. Mallory brought me a book, he informed her after pausing to stare at his food. What? Now it's not good enough? It was your idea. Aloud, Lila only asked, What about? The island. She says there's some Danforth history in it, but it all looks like Merryweather pirate stuff. Was there really a pirate? There he grinned. Oh, yeah. When we were kids, we were all about the pirate stories. All the Captain's Day festivities just fueled us for another year. He eyed her. Did you enjoy the talk like a pirate stuff? Did Mallory sell hats and whatnot? I was avoiding people at the time, so I didn't go. After a bite or two, Richard pushed away his plate and leaned back. Avoiding people? Why? Lila ignored the question and pointed at the almost untouched plate. This was your dinner idea, and now you don't want to touch it? I'm more concerned about why you hid yourself away during one of the island's biggest celebrations. What were you hiding from? How could she tell him that people had looked at her, judging her for hiding her so-called real relationship with what felt like island royalty? How could she tell him that she felt guilty every time she saw Ray and remembered flirting with him? How could she tell him that she was so relieved that she'd done it, that she'd gotten married? It had been such a comfort to know she couldn't make a stupid relational decision again. And now he's here, in the flesh. He's nice. Mallory's right about that, of course. He's a nice guy, attractive, and I'm going to do something really stupid if I'm not careful. Ray? Lila froze, hand gripping her fork until she expected it to bend. How did she answer that?
"You weren't even engaged to me,"
Richard said. The words were unnecessary, but he continued as if she needed to hear them.
"There was no reason you shouldn't have gone out with him or something."
I was married by Captain's Day, though.
"I meant,"
Richard pressed the point as if not stating the obvious,
"that whatever you guys had before we got married, it wasn't wrong."
Nothing. Lila bit the word out, and the cold solidity of it reassured her more than his attempts did. We didn't have anything. Weren't going to, either, she added. The unspoken question hung between them. Then why did you hide as if you'd done something wrong? It took several bites of barely warm potato and chicken, before Lila could manufacture a response. I'm an outsider, Richard. I married the island's most eligible bachelor. I stole you from the market, and they're not happy about it, okay? He'd already been formulating the answer he thought she'd give. She could see it by the way he leaned forward, mouth open, eyes twinkling. And then he froze, jaw shut, blinked. The twinkle turned to a cloud of confusion. At that, she got up and went inside. Chapter 13. It began, as it always did, like the rumble of mocking laughter. The rumbling built to a crescendo and erupted into a sharp cackle, taunting, tormenting. Richard shivered and willed himself to sleep, but the next flash was so close that even through his eyelids he noticed it. He rolled over and turned on the bedside lamp, or rather, tried to turn it on. The little knob twisted, and when the light didn't come on, Richard jerked it as much as he twisted it the second time. It failed. He tapped the volume on his sound machine, but only the rumbling, flashing of the storm outdoors responded.
"Power's out. Lord, really? Now?"
If pulling the covers over his head would have worked, he'd have done it, in a heartbeat. He jumped at the next clap, trying not to shiver and trying to convince himself that the shivering was due to the cold. Richard bolted for the door. Without power, Lila would be nervous. He should find a flashlight, for her, of course, and if there was another one, he'd take it. Yes, it was only prudent. Richard's movements hitched as he reached for the doorknob. Will alone made him grasp it. Will nearly forced him through it like a cartoon character. Would it have left a hole shaped like him? He wouldn't know because it held fast. He pushed again, and once more, it didn't budge. The crack and flash of the next thunder and lightning duet intensified his desire, his need, rather, to escape the room. His fevered shoves and kicks finally registered, however, and Richard closed his eyes.
"Father, show me how to get out of here."
If only he'd known how to pray when he was a boy. Light flashed through the windows, and he looked at the knob. Understanding flashed, too.
"Pull, Richard, not push."
Even still, the door stuck a little as he jerked on it. It always had.
"I'll have it planed down tomorrow."
Racing down the hallway, he tried not to see shadows where there shouldn't be any. The double doors at the other end stood open.
"Lila?"
No response. He stopped short and stuck his head inside. "Lila?" This time he called a bit louder. Still no response. Lightning illuminated the room enough to show the bed empty and the bathroom door open.
"She probably went down for candles or flashlights or something."
The next crack sent him rushing back down the hall and down the stairs. "Lila?" He paused at the bottom, but still nothing.
"Lila, where are you? You okay?"
Once more, no answer came. Desperation sent him to the breaker box. She'd try that first. It had to be in the utility room, didn't it? Or the kitchen? He tried both and failed. Back porch, he recalled. His grandmother had adamantly refused to have it inside the house. Too unsightly and probably dangerous as well, she'd argued. He never made it to the breaker box. The moment Richard stepped out the deck door, he saw her. Lila stood out on deck, right in the middle, head thrown back, face turned upward. In the next flash, he saw that she was soaked, dripping, shivering even. Lord, the girl's insane. Hands wrapped around her arms, a tug. Lila turned, ready to fire off each of her self-defense techniques, one after the other. Well, except for the pepper spray bit, that was inside on her keychain. She recognized Richard half a second before her hand connected with his nose and missed hitting him by the frog's hair she kept hearing about. Sorry. What are you doing out here? Get inside. Isn't it amazing? You are, he bit out. It didn't sound like a declaration of his burgeoning affections. Thank you for that anyway, Lord. Get inside, he repeated. His terror couldn't have been more apparent. Lila's heart warmed. I'm fine. I promise. I do this all the time. As if he hadn't heard her, Richard tugged again. You've got to get inside. Come inside. I'm all right. She stared at the house. Why do you turn off the kitchen light? No, wait. Back? Power's out? Yes, that happens during storms here. Come inside. She shivered as a fresh, harder burst of rain hit, colder than the last increase. Yeah, I guess it's getting cold. She guesses, Richard muttered to who knew whom. At the back door, she took a glance back, invigorated by the energy that fairly sizzled in the air. It's so beautiful. Not like the desert, but still. Something about lightning over water. Yeah, because that's not dangerous or anything. Stay here. What? But he'd gone. Still, she kept talking as if he stood there listening. You tell me to come inside, and when I get to the door, you inform me to stay outside where it's cold? That doesn't even make sense. It did when he appeared moments later with a flashlight and a couple of bath sheets. He thrust one at her. Wrap up in that. There are clothes in the laundry room. Dry ones. There are some for you, too. I'll get them. Didn't see any, he argued. I was going to go upstairs, but... His eyes darted all over the place before he ended with, Probably shouldn't be walking up them with wet feet. Right. 3 steps from the laundry room door, Richard called out, Be careful. Watch your step. I probably left puddles. He had, too. No sooner had he warned her did her foot hit the edge of a puddle and nearly skidded out from under her. Lila clung to the swinging door and righted herself. Thanks. You done? What? Does he even... Peeling off soaking wet clothes as she shivered. Not so easy. But she managed to be in and out in record time, for her anyway. She'd just reached for a standard-sized towel when something clicked. Oh. Sure enough, the moment she stepped outside the door, Richard was right there. You okay? I am, yes. She eyed him, peering into what should be his eyes. Lightning flashed. Yep. Terror filled them. Are you? Alive and kicking, as my grandmother would have said, he assured her. It sounded more like he was trying to convince himself. You're afraid of the dark, aren't you? No, never been bothered by that. Lila folded her arms over her chest, and he must have noted the movement, because he added, Never been a fan of the whole thunder and lightning thing, but darkness isn't a big deal. She might have believed him but for 3 things. First, he stood as close to her as he could without being downright touchy. Second, not even an Oscar-winning actor could have manufactured the terror she saw in his eyes. And if she'd been wrong about either of the first two, his statement had ended on a quiver. Afraid was an understatement. And I was getting sarcastic. Bad move on my part. "I'll just change." The words came out as cold and calm as anyone could have said them, but she still heard fear in it. Lila caught his arm before he went in. "I'm sorry." "What for?" "I thought you were making fun of me. Condescending. Like I was some idiot who didn't know how to be safe in a storm. I didn't know it was actually bothering you." Without a word, he turned away, entered the laundry room, and closed the door. Lila had planned to wait for him to get out before she continued her discussion, but it occurred to her that the door gave Richard some element of privacy, a way for him to deal with his fear where she couldn't see it. "I was safe out there, Richard. I know what to watch for. I had my shoes on." "Lightning strikes houses too, Lila. I've seen documentaries on it." Only the memory of his genuine fear kept her from snickering at the way he sounded about 4. "Yes, and that's why you have lightning rods. The house is well built, in good condition. It's been through hurricanes. You're safe." He didn't respond. Not at all. Lila fumbled through drawers in the kitchen until she found a candle lighter and went around lighting every one she could remember in the place, so when he came out, the darkness wouldn't clash quite so much with the flashes of light. By the time he finally opened the door, there was such a modest amount of lighting, more suited for a romantic restaurant than a storm distraction, but it would have to do. Richard stood there, unmoving. When she thought she saw him twitch, she hurried to his side. "Do you want some hot Oh, no. We can't make anything hot. I could light the grill and put something out there." Still, he didn't move, didn't respond. Lila patted his arm, hoping to offer a little reassurance, and found him shaking. In a flash of intuition, realized half the tremors were anger with himself. "Okay, Lord. New tack." "Richard?" He stared at her, but she didn't know how much he saw. "You need to forgive yourself for not being invincible. It's okay to be..." She switched words at the last second. "To be nervous during a storm. Lots of people are. Only nut jobs like me actually go out in them. Then there are the real crazies," she teased, keeping her voice as light and carefree as possible, "who go chasing after tornadoes." That did earn her a smile. With the odd shadows flickering in the wake of the candles, she couldn't tell if the smile was genuine or a grimace, but Lila ran with it. "Storm anxiety is common. Lots of people have it in some form or another. Don't even get me started on earthquakes." It took effort, more than she hoped he realized even. But Lila managed to get him settled on the couch with a throw around his shoulders, and her seated at the other end. She tucked her legs under her and told every silly story she had about her utter terror of black widows and total fascination with scorpions. "Then, of course, I got myself stung and ended up with one of the rare pancreatitis infections. Oh, that was a joy. My mom almost killed me for that. The bills." "I haven't asked you about your family." He seemed to lose himself in his thoughts, but even amid the faraway look he adopted, Richard managed to ask, "How do they feel about you coming here and..." He broke off. "Marrying you? They don't know. Mom took off with some biker group the day I turned 18. I've only heard from her a couple of times. She came from money. Parents had a house in Truesdale. But she was spoiled and got herself wrapped up with my dad. He thought her parents would support them once they got married, so he did it." Lila waited for the look people always gave her when she told the story, but it never came. The usual comment did, however. "It sounds like a bad movie." "I hear that a lot." Lila shrugged and tried to keep her voice nonchalant. At least he wasn't shaking anymore. When that didn't work, he convinced her to get pregnant. She flung out her arms and said, "Surprise! I'm here." And it didn't work. Richard's question came in a quiet, low rumble, like the fading storm outside, actually. "He left?" She nodded. "He left." "He was a fool." His eyes closed. He relaxed. And 10 minutes later, he slept. Lila blew out all candles and crept back upstairs. Not until she'd put another blanket on the bed and crawled beneath the covers did she realize something. He knew the story. He wasn't surprised. None of it. Chapter 14. Long before she troubled herself to open her eyes, Lila reveled in the after-storm peace. Sunshine poured in through the windows, warming her toes under the blanket. Even the roar of the surf outside sounded more like a purr in the wake of the crashing waves of the previous night. And all is right with God's world. The memory of Richard's unease prompted her to add, "Wonder how Richard's doing." She sat bolt upright and listened for signs of life downstairs. Nothing. She crept from bed and started for the hallway before remembering that she'd not had a clean bra in the laundry room. Might as well get dressed. Getting dressed meant her hair needed attention. Not as much as Mallory's probably did, perhaps. That girl had the craziest hair she'd ever seen. Still, hers looked bad enough. A brush remedied that in seconds. Again, doubt she'd be able to get it tamed in minutes, much less seconds. Before heading downstairs, Lila looked in on Richard and found his room empty, bed still rumpled. Bet he stayed on the couch all night, poor guy. The whole house felt cleaner, as if the storm scrubbed away the thickness of the air and all the gunk trapped in it. Each breath felt better. Fairy dust didn't dance in sunbeams. It flitted here and there as if searching for its magical friends. "And you've officially gone off your rocker, Lila. Fairy dust and magical friends? Really?" Still, she had the inexplicable urge to assure it that its friends would return. Certifiable. The moment she entered the family room, Lila saw the couch empty save the throw blanket. She sneezed. "Zyrtec!" Turning from the stove, frying pan in hand, Richard said, "Good morning. Where do you keep it?" "Keep what?" "The Zyrtec." She growled at the question. "Preferably at Ray's house where he belongs. Where is he?" That produced the cat, advancing in a model's trot, one foot directly in front of the other. Maybe that's why they call runways catwalks. "Oh," Richard said. "That Zyrtec." "Get him out of here, would you?" At those words, Richard put the pan down. Before he could ask, she added, "I might get by with an infusion of real Zyrtec if I don't actually touch him." Instead of bolting from Richard, Zyrtec practically leapt into the man's arms. At her snort of disgust, Richard just laughed. "I'm tempted to send him swimming, hopefully in a lighter green pool. That might teach him." "Unless he can't swim, then you'll get all algaed up again, saving him." "Well, I think I can convince him to go away for a while," he insisted. With that pronouncement hanging in the air, Richard carried the cat to the laundry room, talking up the animal's purrs, explaining he couldn't be in the house. All of it. He emerged a moment later carrying a water bottle and waved it at her as he passed. "Cats speak water. This should get us at least another week." "I'm about to dump him on Opper,
and call the shelter dude to let him know where he can find the beast.
And if he got run over, you'd feel guilty. If he comes back, I'll talk to Ray myself. Instinct said she ought to remind him that she'd dealt with the problem before and she could again. He didn't have to bother with stray cats. She picked up the frying pan, ready to dish out a plate for him when her thoughts finally solidified. That's not what he was paying her the big bucks to do, pass the job off on him. Then it hit her. He doesn't pay me anymore. There isn't a my job and his job now. I mean, there is, sort of. But ultimately, in a marriage, it's our job. Lila was still working this out when Richard came back through the door and washed his hands. He glanced at her, at the frying pan she still held, and back at her again. You okay? She jumped and eggs flew in the air and rained down on her. The old hardwood looked like someone had tested the idea of popcorn floors. Lila just stared at it all, disbelieving. Did I just... The pan disappeared from her hands. After a second of hesitation, Richard lifted her and set her on the other side of the breakfast bar. She stared at him. Did I break something? No, but do you want to walk on eggs? Really? She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear before blurting out, Are you telling me that you had a few rogue shells in that scrambled mess? Richard just stared at her. Did I really just insult a guy who did the equivalent of putting his cloak over a mud puddle? I really have gone stark raving mad, and cliched as well. When Lila had crept into the kitchen, she'd seemed nervous, but Richard chalked it up to her wondering if he'd finally come out of his crazed overreaction to the storm. Not for the first time, he asked the Lord just why he had to lose it in front of her. Couldn't that have waited until we're friends? Or never? I'm good with the never idea. She appeared in still soggy shoes, but Richard banished her to the bar stool. Sit there, or I'll go bribe Zyrtec into returning. 1 minute he's a knight, slaying the evil cat dragged in. The next he's making deals with the devil itself. Something in her tone struck him as off. Still in a squat and sweeping egg clusters into the dustpan, he peered over the counter and looked at her. You like cats? Lila refused to look at him. I never said that. Without a second look, he muttered, Didn't have to. Doesn't do any good to like something that makes you look like a monster from space in 30 seconds flat. Lies. A glance up this time showed a small smile. Lila cocked her head and said, Thanks. Takes a couple minutes at least. Richard went back to sweeping, but a moment later he felt something hit him in the head. A glob of scrambled egg plopped to the ground in front of him. A glance behind him showed her, hands on her hips, looking far too satisfied with herself. The only reason I'm not throwing one back at you is because you'd probably make me clean up the mess. You got that right. I threw toward the dustpan. He swept closer and closer, but she didn't move. He'd just swept most of it into the pan when Lila pointed behind him. You missed one. That's why dogs are superior animals. We wouldn't have had to clean up any of this. Richard shoved the broom and dustpan in her hands and went to retrieve the egg blob. As he stood, he pelted her with it. Why? It's close to the dustpan now. Look. He pointed at the little yellow cluster of white and yolk that really did resemble a popped corn. Landed in the pan, too. It worked. For a good 5 minutes as he scrambled more eggs and reheated the sausage he'd made, Lila worked next to him, calm and comfortable. That died a moment later when they sat side by side again. Maybe it's not the storm. Maybe it's the fact that we are an us, despite our plans. I'm here, and if things don't straighten out in Azadi, It could be for a long time.
Addressing it couldn't be any worse than the palpable tension pulsating between them.
You know the other day when you mentioned that people felt you'd staged a marriage coup?
Got the guy everyone didn't know they wanted until they couldn't have him anymore. Mallory might have been forgiven, Lila mused, but not an outsider. As much as he wanted to argue it, he couldn't. So he asked the question he wasn't sure he wanted an answer to. Using it as a lead-in, Richard began with, "You know I wasn't going to be on the market, right?" "Yeah."
"Just making sure you knew you didn't ruin someone's chances or anything, I believe."
And even as he formulated the statement, Richard knew he meant it.
"I have no doubt in my mind that marrying you was—"
He cut off abruptly. He'd been about to say, "God's will for my life." But if she wasn't a Christian, something he'd still neglected to ask. Instead, he said the next truest thing.
"The right decision."
You hesitated. He could admit the full reason and take his chances, but Richard wasn't willing to risk running her off just yet. Instead, he spoke another truth that he hoped stayed out of the realm of deception.
"I don't like to make statements like that without careful thought."
Yes, definitely, completely true. By this point, Lila had managed to spread her eggs all over the plate in a perfect picture of ordered randomness. Now she began assembling them in a pile. The dryer buzzer sounded. She jumped and shot a quick look at him, concern etched in her features.
"It's about last night. The nerves. Okay, I can work with that."
His eggs disappeared at twice the previous rate while he considered the best approach. Direct finally won out over gentle.
"I wanted to thank you for being there last night, for staying up with me a bit. It really helped."
"I'm probably to blame, and you're thanking me. You're welcome, I think?" Some things a guy doesn't want to confess, but Richard felt compelled now.
"I was a mess before I got out of my bedroom. Didn't think I actually would, in fact."
This time she shoved her plate aside, propped her head on her hand, and gazed at him before asking, "You're really okay?" In an almost unconscious imitation of her, he forked the last bite into his mouth and leaned back, thumbs hooked on his belt loops.
"Yes, fine. Really."
Lila just looked at him.
"Really,"
he reassured her.
"There's no booming and banging, no flashy lighty things in the sky."
Before he could consider and then reconsider the idea, Richard winked. Although she relaxed as well, Lila's words pressed new tension in the air between them. "Glad you can make light of it. Pun intended," she insisted. It was a lie, and they both knew it. "I can't mock my own fears like that," Lila added in a whisper as she rose and went to scrape her plate. Richard watched the graceful movements. His mind mocked him for noticing grace in kitchen chores, but a piece of him pushed back.
"Cinderella scrubbed with beauty and grace. Why can't Lila scrape with it?"
Another question pleaded for an answer, so he asked it.
"What are you afraid of, Lila?"
Turning to him, Lila wrapped her arms around her middle and stared at him. Richard had almost decided that she wouldn't tell him, or, more likely, he shouldn't push her to, when she pursed her lips, stood a bit straighter, and said, "Being vulnerable with a man."
"That's it?"
Richard managed not to snicker. Good thing, too, she looked ready to bite his head off. Before she could attempt it, he added,
"Surely you know that men are terrified of being vulnerable around women. Most won't admit it, maybe, but it's true."
Still, she gaped at him, emotions twitching different places on her face. One eye, her jaw, even a lip. Richard infused every bit of support and encouragement he could into his expression. Just when he thought she'd relax, she turned away and began rinsing plates and opening the dishwasher.
Fine, then I'm afraid of being beaten half to death by a man.
It was only a whisper, just the faintest hint of words that could have been altered by the rushing water in the sink. Maybe she'd said something about cretins and half a man, or... 1 second he gaped at her. The next, he rounded the island and wrapped her in a hug. I'm sorry, Lila. Did he feel tears on his shirt? I'm sorry that even could be a thing. No woman should ever have that thought, much less fear, ever. A slight shudder followed. A few gulps of air. He felt each attempt at self-control. Lila relaxed, and he rested his cheek on her hair. It lasted only a moment before she sucked in a sharp inhale and stepped back. Thanks, Richard. Don't usually talk about it. Maybe you should. At her quick look, he added, Not now, but when you're ready. I've been told I'm a terrible listener. He grinned at the snicker that almost snorted from her. Hey, it's true. I like to fix. Not exactly conducive to listening, but I'll try. And keeping stuff in isn't any better than trying to fix people's problems when they didn't ask you to. While she didn't agree, the wall that usually appeared any time either of them said anything remotely personal stayed down. Eager to keep the comfortable moment going, Richard reached for the frying pan, but she pushed him away. Go check your pool. You probably have to scrub some more or something. I'll have lunch ready by 1. Instinct demanded he stay. A check in his spirit told him to go. Give her time to deal with the fact that in admitting her vulnerability, she'd made herself vulnerable. Deal, Richard said at last. But I get the lunch dishes. Then I'll be sure to use every dish in the house. She might joke about that, Richard thought, but she won't do it. And she's comfortable enough now to joke again. Improvement. He'd made it halfway to the pool before Richard remembered his phone. Sweat trickled down his back as the sun beat down on him standing undecided in the middle of the path. Go back and intrude on her? But that was ridiculous. She wouldn't care. He'd just grab the phone and go again. She might not even notice he'd come in. But Lila's voice carried out from the kitchen when he opened the front door. As he neared, he heard her say, It was a good conversation, of course. I realized today that things have shifted. We're not just an employer or employee anymore. We went from that to more like co-workers around here, you know? A few seconds passed as she listened. Richard willed himself to go in and grab that phone, but he didn't. He stood there, confused, uncertain. Maybe she wouldn't want him to. Maybe she'd tell all about his panicked reaction to the storm. She wouldn't do that, would she? He hadn't told her not to. Right. Today it feels like we're friends. Actual, genuine friends. And that terrifies me. Chapter 15. It took well over a week for everything to settle into a rhythm again. The problem was, it wasn't the same rhythm, and this new one kept Lila anything but settled. Meals, together. After-dinner movie, almost every night. Walks, together. They'd even gone beachcombing one night down by the docks. Sorting and cataloging, yep, together. Now that Richard had all but given up trying to salvage his business, or so it seemed, he had twice as much time as before. Of course, now and then she'd hear something, get up, and find him in the middle of a conference with someone in Azadi. But otherwise, he got up, conducted his American affairs for a couple of hours, and was free for the rest of the day. The only things he did completely alone were his meetings and swim. Although, to be fair, he did everything he could to get her to join him in that swimming thing. Lila wasn't having any of it. While Richard wasn't cut out to win any Sexiest Man Alive nominations, his fitness routine had produced impressive results, and he wasn't exactly horrible to look at. In swim trunks by a pool that he claimed was the perfect temperature, thanks to his newly installed cover, not a good idea. Lila knew her limits. Business arrangement, that's all this is. Sure, he's a friend now. Not going to embarrass myself by drooling over a guy I don't even want. Her lack of confidence in a swimsuit had nothing to do with it. Right. So, when Richard came in from swimming, toweling his hair as he passed, Lila chose to focus on her notebook as if their future depended on it. In the strictest sense, it did. Have a good swim? It would have been better if you'd joined me. What's so bad about a few laps in the pool now and then? Bad for the hair. At his grin, Lila began planning her next excuse. Probably the negative effects of chlorine on the environment. That'll get him. I was sure that this time it would be something about the negative effect of chlorine on the environment, climate change, and all that. Fine. Maybe I'll say I prefer saltwater pools. The moment she thought it, she nixed it. He'd just suggest the ocean. Looks like it might be time for the age-old feminine excuse. If he doesn't take a hint, I'll just tell him I think tampons are a sin. Conscience protested. So I'll sin about sin. That'll be a good one. Surely he won't believe me. His phone buzzed and Richard sighed. Looks like I need to go talk to the lawyers about some of Pamela's investments. She left them in kind of a mess, and I was trying to consolidate with mine, and they just had a last-minute cancellation. Need anything from the city? Affordable fruit? The last couple of farmers' markets had lean fruit pickings. Oh, and chocolate. I've got a serious chocolate craving. It was true, too. And if he connected it to her next excuse not to swim, all the better. Deal. His thumbs beat out a rhythm of their own even as he spoke. How did he do that? Want me to bring home something to eat? I could stop off at Breaker's and grab something from Beth. Lila looked up and found him watching her, smiling in a way that she didn't know how to read. Didn't know if she even wanted to know. No. I think we have chicken that needs to be cooked. I'll try to grill it and have... Don't. I'll grill it when I get back. Just because I tend to make blackened chicken... Richard's laughter cut her off. On accident. Fine, she snapped. You make it. I'll make a salad. Those are safe. He came just a little too close for comfort and whispered, each word tousling her hair which tickled her ear. If I find blood drops in place of tomato globs, you're getting tossed in that pool. Just remember, she managed to choke out, who wields that knife. He'd never been so eager to reach home, or rather, what was home now, and not since he was a small boy and still thought visiting the family at Danforth Hall was the height of fun. Once the ferry pulled away from the slip at Mimosa, Richard couldn't help but feel that he'd pushed the thing through the water by sheer force of will. Once off the ferry, he rolled up the road to the captain's walk. Teens stood at the corner, arms full of flowers and beckoning him to roll down his window. Knowing exactly what they wanted, he still complied. How's it going, guys? What kind of newlywed are you, Mr. D? Are you really going home without flowers for your wife? Good marketing right there. Impressive. Aloud, he just said, How do you know that I don't have a bunch on the seat beside me?
Because if you did, you'd have held them up and kept going, right? Come on, don't you want to help us raise money for our winter break mission trip?
Who could resist money for a good cause?
And really, if your wife found out that you could have brought her roses and didn't...
The kid grabbed a large bunch of red roses. I think she'd like pink better. Do you have pink or...
No way. Even I know that you give a woman you love red roses. Is the honeymoon over already? Man, the gossip.
Fine. Hands in the air, Richard conceded. Red ones it is, but I'll need 2 of those to convince you that I'm the happiest married man on the planet. The price was $50. Richard doubled it and told them to make sure it all went to the fund. Come see one of us if anyone's short and can't go, okay? They waved him off, calling him the greatest thing ever. All sales tactics, of course. Still, if he had a sales-based business, he'd have hired the kid on the spot. Instincts, with some training, the kid's instincts would take him far. All humor died when he imagined giving the flowers to Lila. Would she get it? Or would she feel threatened or betrayed? They'd said vows for what she kept calling a paper marriage. Now that he lived there, in the same country, same house, they ate together, played together. Despite every plan to the contrary, in many ways they lived together like a regular married couple. And you like it. You like her. He'd avoided that fact. No, he wasn't in love with his wife, but it would only take letting his guard down just a little, and he'd be a lost man. Then again, he reasoned, he didn't really know her. Who could fall in love with someone after a couple of months of text messages and a few weeks of cohabitation? Thousands of people who've used online dating sites, that's who. Richard ignored himself and pulled into the garage, exuding confidence he didn't feel. 2 bunches of flowers wrapped in plastic looked stupid, so he disassembled them both, combined them, and wrapped them up again. It took both wrappers to make it work, too. Too extravagant. She'll feel pressured or something, or like I'm being ostentatious or something. The path from garage to front door had never felt so long, or so short. By the time he reached it, perspiration that he couldn't blame on the balmy temperatures beaded on his forehead, soaked his underarms. This is going to stink in more ways than one. Richard stood there, staring at the painted door, eyeing the paint with ridiculously focused interest. He found crazing around the doorknob. Maybe it needed a new paint job. The weather was good for that, too. It might be a way to divert her attention from the roses. Go in, fork them over, and before she could react, ask her to arrange for someone to come in and check out the door and see if it needed a touch-up or a full repaint. With that plan in mind, he pushed open the door. Music, 80s pop no less, blasted from the kitchen. It lured him into the room where Lila stood at the stove, frying. Chicken? The scent was unmistakable. As she hovered, her hips swayed, her arms made bizarre jerking motions, and her head bopped, until she spun in place and saw him standing there. Her gaze flitted from the profusion of roses in his arms to his face, and back to the roses again. Though she didn't speak, and though her face grew as red as any one of those petals, her entire expression shouted, "Really?" I was informed by an excellent salesman that a good husband brings roses home to his wife. Not just any roses, of course. Red ones. Her lips twitched, but that did not deter him. Must be red. Is that so? This time, her eye twitched, and she sucked in her lips until she looked almost frightful. What's a man to do when challenged? I've made it a priority to be the best at anything I did. Well, he shoved the roses at her. Happy. It would sound lame, but it was the best he could come up with.
Wife Day.
Any attempt to resist laughter failed in the wake of that patheticness. Lila snorted, chortled, and was that a guffaw? By the way she clapped her hand over her mouth, he suspected she did. Never thought you'd have to wear the real husband hat, did you? Whatever else she meant to say dissolved in the wake of giggles. And caught fire in a flash of chicken and grease. Richard thrust the flowers into her arms as he dove to cover the pan with a nearby cutting board. Lila stood frozen, nearly getting herself bowled over when he reached for the cupboard where he thought he'd seen baking soda. One hand snapped off the burner while the other fumbled for the box. Inside 5 seconds, the chicken had baking soda frosting liberally covering it, and the bottom of the cutting board boasted a lovely scorched circle on it. As his heart rate settled, he turned and eyed her. I thought we agreed to no blackened chicken. You distracted me with the flowers. Lila cocked her head and a suspicious expression replaced the previous stunned, disbelieving one she'd worn. You forgot my chocolate, didn't you? He swallowed hard. Yeah. And bought the flowers to distract me. Richard shook his head. Nope. Flowers were the kid's idea. When she pursed her lips in thought, Richard fought back a wince and turned. Better go get that chocolate, though. What? He turned back. It'll melt in that car if I don't. Richard nodded at the roses she still held. Those might need water, though. Be right back. Hopefully before my heart rate soars again. Now, if he could only convince himself that it was because of the fire. The grease fire. Chapter 16. A Bible sat on the end of the counter. Richard had been curious about it all through their sandwiches and salad dinner, dishes and cleanup, but Lila hadn't said anything, and he still hadn't worked through his reluctance in understanding just why he couldn't bring himself to ask. You'd ask anyone else about their faith, but not her. The obvious why not, however, eluded him. Lila appeared in the kitchen just as he returned from dumping the destroyed pan in the garbage. I'm going down to the barrow to see if there's anything that catches my eye. He'd never imagined her as a recreational shopper. Was she bored? Did she need to get out? Away from him? The direct approach would be best. Everything okay? When Lila gave him a confused look, he added, You know, everyone burns a pan now and then. It's nothing. Oh, no. It's not that. Lila insisted, and Richard believed her despite the flush of pink in her cheeks. I just think Mallory is struggling. I also found a box of books we don't want but she could sell. An excuse for going down in the first place. Kitchen cleanup could wait. Richard rinsed his hands and dried them as he said, I'll go with you. This enforced vacation might be a good time to catch up on all the reading I've missed, or at least on the latest bestsellers so I can speak knowledgeably about them. After a curious pause, watching him, Lila shrugged and said, Sure, I was going to take the golf cart. If she thought that would deter him, she could think again. Great. Meet you there. Just want to change my shirt. He pulled the neck up and sniffed. It's a little smoky. Wouldn't want people to think marriage is, well. Ha ha. I'll get the books. Just leave them by the front door. I'll grab them on my way out. I can carry, Lila began. While I'm certain you can do anything you set your mind to, Richard began. Leave them for me. If those kids ever found out. He gave a mock shudder. Not to mention what my mother would do from the grave if she could. And just like that, it worked. Lila smiled, tucked that rogue lock behind one ear, told him his favorite shirt was hanging in the laundry room, and went, presumably, to find her purse or the box of books. That box waited for him by the front door when he rushed to catch up with her. It also prevented him from rushing too quickly. It had to have held 30 books. Cars began to line Captain's Walk long before they reached the heart of town. Music played, and near the slip, it looked as if people might be dancing. The closer they came, the louder the music boomed through the air. "Must be having some kind of party," Lila murmured. Then she tapped at his arm. "Hey, let me out in front of the barrow. I'll grab the books from there. You'll have to park halfway to the church at this point. There's no reason for us to carry it down." Richard pulled up in front of the barrow, but he got out too. He met Lila at the back of the cart and shook his head as she reached for the box. "Remember, I'm terrified of my mother, even at my age and in her eternal state. Don't make me have nightmares." Shaking her head, Lila wove through a crowd half blocking the way up to the door and tried to meet Mallory up front. It wasn't possible that he could observe from his vantage point, so he carried the box to the end of the trailer and pushed it up next to the door. Working his way through browsers and tables, he reached Lila and told her what he'd done. In the cheesy, slow motion of a shampoo or toothpaste commercial, Lila turned, her hair brushing his shoulder as it fanned out just a bit, and she smiled up at him. Had she been a man, and had it been a cartoon, that smile would have included a gleaming sparkle at one corner. "Thanks," was all she said. But by the way his emotions danced, you'd have thought it something much more personal and intimate. "Azadi, Richard. You live in Azadi. It'll be over soon, and you're leaving. Got it, Richard? Richard?"
"Richard, are you okay?"
"Perfectly fine," he choked out. Some might say he bolted for the cart. Richard preferred to consider it removing himself from a dangerous situation with prudent expediency. He'd almost made it to where the same kids were still hawking their floral arrangements when he heard one talking about him, about them as a couple. In as honeyed a tone as any Southern miss could produce, the girl said,
"Mama says there's something fishy about the Danforths. They're newlyweds, but they aren't very affectionate."
Venom dripped from the words, but not from her tone. That venom must have come from the girl's mother. Richard inched closer and caught the profile. Haley Hawkins's girl. It had to be. She'd gotten pregnant in high school 16 years or so ago. And Richard hadn't taken her to the prom like she'd wanted.
"Know about that. I mean, maybe they're just private people." "Maybe."
The girl sounded bored rather than spiteful.
"But Mama's not the only one. I heard Granny May say that she can't see any chemistry between them."
"He bought her roses today," the kid argued. The song ended, creating enough quiet to hear someone off to the kid's right say,
"Yeah, I noticed that too. It ain't natural for newlyweds to be so aloof. She was here for almost a month."
The next song began, but Richard thought he heard the rest. "Yes, I was gone for that month. Should have been a year or 3. A sinking feeling hit him as he realized that idea didn't appeal to him anymore. "We have an agreement. I can't just ignore that." When he made it back to the book barrow, Richard found Lila standing there with 2 teas in hand. She offered him one, and Richard took it, trying to infuse every bit of suspicion into his body language that he could. "Better be sweet."
"It is."
Lila wrinkled her nose. "Cloyingly so, in my opinion. Do you know?" she added as she turned to walk away. "I was at a restaurant in Savannah. There were 2 big dispensers, side by side, with many chalkboards hanging from each,
One said sweet, as God intended. The other said bitter, Satan's influence. There he laughed. Eyes turned their way, and Richard couldn't take it. If he did go back soon, people would talk even more. She might have to bear the brunt of that gossip. So, justifying it like that, Richard scooted around to her side of the table, reached for her hand, and laced their fingers together. Lila looked at their hands, looked up at him, and then looked at him. That look asked, "What has gotten into you?" It also failed to hide a bit of pink on her cheeks. Interesting.
Apparently, we are suspiciously under-affectionate. I thought it might not hurt to dispel burgeoning rumors.
Her lips thinned. From anger? "What?" she choked out.
Yep, just overheard people saying they've noticed how aloof we are. I didn't even know Maddie knew that word.
The first chortle escaped, followed by a giggle. People notice? She took a sip. Big mistake. Her next snickers sent it out her nose. Now Richard laughed. Who could help it? They notice if we do or do not touch in public? Really? When she looked at their hands again, Richard winced. Maybe it hadn't been a good idea. Then again, she hadn't yanked it away, yet.
I should have thought of it. I mean, this is a small town in the South. Everyone considers everyone else's business their own, too.
I don't believe this. It's ridiculous. They'd made it almost to the car before he added,
I'll let go if you tell me to.
Why? Of all responses she could have made, that one wouldn't have made Richard's shortlist. He shrugged.
Aside from not being someone who forces his attentions on a lady, there's also the fact that no one can see us anymore.
After a glance back, Lila dropped her hand faster than he could have predicted it. Richard didn't even bother to stifle a snicker. The moment Lila dropped Richard's hand, she realized several things in quick succession. First, she'd liked it. Much too much for comfort. Second, she was now disappointed to not be holding it anymore. Again, not a comfortable feeling. Third, and this came after a quick glance at Richard and seeing the knowing look on his face, he knew it. He knew she liked it. God, let me just die now before I fall for a guy who doesn't want the wife he now has and, oh, by the way, who might just end up finishing the job that Greg started. That last bit was ridiculous, of course. Richard wouldn't hurt her. He'd had every opportunity to try and took none. Even the hand-holding bit had been prompted by busybodies rather than personal interest. And now he'll regret this.
Lila?
Here it comes.
There's nothing wrong with needing connection, affection even. We're people. It's okay to need that or even want it.
There is when it nearly gets you killed because you picked the wrong source. God's safer. He should be enough. Something deep in her heart did a double knock and whispered, If it's not good that a man should be alone, what about a woman? Are we supposed to need people? Maybe I need to invest more in that church over on Hopper. Lila wrestled the thought all the way through the loblolly pine and gum tree-lined road up to Danforth Hall. In the garage, she made up her mind. They were married. In the past couple of weeks, they'd become friends. She'd held hands with her girlfriends at lighthearted moments. Why not with a guy friend she happened to be married to? So, once they stepped out of the garage, she took his hand again, staring straight ahead, unwilling to risk seeing irritation or pity flicker in his eyes. A gentle squeeze hinted she'd misjudged him, but Lila didn't risk it. Instead, she stared ahead,
trying not to focus on the warmth and comfort of a man's hand holding hers. Oh, yes. She may have reached for him this time, but he most definitely held her hand. To her disgust, she still liked it. Even more than the last time. As they neared the door, Lila let go to hurry forward, reach out, and open it. Once more, she felt that sense of loss. Once more, she could have kicked herself for it. In the kitchen, Richard leaned over the bar and eyed her. "See? That didn't hurt at all." "That's what you think." Chapter 17. A perfect 72 degrees, combined with lower than usual humidity, meant Lila had every window and door in the house open. Reggae blasted through the downstairs, and when she realized she hadn't seen Richard since breakfast, she credited that to music he hated. That prompted her to go purchase another digital album, just for more reggae variety. For more distance, to provide the peace that her mind had kicked to the curb. The familiar rumble of the UPS truck prompted her to check her phone. No pending orders were supposed to be delivered. Maybe an overnight letter for Richard? Sending him back to Azadi? Please, Lord. A moment later, she sighed as her heart protested, and she added, "Or not." The man in brown jogged up the walk and handed her a plastic soft bag with a smile and a, "Have a good day." "You too." After staring at the label for a moment, she turned to go back inside and rip the tab off. An old-fashioned, white plastic swim cap dropped to the floor before she could catch it. Lila blinked. A cough to her left startled her. There stood Richard, grinning. "No excuse not to swim now." "What about crypto? I could totally get that in your disgusting pool." "It's not disgusting anymore. Everything that could be illness-inducing is dead." As if not interrupted, Lila continued, "Not to mention that chlorine is bad for the eyes." "Goggles." "And..." She eyed him with a glare that should have intimidated him. It did not. "Then there's swimmer's ear and..." She plowed over his suggestion of earplugs with, "athlete's foot." Richard had inched his way to her side. He gazed into her eyes until her arguments became muddled. "Not fair." "You don't know how to swim, do you?" "Okay, that's scary." "You know there's a shallow end, right?" She gave a brief nod, but when he folded his arms over his chest and challenged her further, Lila said, "Too easy to get pushed too far past the safe zone." "This isn't a public pool with 50 kids playing Marco Polo. I'm right here. Won't let that happen." "Why do you care?" Just asking prompted a churning in her gut. Should not have asked. Everything about Richard shifted from bold and challenging to insecure little boy in that one question. "Just thought it might be fun." "Oh yeah, that's it. I'm done for. I went from running from him to falling for him in one insecure moment." The mason appeared just as Richard might have tried again to get Lila to give the pool a chance. "I should never have allowed her to see how bad it was." He followed them outside, around the house, to where she'd found loose bricks and listened as they discussed the best solution, repair or partial reconstruction. The man pushed for reconstruction, but Lila stood firm. "It's just a few bricks. It isn't leaning. There aren't any deep cracks." "The structural integrity of the whole thing could be compromised. The only way to know is to get inside and see. And if you're gonna do that, this whole section could be redone without it being obvious. Whereas if you just repair those dozen bricks, it's sure to show." He looked over at Richard. "I'm sure your husband understands how these things work, Miss Danforth, but..." She broke in, nonplussed. Anyone up on a ladder examining our brickwork is going to have more to worry about than the fact that some of them might have newer-looking mortar. However, since my decision for how I want the repairs done makes you uncomfortable, I'll pay you for your time in coming out here, and we'll find someone who is confident in his abilities to make solid repairs without such extensive work on a historic home." The mason argued, blustered, protested, and finally appealed to Richard. Lila glared at him, but she needn't have bothered. Richard shook his head and said, "This is Lila's purview. I'm just here to see the show." 5 minutes later, with a tiny check in hand, the man bumped down the drive and away from the house. Richard just clapped. "Well done, Ms. Danforth."
"Jerk was just trying to bilk you."
"Us." She nodded. "Right. Us." After stepping back and examining the chimney again, Lila glanced over at him before asking, "Do you think I'm being ridiculous?" "I think giving you power of attorney was probably the single greatest personal decision I've ever made." 3 seconds into that statement, Lila began pulling her swim cap out of the plastic packaging and stuffed her hair into it. "What are you doing?" "You're all wet, and the humidity's down today, so I'm protecting my hair from you. It finally looks decent." "No finally about it, and you look way too good wearing a deflated beach ball on your head." Lila, confident that she looked ridiculous, fluttered her eyelashes. Way too confident. One stray lock peeked out along her temple, and Richard stepped close and tucked it under. Proximity sent his senses reeling. Still a little heady, he cleared his throat and asked, "Didn't you need me to check out something about stamp collections?" Lila tucked that determined lock of hair behind her ear and never finished the sentence. If the way she managed only to look past him meant anything, she felt it too. Whatever it was, he liked it. Whatever it was, he realized, and she eventually turned away, cheeks pink. She liked it too. "So I'm falling for my wife when I was supposed to give her a wide berth. Great." No one would accuse her of running back to the house, but she did move at a brisk pace. And by the time she pulled out 3 huge stamp albums, he realized 2 things. 1, she was interested herself, and 2, she doesn't trust me yet. That only meant one thing. He'd have to work that much harder. "I think I can manage that. Or die trying, as they say. But I'd rather live trying." Moonlight on the water glistened and rippled, a bridge from her place on the water taxi to heaven, it seemed. After the stirring Bible study and service over on Hopper, and after the reminder that she was going home to a man she wanted to let in and who didn't want her to want him in, Lila thought perhaps the best thing would be if the Lord would appear on the waves and invite her to walk that bridge home with him. "Kind of morose, isn't it, Lord? I don't mean to be. Or do I, and I'm just fooling myself? I don't even trust my own wants anymore." If she only had the strength, the faith, that God would protect her, Lila thought she'd fight for Richard. Show him that maybe God had sent him home because he had a bigger plan for them. If only she could trust him with her heart. Or my life, minor things like that. Of course, he'd had every opportunity to try to take advantage of their situation. Greg would have. He'd have reminded her in every subtle and then not-so-subtle way that they were married after all. What was the harm in enjoying all the benefits that came with it? If the guy had known his Bible as well as he pretended to, and Greg had not, in this case he might have even pulled out a few Bible verses and insisted it was not only okay, but right, godly. No, Greg had learned that engaged didn't mean in bed, and tried to put her into eternal sleep instead. And you would never have believed he could. Why trust Richard? Attraction? He seems nice. Yeah, so did Greg. You were attracted to him, too. And it's not just you. All those stories that social workers shared. Trusting men isn't safe. Don't do it. By the time the taxi pulled up to the docks and the driver had helped her out, Lila had settled her mind. She had what was probably a good man. She had a good life, both blessings from God. That good man would leave and go back to his life on the other side of the world, and she'd still have a good man and a good life. She'd concentrate her focus there. That and his soul. I don't even know if I'd trust his answer, but I can't help but wonder what my responsibility is there. As she strolled up the wooden planks toward the golf cart, Lila's conscience sent a dozen gentle but firm prods, all saying variations of the same thing. Your responsibility is to show him Jesus. Anything less is wrong. Leave the rest to the Lord. Lila settled herself in the golf cart, resigned herself to an awkward but necessary conversation, and turned the key. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Even removing the key, turning it over, wriggling and pleading with the Lord for a different kind of spark in her life, produced nothing. She pulled out her phone and called Richard. Cart's dead. Silence told her that perhaps this wasn't a scary fluke. After a moment, Richard said, That would be my fault. Sorry, I was distracted by a pretty girl last night and forgot to plug it in. Sure, blame me. She might have sounded put out, but Lila flushed at the teasing tone, the flirtatiousness of the words. Be right there. What about the battery? Can the Mercedes pull it? I'll come down tomorrow with a charged one. I doubt the spare here is fully charged, or I'd bring it now. The wait began, and if him arriving sooner than expected sent nervous shivers up her spine, well, could anyone blame her? The minute she opened her mouth, their new normal would become awkward and strained again. He left the car running and jogged around to open the front door. A few cars passed on their way south and around the lower tip of the island. It's probably just so they don't gossip, she suggested to herself. And, until he gazed down at her before shutting the door, Lila had almost believed it. Sometimes he seems interested in more. Once back in the car, he drove them up Captain's Walk to the top of the hill and turned at the church. Several folks waved as they passed, and Richard waved as well. You still know everyone on this island, don't you? Many, sure. A second later he added, Did you have a good time? The question was straightforward enough, but she heard another one beneath it. Where'd you go? And the stilted conversation began. He'd been at church, she learned. That threw her carefully crafted introduction to her faith in Jesus out the window. Too many questions interfered. Was he a real Christian, or did he attend church because that's what good old Southern boys do? At their garage, he parked and met her at the back of the Mercedes, and only then did she realize why he seemed irritated each time they arrived home. He's used to opening doors. Another one of those things his proper Southern mama probably taught him. It happened again. That wonderful, terrifying moment when his hand reached out and his fingers interlocked with hers. She stiffened and berated herself for doing it. He'd pull away, and the moment would be lost, again. Instead, however, he slowed, paused, and turned, leading her back down the other side of the estate. Toward the pool, of course. Lila allowed herself to be led, but she would not go in, no matter what he said. In fact, if he pushed too much, it might settle for her just who he really was. Once in the gated area, he kicked off his shoes and rolled up his khakis.
Come on, off with the flips. If you won't swim with me, you can at least sit with me and dangle your feet in.
Before she could protest, he pointed to the shallow end.
There.
The flips came off, but despite every effort to hide it, Lila trembled. Even with the pool cover hiding the watery depths, she didn't trust it. Just standing there watching the cover pulling back plunged her beneath the water, bodies on every side, bumping, pushing, playing, killing. She stepped back, wrapped her arms around her middle, and ordered herself not to shake. Richard's arm slipped around her shoulder, and his voice soothed as he said, "You okay?"
No.
Instead of pressing, she'd felt sure he would. He stood there, half holding her, silent, supporting. When she thought she'd go crazy staring at the water, when she was certain she'd endured all she could. He leaned his head against hers and sighed.
Lila, I don't know where you stand with the Lord.
The Lord?
Yes.
Low, cautious, gentle. Each word reached her and settled deep in her heart as he shared his.
Maybe you can't trust me. I get that. But I promise, you can trust him. You can trust Jesus.
I know,
she whispered. Lila hadn't realized that he'd been holding back, but at those words, Richard relaxed and he said,
His spirit lives in me, Lila. He guides everything I do. So don't worry about trusting me. Trust him. Meanwhile, I'll do my best to obey his prompting in my life.
A lot of people say that. How many actually do that?
Christians.
At her snort, he added,
All Christians should live in such a way that anyone can trust that the Lord is working through them. He lives in their hearts, does his work in them. So when our lives are fixed on him, how can we live in such a way as to not be trusted? He can be trusted.
By the third tear that spilled down her cheeks, Lila turned, buried her face in his chest, and wept. Soft, gentle, cleansing tears. They didn't solve every fear, even the fears she had of him, but they settled her spirit, for now. With the breeze rustling the leaves, the surf pounding the nearby rocks, the occasional cry of a gull, Lila rested and trusted. Just this once. Chapter 18. 36 days after escaping Azadi with little more than his life and his United States investments, the call came through. Richard's lawyer said the 4 words they'd been waiting for, praying for.
The coup is over. Did they get Al-Jabri and all his men, or...
Got 'em. Executed them on the spot, too. Not Azadi's finest moment, perhaps, but understandable. Richard jumped up from the lounge chair by the pool and jogged toward the house to tell Lila.
This is great. So, is there anything yet about what they'll do with illegally seized property and accounts?
There's a lot happening all at once, his lawyer explained. I just heard the news and called immediately. I'll let you know when you need to come. His jog slowed to a quick walk, a stroll, a standstill.
Come.
I don't think they're letting any planes in yet. Sorry, Rick. You'll have to hold on a bit longer. Oh, and I got word that Nora's family is well. They'll be coming back at the end of the week, but they were more of a political threat than a financial advantage, so their property and accounts are probably untouched.
Back.
So anyway, I wonder how you'd feel about a conference call with the board. It'd have to be about 3 o'clock your time to accommodate most time zones. That would be 3 o'clock in the morning. Richard didn't even bother to confirm it. He knew exactly what prompted the time suggestion. Sure. Tonight? Tomorrow? Exactly. I'll let you know if it changes. Just before the man ran off, Richard's lawyer added, And hey, congratulations. You'll lose some, especially some of the growth and progress on new ventures. But I expect maybe 80% retrieval or thereabouts. We'll take our case to the court for the rest. You've invested a lot in the country, and they won't forget that.
Standing there, staring up at Danforth House, Richard tumbled over the thoughts in his mind. He needed to go. He knew that. As soon as the country was stable, probably within the week or so, he'd need to fly over and assert his claim to properties and accounts. They'd take him more seriously if he did it himself, instead of sending a legal emissary. Wheels would turn quicker. Would I get home quick enough, though? Lila met him in the entryway, arms full of freshly dried towels in a haystack-like heap. Hey, everything okay?
Sure. Shouldn't it be? Way to sound guilty, Danforth.
After giving him a funny look, Lila shrugged and moved toward the stairs. I made a smoothie. There's some for you in the fridge if you want it, but it'll be gross in a couple of hours. Just as she reached the stairs, Richard came out of his trance and rushed to take the towels from her.
Sorry, mind is elsewhere.
I'm capable of carrying towels, Richard.
Maybe, but...
He managed to grab the stack of towels, grinned at her, and urged her up the stairs. That earned him a laugh. Your mama would skin you alive if she could, I know.
And because I'm doing my best to convince you that I'm not the enemy.
She led the way to her room and gestured for him to drop the towels on her bed. When she pulled one off the pile, he followed suit. Towel, rather. That's where everything shifted. She took his folded masterpiece and flopped one side open. Can you do it in thirds, like this? Had anyone ever hinted that he'd enjoy watching a woman, his wife, fold a stupid towel, he'd have considered demanding a psych eval. Regardless, there was something soothing in the graceful moves of arms and hands. She'd turned a mundane task into something beautiful. When Lila looked at him with one of her pointed expressions, Richard copied the folding pattern, but he had to ask.
So why the triples? Mom always said to do it this way so we could fit more on the shelf. What's your reasoning?
Bringing his mother into it probably wasn't the best idea, but it was too late. Lila grabbed another towel and folded, her arms snapping it into submission, her hands caressing the surface before plopping it on top of the previous one.
I've turned into some sort of sexist pig. I keep ogling her domestic prowess or something.
I do it so I can fit more on the shelf. He jerked his mind from his own thoughts and back to Lila.
That's what she said anyway. She said it was thinner so you could stack more.
With another practiced flick of the wrist, Lila snapped another towel, and the twists and folds settled into proper place. No, I said that's why I do it, because I can get exactly 4 rows of towels on one shelf if I do it this way. Otherwise, there's stuff in a corner on one side or another that gets buried. This fills it nicely. Washcloths got rolled, blue for the guest bath, white for hers. Richard rolled.
It's kinda like the Christian life, isn't it?
What do you mean? Lila asked as she picked up a hand towel and folded it in thirds that made no sense at all to him.
Well, it's not a perfect analogy, but most of what Christians do to live out their faith is a lot like folding towels. The point is to do it, and with gratitude. The fine nuances of how it's done don't always matter.
By the look in her eyes, Lila didn't get it.
Give me a for instance. That didn't take long. He'd come from a long line of early mornings with Jesus folks, and the years he'd spent trying to be godly enough still galled him. Bible reading. What about it? What's the point of it? He asked. Great, Lila announced to the towel in her hands. He thinks he's Socrates. However, she answered him anyway. To know and understand the Lord and what he wants for us better. I seriously lucked out. Richard couldn't let that one slide, and he rarely quibbled over common phrases. No, I was blessed with her. I could have married a nightmare, but you protected both of us from that. Thank you. Richard? Just thanking the Lord for you. She rolled her eyes. Seriously, Richard insisted. I just realized that I could have ended up with a militant atheist who hated men and spent me out of house and home. That earned him a snort. You had me checked out. You talked to me. You presumably prayed about... She stopped when he winced. Were the women that rabid over a billionaire? You're the one who said there's a whole genre devoted to the meeting and presumably marrying of those with healthy portfolios. Healthy. Lila plopped another towel on yet another pile. Let's go with that one. She dragged the conversation out of the romance novel aisle and back to Christian living. So, did I get anywhere near close to what you were looking for on the Bible reading thing? Exactly what I was looking for. But if you talk to Danforths the world over, or at least closely connected with Merriweather anyway, you'll learn that godly Christians rise early to study and pray. Piles of fluffy towels disappeared from the bed, one by one. But Lila didn't say a word. But after she returned for a couple more, she smiled. I get it. The point is to put the towels away. To read the Bible and learn it, that is. One person's house, or life rather, is best situated for one way, while another person's is another. Right. The point is to learn, not to be able to say, I got up early to read the Bible. When I tried doing that, I couldn't tell you what passage I read, much less what it said. Laundry done, Lila straightened the bed again and led him from the room. That'll be our signal then. If one of us gets all worked up about something that can be done a dozen ways without trampling on what God says he wants, the other can just say, what closet does that towel go in? As a reminder. Signal. We have a signal. We have a thing. Lila jerked upright, heart pounding, lungs on overdrive. As she worked to slow her breathing, her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Only a sliver of moonlight streaked across the corner of her bed. Coherence pushed out confusion while she glanced around her, as if she could actually see something. What had that noise been? Turning on the lamp did nothing to enlighten her. No books lay knocked off on the floor. The shutters weren't flapping in the breeze. Nothing. A muffled sound from down the hall caught Lila's attention just as she turned off the light again. A glance at the clock told her it was 3:30. What? Again? He's been on the phone half the night all week. Once more, Lila turned on the light, and as a cooler than usual breeze rippled her nightshirt, Lila grabbed a lightweight cardigan and strode out the door. It was time to have a talk with Richard. As she neared, she heard Richard's rumbling voice, the one he used when he tried to be quiet and couldn't quite make it. The Prime Minister's Council? What about the Minister of Finance? Has anyone... He turned and saw her. I'm sorry, but you'll all have to excuse me. I need to go. Please have reports in my inbox by 5 o'clock Eastern. Thank you for your time. Richard disconnected the call just like that and strode toward her. Did I wake you? I was afraid of that when I knocked over the lamp. I'm sorry. I'll take calls downstairs from now on. She found herself being escorted back to her room by a man as solicitous for her comfort as anyone could hope for. His voice grew quieter with each step, soothing. Lila could almost believe he knew exactly how to lull her back into a restful sleep. But at the door, she stopped him. "I've been thinking about this thing in Azadi." Something flickered in Richard's eyes. She'd have sworn it was fear, but the man seemed only afraid of thunderstorms. Nothing else fazed him. "Why don't you just let it all go until the whole thing is resolved? You can't change anything anyway. Let your people do what they do best. Enjoy your enforced vacation and deal with the rest later." Different emotions flickered across his features, ones she couldn't name. A slow, steady desperation built within her. Lila grabbed his arm with one hand, his hand with her other. Eyes locked. She waited for him to relax, but he never did. "Let it go, just for now. You're losing too much sleep over things you can't control." Twice Richard opened his mouth, and both times he snapped it shut again. She expected him to tell her to mind her own business, when he pulled her close, kissed the side of her head, and squeezed her hand. "Just keep praying, okay?" And with that, he walked away. Tears sprang to her eyes, heart pounding, throat aching. Lila shoved the door shut with more force than necessary. The first tear fell, followed by a choked sob. She twisted the lock on her door and bolted for her bathroom, for the shower stall in the corner where she could blast herself with hot water and drown out the hot tears that fell. "Lord, this wasn't supposed to happen. We had an agreement, I thought. No men in my life, certainly not a husband. And when Richard came along, I thought we agreed that this was just an arrangement." Lila wrapped her arms around her middle, hiding the scar from the surgery that saved her life after Greg tried to kick her into eternity. "No." More sobs, more wails, more rails at a God who could allow it to happen. "I married him to avoid all this," she reminded him. "And here I fell in love with a man who never wanted this marriage thing either." Back pressed to the tile of the shower stall, Lila sank down until her head rested on her knees. The water beat down on her head, streaming over her body as if the whole house cried for and with her. Eventually, the water turned lukewarm, almost cold. When the shivers started, Lila forced herself to stand, to turn off the water, to stop her pity party. "Okay, new agreement, Lord. Please let this one stick, okay? I'm going to be grateful for a wonderful friend. I'm not going to do something stupid to lose that. I can't. Please don't let me. Please." She probably thought he couldn't hear that lock turn. He did. Heart heavy, Richard made it halfway down the hall before he decided to explain, to tell her that it was over. But the minute he did, he knew what would happen. Lila would expect him to leave. A sound, and after a lifetime with a mother who hid her pain from him, Richard knew that sound, greeted him before he could knock on the panel door. She's crying. Why? It made no sense. Richard heard the bathroom door shut, and a moment later, the shower came on. Not a single sob reached his eardrums, but every one landed on his heart. He couldn't tell her about the overthrow of the coup. Leaving now? Not an option. Was it? "I don't want to go, Lord. There's something. I can't lose this." Chapter 19. Just as October prepared to pack up and leave for the year, Mallory decided it was time to intervene. With the coup over, Richard Danforth would have to go back to Azadi, at least for a while anyway, and Lila should absolutely go with him. If only she knew how to convince Lila of that. Still, things were looking up for her bookstore, and life had become more predictable when the lazy days of summer had given way to the still muggy days of early fall. The hours between noon and 3, dead. However, despite no more frenzied drink orders every hour, books sold at all hours, many through phone orders. Calls asking things like, "Do you have?" and "Can you get me?" made up as many sales as later evenings where people wandered down after supper and kicked back with a sweet tea or coffee to chat or read a book. She had regulars now. Each island had people who came at regular times to enjoy a book and a drink. Eva Mae Baker on Hopper showed up every Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock sharp and didn't leave until just in time to get to Life Walk for the midweek service. Mallory often gave her a ride. Eva Mae now sat in the lounge chair Mallory had purchased, with the latest historical Christian fiction release in hand and a sweet tea by her side. Benjamin Hornigold trudged up from the marina, looking sweaty, greasy, and smelling rather fishy, in the literal sense. "Hey, you're back early." The man was an enigma. He never visited her store on his own, but if she spoke to him, he'd pause and chat, one hand flipping through whatever book was nearest him. This time, however, he only came close enough not to need to shout. "Lost my engine to Runaway today. Had to get Lou to rent a tow and pull me in. Time for a new engine." "What's Runaway? Surely your horsepower didn't ignore your reins." A shift in breeze sent a stinky whiff of him her way. Benjamin grinned at her wince and backed away. "I'll take a shower and come back. Hungry? I'm making sandwiches for me anyway. Could bring you one." Mallory's stomach rumbled for joy before she could assure him that he did not need to feed her. "I'll take that as a thank you, Benjamin. I'd appreciate that." Without waiting for her response, he turned and called out, "Morning, Miss Addie. I'm making sandwiches. Would you like one?" She shook her head, but inside half a minute, she'd wheedled him out of a jar of his mama's persimmon preserves. "She came down from the mountains just last week to do the first batch, so you're in luck. I'll be back in a half an hour." Half an hour. It was just enough time to find a book that showed Azadi in a fascinating light, just in time for Lila to be convinced to go back with Richard. "I could tell her it would be good for her end of the bargain. Prove to those barracudas that Richard is no longer swimming in single waters." She'd narrowed it down from 5 whole books that mentioned Azadi at all to 2. One a fictionalized travel guide that appeared to focus more on the countryside than the capital city. Still, reading the online sample fascinated her. The other was women's fiction, but with a decided romantic overtone. It might be exactly what Lila needed to open her heart to both the country and her husband. Richard, however, would not need convincing. Mallory bought both and received confirmation that they'd arrive on Monday. Just in time to get Lila to come see me on Tuesday. Perfect. Once more, every window in the house was open, but a suspicious dark line across the southwest made her nervous. So before leaving to visit Mallory at the Barrow, Lila ducked her head in Richard's room and found him feverishly pounding on the keys. "Taking off to see Mallory. If it starts raining, can you close windows?" He barely looked up. "Sure. Close windows if it rains. Got it." Halfway down the stairs, his voice called from over the railing. "Sorry. Was sending off an email. Want me to come with you?" Translation, "I want to come, but you didn't invite me." She wouldn't either. Lila shook her head. "Mallory seems to need to talk. Doubt she would if you're there." The man actually looked disappointed, so Lila added, "But maybe we could go down after dinner and take a walk on the beach?" He didn't answer. Throat dry, Lila ordered herself to just tell him she wasn't trying to blow him off, but her voice refused to cooperate. He's going to think I'm desperate to be with him. Then it happened. A smile she'd only seen a couple times, one that would dazzle the most determined to stay single spinster. "Great idea. We'll do that." Just as she thought she'd gotten off scot-free and had reached the front door, his next statement reached her ears. "Of course, we might be seen. I'll have to hold your hand or something." Pretending she didn't hear, Lila fled out the door and down the path, but she couldn't get away before his laughter caught up and tagged her, taunting, "You're it." Lila bypassed the golf cart and jumped in the Mercedes. She didn't want to be waylaid by Ray, still trying to prove that he wasn't bothered by her abrupt marriage. Besides, if she stayed too long, she could always brave the bridge back to Hooper and grab something from Beth's truck. Maybe a nice dessert. The mugginess was just low enough that Lila opted to ride with the windows down. The church stood proud and strong as she rode past, and by the time she reached Captain's Walk and the Barrow, everything seemed brighter and fresher. A woman thumbed through one book after another, looking at everything but the obvious romance options. She picked up one and Mallory said, "That one has a pretty strong romantic undercurrent," and the woman shoved it back on the shelf so fast Lila swore she felt a breeze. "I guess I'll take the memoir of the NASA woman." 5 minutes later, the woman moved toward a mini SUV, NASA memoir in hand. Lila pounced. "I'm not a big romance fan myself, but that woman has some sort of weird hang-up." "Or conviction," Mallory mused as she watched the woman drive away. Her attention snapped back to Lila. "I don't think that's it, though. There was something underneath it all. She's almost desperate to avoid romance the way other women are almost desperate for it." Once Lila was assured of forthcoming coffee, she considered the woman again. "I wonder if it's the opposite, then." "Opposite?" Mallory glanced over her shoulder, one hand still on the stack of cups. "Oh, Mrs. Booker." "Right, Booker. Kind of funny, that. Anyway, if women are desperate to read romances because they're lonely or whatever, then maybe she's got a smothering husband or something." The blender drowned out anything she might have said, and probably didn't. But when she handed Lila the cup, Mallory startled her. "I don't know. Maybe it's just a difference in how people handle loneliness." "She's married." Mallory filled a water bottle and led her outside. Not until they'd settled in under an umbrella did Mallory respond to Lila's statement of the obvious. "Marriage isn't a cure-all for loneliness. Some of the loneliest people I've ever met were married." Considering that when the coup ended, Lila would likely become part of that statistic, she decided to ignore that. "Yeah, I guess. Strange to think of, though, isn't it?" "Well, at least you don't have to worry about that," Mallory winked. "Unless you decide to stay here when he goes back to Azadi." Leaning forward, Mallory added, "So, did Richard get back his property and accounts and stuff? Is everything going to be okay, or—" The question distracted her enough that Lila burned her tongue taking a premature sip. "Ow! Why would he get it back? These insurgents, or whatever they are, won't just hand over stuff because Richard asks for it." "But now that the coup is over, did he say how long it would take?" "Over?" This time Mallory just stared. Since she wasn't being forthcoming, Lila pressed the issue. "What are you talking about?" "It's all over the news. The uprising was overthrown." Several seconds passed as if Mallory was just sure Lila would say, "Oh, that coup failure. Sure, all is well." But Lila couldn't do anything but stare. "One of the commentators," Mallory insisted,
Said something about how Danforth Global was hit hard and the government has committed to restoring everything they can, but it'll take time.
Again, Lila just stared, still unbelieving. "I would have thought," she said at last, "he would know by now. The guy is up all night, every night, talking with people there. Why didn't they tell him?"
Maybe they did.
A protest welled up in her, but Lila shifted it to a question. "Why wouldn't he tell me then?"
Maybe he's not ready to leave you.
That "you" did unsettling and pain-pricking things to her heart. Lila ignored it in favor of an even more painful idea. Why would he have to leave?
He's going to have to go sometime, take care of this stuff. The longer he's gone, the easier it might be for someone else to muscle in and try to take over.
Lila had just digested those words when Mallory added a decided period to the problem.
His board is probably frantic, and yet if he doesn't want to leave...
Lila didn't respond. Her mind swirled in the same way one of the gum tree's leaves did as the breeze plucked it from the twig and sent it dancing up the captain's walk. Lila followed it, never taking her eyes from it, but her mind kept turning over Mallory's words. She had to be right. Richard knew about the coup, of course. Based on his late-night phone calls, Lila could guess the day it occurred even. He'd hidden them from her, though. What she'd taken for courtesy in not wanting to disturb her rest had been something else. Something more. Mallory thought it was him not wanting to leave, but that made no sense. He'd been waiting for that since he got back to the island. Hadn't he? A glance over at Mallory showed only an empty chair. When had she gotten up? Where did she go? Movement in her peripheral vision showed Mallory wiping down chairs under the pines. Lila strode over, on a mission, and determined to figure the whole thing out. Why wouldn't Richard want to leave?
You?
What? Her cheeks grew warm. With what? Embarrassment? Hope? Lila shook her head. No.
I've seen it. That guy loves you.
He...
Seriously, Mallory insisted. He's totally in love with you. So, what you need to figure out is how you feel about that. And...
Before Lila could protest again, and she definitely had been ready to, Mallory added,
You need to realize that he's staying for you. He needs to go, but he's here for you.
Those words reverberated in her mind until she thought she'd go crazy with them. He couldn't be staying for her. Couldn't love her. That would be too much to even dream of, much less hope for. She'd have to ask. Just walk right into the house and ask him why he hadn't told her. Find out why he was still there. She'd just go home and... Her thoughts stopped abruptly as the great gates to Danforth Hall loomed before her. When had she left? Gotten in the car? Driven home? Lila zipped a text message back to Mallory. Did I really just drive away?
Yes?
Stomach churning, Lila attempted an apology. 2 seconds later she added, Think it's safe to drive when you don't know you're driving?
No.
Her sigh lodged in her heart. Figured as much. A splash told her where she'd find Richard. Lila stormed down the path and through the gate. After a full lap and Richard still not seeing her, she grabbed his flip-flop and aimed for where she thought his head would be. It connected. Richard flipped up vertical and treaded water. What was that for? Why didn't you tell me? What should I have told you? For just a moment, her confidence wavered. Maybe she'd been wrong. Maybe Mallory got the wrong country. The coup is over? He nodded. Again, I ask, why didn't you tell me? You've never showed much interest in my business. Though each word was true, She saw in him too much hopefulness that she'd accept them. "So, will they return your properties and accounts?"
"They're working on it. Lawyer thinks we'll get as much as 80% back."
He did a gentle breaststroke across the pool and hoisted himself onto the deck. Lila passed him a towel.
"Thanks."
"It wasn't for your benefit." Aloud, she said, "If the coup is over and you're supposed to be trying to do all this stuff, presumably all the stuff you do at 2 a.m, why aren't you there? Why are you here?" The look he sent her twisted her heart into knots.
Well, I just thought I could do it from here."
When she didn't respond, he added,
"There's so much to do here. The pool and all that stuff in the attic. And well, I thought you could use the help and we—"
"You thought I couldn't do my job, you mean?" The moment she said it, Lila wished she hadn't. Kicked puppies never looked so wounded.
"No, that's not what—"
"He's got to leave before I lose it." With that buoying her resolve, Lila locked gazes with him and forced herself to speak without her voice quavering or cracking. "I think you need to go do your job and leave me to do mine." Lila even made it into the house, into her room, and into the shower before the first tear fell. It's best that he goes now. This is becoming a bad habit. Chapter 20. Monday night, Richard drove to Hopper and returned with shrimp lasagnas for both of them. The long-awaited walk on the beach, complete with much-anticipated hand-holding, never materialized. Lila refused to leave her room. As far as his ears could tell, she didn't come out until Wednesday morning. By Wednesday afternoon, he'd grown desperate. All the progress he'd made, and he now realized he'd been trying to make said progress, gone. She was back to being cordial, helpful with work things, and aloof the rest of the time. Gentle encouragement to talk failed. Demands to be reasonable also failed. He'd even attempted to play the boss card, but Richard thought better of it just in time. And she knew it. She stood in the entryway, her omnipresent notebook and pen in hand, and refused to meet his gaze. Instead, she whispered, "Just go home, Richard." Those were almost the only 4 words she'd speak. "I am home." She threw those words back in his face. "We had an agreement, Richard. This is my home, and yours is in Azadi. Go home." She hesitated. "Or, if you prefer, I can rent one of those little beach places." Without waiting for a response, Lila turned to go back up the stairs.
"Be reasonable. I don't want you to leave our home. I just want you to talk to me."
"And I want you to go take care of business. It's your responsibility. So man up and do it. Vacation's over." By Friday night, he was on a plane. By Sunday morning, he was in his apartment in Azadi. Just inside the door, he dropped his laptop case and pulled out his phone.
"Here. Now can we talk? Weird thing. My key still works."
It would be 11:30 back home. She wouldn't respond, but Richard hoped anyway. Hoped, but hope failed him.
"Sleep. I'll try sleep and text again later."
He woke up just after 3:30 Sunday afternoon, courtesy of a desperate bladder. Before crawling back into bed, he zipped another text back to the hall.
"Jet lag's a killer. Haven't had it this bad in ages. Everything okay there?"
Butter-soft sheets tried to pull him back into slumber. The mattress cradled him in perfect support. His pillow could have been a cloud, a thought which made him doubt his sanity. Still, Richard forced himself to stay alert and awake.
"It's 7:30 there. She's probably awake, isn't she? Usually. We'll need to get to the slip if she doesn't want to have to drive to church."
The memory of her habits, even ones she hadn't invited him to share yet, ones like church and shopping, struck a new pang of hurt. When the ache became unbearable, he painted a liberal coating of anger over it. Work had always been a comfort. He'd do what he always did, bury himself in work. Then I'll get this mess settled, appoint a director of Azadi operations, go home, and have it out with her. We're married, and she might as well get used to having me around. In a last-ditch effort to keep things as normal as he could, Richard tapped out one more text before surrendering to blissful sleep. Hope church is encouraging this morning. After a second read, he hit send and pulled the covers up to his chin. Lord, please show yourself to her today. 24 texts in barely 7 days. More than 3 a day. Barely. Much to Lila's disgust, she listened all day, ears straining to hear Billie Holiday's "The Very Thought of You" from her back pocket. Okay, so she also reread them all, sometimes multiple times a day. The most recent? Saw a woman on the street this morning, just from the back. Thought it was you until she turned. Then all I could think of was you for the rest of the morning. Please tell me you're okay. Though she tried to respond, the words wouldn't come. 3 hours later, surrounded by old encyclopedias and textbooks from the past 100 years, Lila still didn't know what to do. Not responding for a week? Rude. Writing the wrong thing? Worse. The memory of watching Mallory help Joni Gilbert with some manuscript for a book on understanding millennials sealed the deal. Maybe Mallory would know what she should say. She'd have to go to Breaker's Head, and the ferry had already gone, but it would work. She'd just brave the bridge. Maybe. Getting dressed? Easy. Making it over the bridge? Piece of cake. Remembering all the things Richard had suggested to keep her feeling safe? Not so much. Still, with all windows down, both hands on the wheel, eyes focused on the center line and counting each inhale and exhale, she crept onto the bridge and prayed for strength. 45, Lord. Just let me get up to 45, okay? Baby steps. By the time she crossed the Breakers Bridge, Lila had managed to hit 53 miles per hour. Her pride, amazement, and joy plummeted the moment she pulled up to the book barrow and parked on Jacoby Road. Mallory met her halfway, concern in her eyes. What is it? What happened? Another coup? No. Her confusion must have shown, because Mallory folded her arms over a splattered apron and silently demanded an explanation. When Lila shrugged, Mallory went off on her. You just drove over the bridge, not crawled, drove, and you look... Apparently, Southern manners overrode concern. I look awful. I know it. Just remember, you said it. After another searching look, Mallory took off her hat, wiped her forehead, and crammed it back down over half-crazed locks. Well, you need something to drink, and then you're going to tell me how Richard is. I don't know. What part of "and then" do you not understand? Give me 3 minutes and I'll be all yours. Double shot? As much as Lila wanted to plead for a triple, she just murmured something agreeable and sat down, sun to her back, and tried to relax. 3 minutes. She'd survive it. Maybe. A symphony of rustling leaves, waves crashing against the breakers, the occasional cry of a gull, and the mechanical sounds of an espresso machine should have lulled her into a moment of pure, blissful peace. Instead, the moment Mallory set down the coffee cup, tears formed. Oh, Lila, what's wrong? Isn't he coming back? He would if I'd ask, I bet. She reached for her phone, hesitated, and then pulled it out. The memory of all the text messages she hadn't answered made her rethink that statement. Maybe. Slim fingers reached for the phone, but Mallory didn't look at it. She watched Lila for several seconds before asking, "Are you sure you want me to read this?" "No, but I need you to." Lila watched as her friend read. Mallory presented a picture of raw, unpretentious beauty sitting there with her wild hair frizzing out of her ball cap, her spattered apron, the golden tan that probably showed farmer lines when she wore shorter sleeves. Mallory wouldn't win traditional beauty contests, but she was probably the most naturally gorgeous woman Lila had ever met. A smile grew. It looked almost Monet-like through the tears. "Told you he loves you?" "He's just worried because I wouldn't talk to him before he left. He gets all Southern gentleman about stuff, and I knew he needed to go." "So, what do you need from me?" The tears spilled over. How do I respond to that? "Which one? The last?" Honesty forced her to admit. "Any of them?" "You... what?" Mallory leaned forward and pointed to the fifth text. And yes, Lila knew each one by day, time, and number. "This one. Worried about you and missing you. Don't you want to get comfort cuisine for dinner? I could be there by tomorrow night, or you could come here." "I can't go there. I don't even have a passport. Besides, I don't do burqas or hijabs or whatever they call those things." "So tell him to come." Lila shook her head. Text after text, Mallory read, scrolled up, scrolled back down, and read again. "Did you read this one where he says he wants to set up a video chat?" When Lila didn't respond, she added, "And what missed walk on the beach holding hands thing?" As much as she hated to admit it, Lila had been disappointed about that too. "It's just a joke." Choking out those words nearly sent her into a sobbing fit. Lila hadn't cried so much since she was a young teen. Gulping in deep breaths, she tried to explain. "Someone said we were too aloof, so we held hands all the way back to the cart one night." Another choked-back sob nearly overpowered her. "We were joking about doing that again the night I confronted him about the coup." "Lila, what do I say? Write the text for me?" Mallory scooted the chair close, and in that way she had with older ladies at church, she took Lila's hands into her own. "Honey, you don't text at all." Relief washed over her. "Oh, good. You call him. You tell him, 'Come home, Richard. If everything is okay there now, just come home.' That's all you need to say. Hang up, even." "He won't." Hands squeezed, hugged, comforted. Mallory stepped back and shoved her hands in the apron's pockets. "Want to make a nice bet on that?" For half a minute, Lila thought she just might do it. Phone in hand, she hovered over the little green handset icon and willed herself to push it. All it would take was one little tap. Tears poured down her cheeks. "If he comes back, it would be because we, and then I swore." She bolted for the car, tore up the road, down to the bridge, and was halfway across before she saw the speedometer pushing 70. That was when Lila Santana Danforth discovered that the only thing better than going across a bridge at a super-safe crawl was whizzing across it in record time. The clock froze at 5:59 for what seemed like hours. Sunset drew closer and closer. Richard's thumb hovered over the call button. Silly, perhaps, but he couldn't bring himself to do it until the clock turned over and 10 o'clock island time arrived. That blessed 1 and 3 zeros flashed. He tapped, waited, tried not to be impatient as he listened to each obnoxious ring. Then her winded voice came through.
Hello? Richard?
Oh, good, Mallory. Glad I caught you.
I was just setting up for the day. Got here late.
It pained to ask, but Richard forced himself to do it. Should I call back?
No. Just got things settled and no one's here yet. What's up?
The lengthening shadows outside his office drew him to the window where he could look out past the city and into the rocky, scrubby countryside. Those last minutes of golden sunlight had once been his favorite view. Now he dreamed of Merriweather and the Atlantic. Of her, you mean?
Richard?
I've sent dozens of texts, called every day. She doesn't respond, won't answer. Is she all right? What's going on? The cry of a gull ripped through the airwaves and stung his heart. I just want to go home.
All right? No, not really, no.
That caught his attention. He turned from the window and strode to the desk. Before he could ask what she meant, Richard had his laptop case out, laptop and tablet in it, and his favorite pen tucked inside. What is it then?
Well, it could be the fact that she misses you like crazy, or it might be how she's trying to resist admitting, even to herself, that she loves you.
Those words knocked him into his chair. Eyes closed, breathing as normally as he could make himself. What? A gurgle made him wonder if she'd started coffee or something, but Mallory's next words made him forget all about that.
You two are so ridiculous. Lila's here, miserable because she misses you. You're over there, missing her. If it wasn't so adorable, it would be annoying.
Adorable. Great. Then all she said and didn't say clicked into place. You could do it. Get her to text me. If I can just get the dialogue going again, I'm sure.
No. I'll advise it if she asks, but I doubt she'll risk opening herself up like that again.
What? It didn't matter what she meant. She needed to do this. She needed to get Lila to text him at the very least. Look, I'll pay you if that's what it has to be, but I need you to get her to...
No, Richard. I'm not an employee, and neither is she. This is your wife. She needs a husband right now.
After an awkward pause, she added,
A biblical one who protects her, even against herself.
How'd that happen, anyway? Her laugh caught him by surprise.
Well, it started with 2 little words, I do, and then...
No. I mean, how did I manage to hire a stranger and end up with a Christian wife? I was so sure she'd resist any discussion of faith, you know. Richard reached for his journal and his Bible. They went in the laptop case, too. Silence. And then, come to find out, she was worried about the same thing. What she'd do if I turned out to be antagonistic to the Lord. I'd say we were lucky, but that kind of strips God's hand from it. The silence continued until he'd called her name a few times. Then, Mallory's voice came through with the razor-edged honey tones that only a born and bred Southern woman can produce.
Are you telling me you guys got married without discussing the Lord? It's true then,
she muttered. When he asked what was true, Mallory huffed.
That the Lord's kindness is what leads people to repentance. I can't believe you two.
Chords came next, even as he licked the wounds Mallory inflicted. His reading glasses. If she doesn't text me by morning, I'm getting the next flight home. There. That'd wake her up. More silence followed. Silence in which, if he strained hard enough, Richard felt quite certain contained the faint sounds of waves crashing against rocks. Does that mean it's not silence? Or is the absence of human voices enough to call it silence? What would Simon and Garfunkel say?
Is everything settled there? I know Lila was really concerned that you get your affairs squared away. At first, it didn't make sense. She's not really keen on all that money, you know.
Do I? She about flipped any time I spent a dime. Mallory's laughter didn't ease his nerves like it should have.
On the other hand, she spent enough at the bookstore trying to help me stay afloat.
Should have known you'd seen through that.
So, your stuff there, is it all settled?
As much as I can for now. Some of it has to go through courts. Were my properties considered stolen and therefore not a valid sale? Or will the courts recognize temporary control of the country as making them not stolen but seized? All kinds of political and legal nuances that you probably really don't want to know.
Several seconds passed, and Richard began to feel as though he now waited on a different kind of verdict. When it stretched into what felt like minutes, he began scribbling notes for Nora. Wrong, right, or indifferent, he had to salvage what had begun. Come then, it's time to settle things here. You have to tell her how you feel.
I tried.
In person, Mallory interjected. Don't let her walk away. Don't let her fear of the past kill her future.
As much as he agreed, Richard also knew he couldn't control that. If it were only my decision, I'd never have left.
I think, if you think about it long enough, you'll figure out why you needed to go then and why you need to return now.
Before he could argue, she broke in again.
Look, I have a customer, so I need to go. And so do you. To the airport. See you when you get here. Praying for you guys.
And with that, the connection died. He swept the room with a glance, grabbed their wedding photo from his desk, and bolted out the door. With any luck, there'd be a flight to Oman that night. He'd be home before dinner tomorrow night, and bring it home with him if he could. All I can do at this point is trust you, Lord. The ridiculousness of that prayer struck him as he bolted from his office. All right. Chapter 21. 2 months. It had been almost 2 months since Richard had arrived home battered and feeling broken, or at least broke. He stood just inside the door and inhaled the now familiar scent of linen and sea salt. This time, the entryway looked lived in. There on the Queen Anne table sat an antique bottle serving as a vase for a few sprigs of dried beach grass. Beside it lay the spiraled egg casing of a nobbled whelk that he'd found along the rack one afternoon. Did she remember that afternoon? Did it matter anymore? Was this a waste of time? Movement in his peripheral vision prompted him to turn. Hair lank, clothes limp and rumpled, focus riveted to her phone. A Lila he almost didn't recognize descended each step, a train of dejection trailing behind her. In cinema-like precision, she noticed him and froze on the exact step where she'd seen him first the last time he'd come home. Richard? The moment needed a bit of levity, but uncertainty flopped the attempt of, "Hi, honey, I'm home." He tried a weak smile and stepped into the entryway, although I think you're supposed to call me Ricky for that one. Lila just stared. It didn't bode well for convincing her to give him a chance, a real chance. You know, I love Lucy. Ricky. She still stared. Never mind. What are you doing here?
Do you really have no clue? I've done all but beg you to love and want me in those texts."
She wouldn't let it go. Despite seeming incapable of really seeing him, she asked again, "Why did you come back?"
That one he could answer. "So many reasons. Thank you for pushing me to go. I didn't want to, but it was important for everyone. People were depending on me to secure their futures, too."
That seemed to snap her out of the semi-trance that held her captive. "Good, good." Again she asked, "So why are you here? I thought your life was in Azadi, if it's safe."
"Because,"
he interrupted, taking another step closer and praying with each millimeter of distance that she wouldn't bolt upstairs, lock her door, and head back to the shower to cry. Again.
"What matters most to me, and what I want most, isn't in Azadi."
The next step closer showed her close to tears again, and second by second, her face paled from its golden tan to ash. After 2 false starts, Lila managed to choke out, "What are you saying?"
"I broke our agreement."
Lila gripped the banister and held fast.
We agreed to a business arrangement, that paper marriage you kept talking about. But I assumed we'd eventually become friends. It only made sense. But with me there and you here, more like internet friends, Facebook friends, rarely seeing each other.
His slow ease into sharing his heart did little to relax her. Right. If anything, she looked worse.
"I didn't know, Lila. When I came back here, I didn't know. We'd texted enough that I knew I'd enjoy your company, but I didn't know."
He wasn't making any sense, and Richard knew it.
"Then I came home, and after you got used to me being here, we had fun, didn't we?"
Even the short nod looked as if he'd ripped it from her. Then she surprised him by asking, "You didn't know what, Richard?"
"Here goes nothing."
He sucked in a bit of air and said it.
"That I'd fall in love with you."
When his next step paled her even more, Richard shoved his hands in his pockets and planted himself there, waiting for a response. There wasn't one. They stood there, Lila on the stairs, gripping the banister hard enough that he could see white knuckles and a trembling arm. Richard in the center of the entryway, hands shoved in his pockets and heart at his feet in a disgusting display of purple prose. What was worse? He didn't care as long as she didn't come and stomp on it. When it looked like she might cry, he couldn't take any more.
"Can you say anything other than, 'Get out of my life'? I'm not ready for that."
Half a lifetime passed as they stood there, not moving, not speaking, him hoping.
"Why didn't you answer my calls or respond to my texts?"
As if she could hear his thoughts, Lila whispered, "Scared, so scared." Her hand snaked around her middle. It was time to admit he knew what happened to her. Richard stared at the floor, hoping she wouldn't hate him.
"There was part of your background check that I didn't read at first. Nora said it wasn't necessary to the job, and if she were applying, she'd prefer someone didn't read it. So I didn't. I trust her."
"Oh?"
"When you wouldn't respond,"
he continued. Richard swallowed to moisten his throat before he croaked out his confession.
"I read it."
Lila pulled that train of dejection up around her shoulders like a cloak and wrapped it tight. "Oh."
"If he wasn't in prison already, I'd be tempted."
He'll be out in 5 years, probably. The attempted smile withered before it could grow. I'm really scared, Richard. Again, the words came out in a ragged whisper. Eyes locked on her, projecting every beam of support he could shoot into the room. Richard spoke the words he hoped would calm her, even if they did little to encourage him. There's no pressure here, Lila. Maybe not from you. Hope knocked, but Richard called back. Just a minute. I'm scared. So you said. You don't have... Because, Lila continued, talking over him, I love you too. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Now what do I say to keep her from running? When no words came, Richard took that as a providential order to stand down. He did. This time, she sought his gaze and held it. The last time I thought I loved someone, you saw it. Her arm tightened around her middle. Maybe it makes me a bad Christian, but I don't want to die before I've lived. Remember what I said about trust? At her nod, Richard continued, stepping carefully through the minefield they'd created for themselves. I meant it. I'm going to fail, he admitted. We both know that. But my focus will always be to keep my eyes on Jesus so that I won't fail you that way. It sounded too sermonic to him. Richard tried again. But no matter what happens, I'll never take my anger out on you. Not verbally, not physically, not emotionally. You can't promise that. There he smiled. I think I can. I have more faults than California, but using my anger as a weapon isn't one of them. I usually use it to prove people wrong. Once more they stood there, neither speaking. When he saw her hand relax on the banister and her other one tuck her hair behind her ear, it gave him an idea. Richard dug for his phone and sent another text. I meant it. I love you. Billie Holiday's The Very Thought of You filled the entryway, and color found its way back to Lila's cheeks as she fumbled for her phone. Richard grinned. She has to like me at least a little with that for my ringtone. Her thumbs slid over the surface of her phone. Was he the pathetic sop he thought he was for noticing the grace in each movement, the beauty of her hands, the flash of his ring on her finger? She still wears it. That's good too, right? Maybe she means it. She does love me? The boring buzz of his notifications told him to create a special ringtone for her, right then. Even before reading the text, he spent a moment finding just the right one, downloading it and setting it up. Send another one. Lila just stared. Seriously, send it. Billy Joel's For the Longest Time burst from his phone, and Richard winked at Lila before tapping the messages. I meant it, too. All of it. The second one followed. What now? Hands and phone in his pockets, and without taking his eyes from hers, Richard said the only thing he could think of. I, Richard Calvin Danforth, take you, Lila, to be my real, authentic wife, not just on paper. To have and to hold, often if I get my way, to keep out of storms so you don't die, to make and lose money with, preferably make, to rescue from cats. Her snicker emboldened him. To thank the Lord daily for, to never hurt or be cruel to, and to love selflessly and try to be worthy of you until death breaks my heart. Lila's hand gripped the banister. Richard still stood there, hands in pockets, waiting, hoping, longing. A word came in a whisper. Lila Elena Santana Danforth. Her voice grew a tiny bit stronger. Those deep brown eyes met his as she added, "Thank you for having a surname not ending in a." "You're welcome." It took a moment before she tried speaking again. An impatient flick of the wrist tossed tears she obviously hated from her cheeks. "Take you, Richard." A sob shook her. "To protect from storms." At that, she gave him a tentative but genuine smile. "To live with in algae and in chlorine." Again, her voice grew just a bit stronger, and this time she didn't look away again as she continued. "To throw eggs at." Richard snickered this time. "And to hold hands with so the neighbors don't gossip." That smile grew and grew warmer. "Being affectionate whenever necessary, in public or private." Lila shot him a pointed look. "That's a good one. I should have thought of that." "Yes, you should have." Still they stood there, 15 feet separating them as she seemed to wait for something. With a sigh, she added, "At any time of day or night." At Richard's nod, Lila huffed and marched down the stairs and crossed the floor to stand in front of him. "And during private, impromptu vow ceremonies." No further hints or invitations were necessary. As much as he ached to kiss her into next week, the memory of her trembling, her tears, her fears stopped him. One arm slid around her waist, and the other tucked her head under his cheek. "I thought maybe I'd lost any chance," he murmured. "You wouldn't have given up." That was true, but it surprised Richard that she knew it. The kiss began at her temple in the entryway and ended on a deck chair some time later. "Till death, right?" Lila asked. "Yes, and not one either one of us orchestrates, okay? No matter how much I might deserve it." "Can we do another ceremony? Just a few friends? Maybe down on the beach? One with real vows and the minister from Life Walk, so it feels like a marriage instead of a contract?" "Mallory for bridesmaid?" It must have been the right thing to say, because she curled up against him and fell asleep within seconds, or so it seemed. "There's that verse, Lord, the one about how finding a wife is good. I'd always thought it would be awful, but you took my desperation and did just that. Gave me a good wife, despite my disobedience in marrying her without asking if she knew you. Despite it all. Thanks." A bag of shrimp plopped on the table in front of Mallory, or at least the bit her peripheral vision showed hinted they were shrimp. Without even looking up, she said, "Shelled?" "Bud said you hated shrimp with bodies." "Particularly live ones." She tore her eyes from the book she'd been reading and grinned up at him. "Want some tea? Lemonade? Coffee?" He started to demur, but she pressed. "Come on, you brought me shrimp. Enough for a gumbo to feed a crowd. The least I can do is get these on ice and make you a—" Benjamin lowered himself in the chair opposite her. "Sweet tea would be nice. Thank you." "No lemon, right?" He nodded. By the time she returned, he'd picked up her book and was intently studying the back. "Any good?" "So far. I can't decide if I have the real bad guy pegged, though." She leaned back, tore off her ball cap, and let her hair dance about in the evening breeze. It'd be a nightmare to brush later, but she'd had all the hat-wearing she could stand for the day. Your phone buzzed while you were gone. Couple of times. Curious, Mallory propped up her feet on the empty chair beside her and pulled the phone close. Richard had sent a picture. She clicked it open and grinned. Looks like good news. Without a word, she flipped the phone around and passed it across the table. Richard's back. After studying it a bit, Benjamin passed it back. They look really happy. She's been off lately, so I'm glad he's home. That caught her attention. Even as she pondered how he'd noticed, Mallory clicked open Richard's next text. She said I do. Again. Commence the swooning. The phone buzzed. This time a message from Lila. Obviously, you were right. Also, will you be my maid of honor? Her affirmative answer shot out over the airwaves. Mallory took a sip of tea, leaned back again, and closed her eyes. All's right with the world, isn't it? I expect it is. Another text popped open her eyes. She read it and laughed. Also, I was right. He's a really good kisser. I bet you don't even know that you never speculated on that with me. Benjamin's slow, lazy drawl crept into her thoughts. Who was that one from? Without thinking, Mallory said, Someone who traded in being a paper wife for the real thing. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Dual Power of Convenience, written by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.